Saw wings, plural of saw wing. Sawwort, any plant of the composite genus Sericula. Sawworts, plural of sawwort. Sawability, the quality of being sawable. Saw, capable of being sawn or cut with a saw. Sawballs, plural of sawable. Tawa, a rice paddy. Sawahization, the adoption of rice paddy cultivation as a way of life in the Malay region. Sawalunto, a city in West Sumatra, Indonesia. Sawbahan, a barangay of Dagami, late Philippines. Dawas, plural of Sawa. Sawaori, a member of a certain people of Polynesia. Sawaoris, plural of Sawaori. Sawait, a surname. Sawakin, alternative form of Suakin port city of Sudan. Sawako, a female given name from Japanese. Saubang, a barangay of Buenavista, Guimaras, Philippines. Sawang Calero, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Sawat, a surname from Marathi. Sawants, plural of Sawant. Soward, a surname. Sowari, alternative form of Swari. Sourius, plural of Sawari. Zawach, various places in the southern Rocky Mountains of North America. Sawatch Range, a mountain range in Colorado, subrange of the Rocky Mountains. Sawadsky, a surname. Sawatskis, plural of Sawatsky. Sawau, a tribe of people in Fiji. Sawaya, a surname. Sawayas, plural of Sawaya. Zothai, a back dorsal, spinal, or spine-like aspect that is a saw or is saw-like in form as. Sawbacks, plural of sawback. Sawbellas, plural of sawbelly. Sawbelly, a fish, the wife. Sawbench, synonym of table saw. Sawbenches, plural of sawbench. Sawbell, the red-breasted merganser. Sawbells, plural of sawbell. Sawblade, the blade of a saw. Sawblades, plural of sawblade. Sawbones, a surgeon. Sawboneses, plural of sawbuns. Sawbridgeworth, a town and civil parish with a town council in East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England, which borders on Essex OS Grid Ref TL 4814. Thare, a framework for holding wood so that it can be sawed. A sawhorse. Dabais, plural of sawbuck. Sawa, a Shan chieftain. Sawboys, plural of sawbwa. Das, obsolete spelling of sauce. Dazes, plural of sauce. Sachak, a surname from Ukrainian. Sacheks, plural of Sachek. Saucier, comparative form of saucy, more saucy. Sauce, superlative form of saucy, most saucy. Saucy, obsolete form of saucy. Solder, archaic form of solder. Soldered, simple past and past participle of solder. Soldering, present participle and gerund of solder. Solders, plural of solder. Dotty, a surname. Sada, a small village in Brompton Parish, served by Brompton by Sodden Parish Council in Scarborough District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 9484. Soddens, plural of sodden. Dias, the fine particles dust created by sawing wood or other material. Sawdust circuit, synonym of sawdust trail. Sawdust circuits, plural of sawdust circuit. Sawdust joint, a plain casino without ostentatious decoration. Sawdust joints, plural of sawdust joint. Sawdust pudding, synonym of Serradura Portuguese dessert. Sawdust trail, the route followed by an itinerant Christian preacher in the United States. Sawdust trails, plural of sawdust trail. Sawdusted, simple past and past participle of sawdust. Sawdusting, present participle and gerund of sawdust. Sawdustage, synonym of sawdusty. Sawdust-like, resembling or characteristic of sawdust. Sawdusts, plural of sawdust. Sawdusty, resembling or covered in sawdust. Sawdy, a surname. Saudis, plural of Saudi. Obsolete spelling of saw, simple past of see. Thaw, simple past and past participle of saw. Sawed gourds, simple past and past participle of saw gourds. Sawed logs, simple past of saw logs. Sawed off, simple past and past participle of saw off. Sawed wood, simple past and past participle of saw wood. Sawed off, shortened by sawing. Sawed off shotgun, alternative form of sawn off shotgun. Sawed off shotguns, plural of sawed off shotgun. Sawed offs, plural of sawed off. Sour, one who saws, a sawyer. Sours, plural of sour. Das, second person singular simple present indicative of saw. Yaw, alternative third person singular past of sea. Zawfish, any ray marine fish with a flat body and wing-like fins of the family Pristidae, having a snout that resembles a saw. Sawfishes, plural of sawfish. Sawflies, plural of sawfly. Sawfly, any of various flying insects of the suborder Symphidae within the order Hymenoptera, whose ovipositor is long and often serrated and is used to cut into plants to lay eggs. Sawfer, a surname. Sawfords, plural of sawfer. Sawgrass, any of several cladium species, long sedges with saw-like sharp, serrated edges, such as Cladium californicum, Cladium jamescens, and Cladium mariscoides. Sawgrasses, plural of sawgrass. Saw grinder, a metalworker who produces saw blades by grinding. Saw grinders, plural of saw grinder. A surname. Sawme, a surname. Sawknees, plural of sawknee. Sawhorse, a structure with a crosspiece used to support timber or other material for working. Sawhorses, plural of sawhorse. Thus, plural of saw. Sawe, a Dardic language spoke in Afghanistan and also Pakistan. Dawiki, a surname from Polish. Dawikis, plural of sawiki. Obsolete form of Sawyer. Towers, plural of Sawyer. Samhain, a surname. Samhain, a sweet drink of Trinidad and Tobago, made with milk, dried fruits, and vermicelli. Sawing, present participle and gerund of saw. Sawing gourds, present participle and gerund of saw gourds. Sawing logs, present participle and gerund of saw logs. Sawing off, present participle and gerund of saw off. Sawing wood, present participle and gerund of saw wood. Sawings, plural of sawing. Sowens, plural of sowen. Sowes, obsolete form of sauce. Sowests, plural of sowes. A surname from Polish. Takas, plural of sawka. Sawlet, a small prehistoric flint tool that has serrated edges. Sawlet, plural of sawlet. Sawley, a village and civil parish in Awash Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4731. Sawlike, resembling or characteristic of a saw-cutting tool. Sawlar, the part of a tree stem that will be processed at a sawmill rather than becoming pulpwood. Sawlards, plural of sawlar. Thaw, fasting, abstention, abstinence, the third of the 5 pillars of Islam. Sawmaker, someone who makes saws. Sawmakers, plural of sawmaker. Sawmaking, the manufacture of saws. Dama, a man who operates a saw, especially to cut timber. Sawmark, a mark made on a surface by the action of a saw. Sawmarks, plural of sawmark. Daman, plural of sawman. Sawmo, a machine, building or company used for cutting milling lumber. Or rarely other hard materials such as stone. Sawmill gravy, a traditional southern gravy usually served with biscuits made from milk or cream with meat drippings and flour. Sawmill, simple past and past participle of sawmill. Sawmiller, the operator of a sawmill. Sawmillers, plural of sawmiller. Sawmilling, the business of a sawmill. Sawmills, plural of sawmill. Past participle of saw. Sawn gourds, past participle of saw gourds. Sawn logs, past participle of saw logs. Saw 'em off, past participle of saw off. Sawn wood, past participle of saw wood. Sawn off, a sawn off shotgun. Sawn off shotgun, a shotgun whose barrel S has been shortened for ease of concealment and to give a larger spread, though with more limited range, often for illegal purposes. Sawn off shotguns, plural of sawn off shotgun. Sawn offs, plural of sawn off. Sawndat, the traditional Chinese character-derived script used to write the Zhuang language. Dawny, a diminutive of the male given name Alexander of Scots origin. Dawnies, plural of Sawney. Dawnies, plural of Sawney. Sawnwer, design made by cutting with a jigsaw, often elaborately. Dawny, alternative form of Sawney. Saw pallet, an eel of the genus Cervimer. Save, a pit over which lumber is positioned to be sawn with a long two-handled saw. A pit saw by two people, one standing above the timber and the other in the pit below. Soffits, plural of soffit. Safwe, archaic form of sakai. Tori, a habitational surname from Old Norse. Toris, plural of sori. Oh, plural of SAW. Thus, plural of saw. Saws gourds, third person singular simple present indicative of saw gourds. Saws logs, third person singular simple present indicative of saw logs. Saws off, third person singular simple present indicative of saw off. Saws wood, third person singular simple present indicative of saw wood. Thus, alternative spelling of saw set. Sausts, plural of sawst. Saw shark, any of the order Pristiaphorans of sharks with long, blade-like snouts edged with teeth. Saw sharks, plural of saw shark. Sawsmith, a person who makes saw blades. Sawsmiths, plural of sawsmith. Sawston, a large village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4849. A style of urban popular music associated mainly with Kuwait and Bahrain. Sawdale, a Sawdale grouper Micturoperca Prianura. Saudi, plural of sawtooth. Sawdell, a surname. Sawtell, a surname. Sawtells, plural of sawtell. Sawtimber, wood cut from trees that is suitable for processing as saw logs. Sawtimbers, plural of sawtimber. Sawtooth, a tooth of a saw, any of its series of projections, each with a cutting edge. Sawtooth eel, any of the Cerevomyidae family of eels. Sawtooth eels, plural of sawtooth eel. Sawtooth goldenweed, Hazardia squarrosa, a Californian shrub. Sawtooth wave, a function or waveform that repeatedly ramps upwards, usually linearly, and then sharply drops. Sawtooth waves, plural of sawtooth wave. Sawtooth, having sawteeth or a similar form. Sawtooth-like, resembling or characteristic of a sawtooth. Sawteeth, plural of sawtooth. Sawtrees, plural of sawtree. Sawtree, a large village and civil parish in Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1683. Dawa, a surname from Iker. Tavo, a surname. Thoe, a small North American Alligolius acaticus with feathered toes and no ear tufts. Dowits, plural of sawit. Sawing, alternative form of sawwing. Sawwings, plural of sawwing. Door, alternative spelling of sawwort. Sawarts, plural of sawwort. Sawyer, a surname originating as an occupation for someone who made a living from sawing wood. Sawyer County, one of 72 counties in Wisconsin, United States. County seat, Hayward. Sawyers, plural of sawyer. Sawzall, a sawzall, a reciprocating saw of the Sawzall brand from Milwaukee Tool. Sawzalls, plural of sawzall. Lex, acronym of Simple API for XML. Lex, a surname. Sax tuba. Saxhorn. Sax tubas, plural of sax tuba. Sax, abbreviation of saxophone. Saxavord, a hill in the island of Unst, North Isles, Shetlands Archipelago, Shetland Islands Council Area, Scotland, United Kingdom. Saccharus, sassafras, saxagliptin, a hypoglycemic drug taken orally in the form of its hydrate CHN3OH20 in the treatment of type 2 diabetes. It acts by inhibiting the degradation of incretins, which results in increased secretion of insulin by the pancreas. It is marketed under the trademark Onbliza and when used in combination with metformin, under the trademark Combiglise. Saxamaphone, alternative spelling of saxamaphone. Saxatile, living among rocks. Saxatiline, a disintegrant present in the venom of the snake Glodia saxatilis. Saxol, either of two species of the amaranth genus Halixillin, Halixillin amodendron sin, Halixillin aphyllum, black saxol, and Halixillin persicum white saxol, found in sandy habitats from Egypt to Mongolia and China. Saxol sparrow, Passer amodendri, a passerine bird of the sparrow family Passeridae. Saxol sparrows, plural of Saxol sparrow. Saxols, plural of Saxol. Sax fix, a solution to violations of a clause in the United States Constitution that prevents sitting members of Congress being appointed to jobs created for them or for which the salary was increased while they were in office. Sax spore, the top strake edge of the side of a rowing boat. Sax boards, plural of sax board. Saxby, a village and civil parish in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS grid ref TF0086. Saxabies, plural of Saxby. Saxony, a historical region and former duchy in north-central Germany. Sax blue, a light blue color with a tint of gray. Sax blues, plural of Sax blue. Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, a former duchy in Germany. Saxe-Coburg Gotha, alternative form of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Placht, simple past and past participle of sax. Saxephoros, obsolete spelling of sassafras. Saxelby, alternative form of Saxelby, Leicestershire. Saxelby, a village in Grimston Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS grid ref SK 7021. Daxalo, a variation on the saxophone with a slightly curved neck and tipped bell. Daxalos, plural of Saxello. Taxena, a surname used by the Kayasa community of Hindus from India. Taxas, plural of sax. Saxhorn, any of a group of similar brass instruments resembling a bugle in shape but with valves. Saxhornist, someone who plays the saxhorn. Saxhornists, plural of saxhornists. Saxhorns, plural of saxhorn. Saxicava, any of the marine bivalve shells of the genus Saxicava. Saxicave, plural of Saxicava. Saxicavas, plural of Saxicava. Saxicavid, of or relating to the Saxicavas. Saxicavids, plural of Saxicavid. Saxecoes, boring or hollowing out rocks. Saxico, synonym of Saxicalus. Saxicoline, synonym of Saxicolus. Saxicolas, growing on or living among rocks or stones. Saxicolously, in a saxicolous manner. Saxifragaceous, of or relating to an order of plants, Saxifragaceae, of which saxifrage is the type. Saxifragal, relating to the saxifrages. Saxifrage, any plant in the genus Saxifraga. Saxifrages, plural of saxifrage. Saxifragan, a form of gunpowder employing barium nitrate in place of sulfur. Saxifragus, dissolving bladder stones. Saxifrax, sassafras. Saxify, to turn to rock or stone. Taxigenous, growing on rocks. Saxilby, a village in Saxilby with Ingleby Parish, West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 8975. Saxilby with Ingleby, a civil parish in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. Saxing, present participle and gerund of sax. Saction, a hypothetical elementary particle, the Bosonic superpartner of the action. Sectione, of or relating to sections. Sections, plural of section. Saxis, a town in Virginia. Saxish, Saxon. Saxus, saxophonist, someone who plays the sax. Saxus, plural of saxus. Saxitoxin, a neurotoxin produced by some dinoflagellates associated with red tides that can accumulate in mollusks and cause subsequent food poisoning in humans. Saxitoxins, plural of saxitoxin. Saxman, a surname. Saxmens, plural of saxmen. Saxman, plural of saxmen. Saxmundham, a small market town and civil parish with a town council in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 3863. Saxo, Saxons, Saxony. Saxiduatine, an aminoethyl benzyl found in Guatteria species. Saxomaphon, saxophone. Saxomaphons, plural of saxomaphone. Haxon, a member of an ancient West Germanic tribe that lived at the eastern North Sea coast and south of it. Saxon blue, a solution of indigo in concentrated sulfuric acid, used as a dye. Saxon genitive, a genitive construction in English formed with the possessive clitic s. Saxon genitives, plural of Saxon genitive. Saxon green, a green color produced by dyeing with yellow upon a ground of Saxon blue. Saxon shore, a military command of the late Roman Empire, consisting of a series of fortifications on both sides of the English Channel. Saxon steed, a rearing horse, a heraldic motif of the Saxons. Saxondale, a hamlet and civil parish without a council in Rushcliffe Borough, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6839. Saxondom, the Saxon domain or race. Saxonet, a soprano clarinet with a curved barrel and an upturned bell. Saxonets, plural of saxonet. Saxonian, of or pertaining to Saxony. Saxonians, plural of Saxonian. Saxonic, relating to the Saxons or Anglo-Saxons. Saxonical, pertaining to Saxony. Saxonically, in a saxonical manner or context, like the Saxons. Saxonis, plural of Saxony. Saxonize, alternative form of Saxonize. Saxonized, simple past and past participle of Saxonize. Saxonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Saxonize. Saxonish, pertaining to or characteristic of the Saxons. Saxonizing, present participle and gerund of Saxonize. Saxonism, a word or phrase of the Saxon or Anglo-Saxon language. Saxonisms, plural of Saxonism. Saxoness, one versed in the Anglo-Saxon language Old English. Saxonists, plural of Saxonists. Saxonite, Harzburgite, a peridotite consisting mostly of olivine and low-calcium pyrazine. Saxonites, plural of Saxonite. Saxonization, the process or result of Saxonizing. Saxonize, to make Saxon, to apply Saxon norms to. Saxonized, simple past and past participle of Saxonize. Saxonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Saxonize. Saxonizing, present participle and gerund of Saxonize. Saxomoy, in a Saxon manner or context, like the Saxons. Haxonness, the quality or state of being Saxon. Saxons, plural of Saxon. Saxony, a state of modern Germany, located in the east, far from historical Saxon lands. Official name, Free State of Saxony. Saxony yarn, a fine grade of woolen yarn twisted somewhat harder and smoother than zephyr yarn. Saxony yarns, plural of Saxony yarn. Saxony-Anhalt, one of the component states of Germany according to the current administrative division of the nation. Its capital is Magdeburg. Saxophone, someone who plays the saxophone, a saxophonist. Saxophone, simple past and past participle of saxophone. Saxophone-like, resembling a saxophone or the sounds it makes. Saxophones, plural of saxophone. Saxophonic, of or pertaining to the saxophone. Saxophoning, present participle and gerund of saxophone. Saxophonist, a person who owns, plays or practices with a saxophone. Saxophonists, plural of saxophonist. Taxophony, in the manner or likeness of the sound of a saxophone. Saxotromba, a valved brass instrument designed for the mounted bands of the French military. Saxotrombas, plural of saxotromba. X, initialism of small angle X-ray scattering. Saxty, a civil parish and small village in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Suffolk Coastal District OS Grid Ref TM 2665. Saxtead Green, a settlement in Saxtead Parish, East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Suffolk Coastal District OS Grid Ref TM 2564. Saxthorpe, a village in Corpusty and Saxthorpe Parish, North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TG 1130. Saxton, a place name. Saxtons, plural of Saxton. Saxty, alternative form of salseat. Saxtoba, an obsolete valved brasswind instrument inspired by the ancient Roman cornu and tuba. Saxtobas, plural of saxtuba. Saxo a boulder in geographic names on asteroids. The, a surname. Sa, to open one's mouth wide and utter a prolonged letter 251 usually to allow a medical examination. Say again. What did you say? Or repeat what you have said. A polite formula used when one has not heard or understood what has been said. Say blister beetle. Let us say a North American blister beetle in the family melody. Say bow to a goose. Dated form of say boo to a goose. Say boo. To say anything, especially in protest or to complain. Say boo to a goose. To have courage and be assertive. Say cheese. To smile for a photograph by saying the word cheese, the vowel of which, when pronounced as is usual in English, forces a somewhat smile-shaped mouth. Say Jack's. Spoonerism of gay sex. Say goodbye. To wish someone farewell upon their leaving. Say grace. To recite a prayer of invocation or thanksgiving at mealtime. Say hello to my little friend. Used to describe a situation involving the display of an object that is menacing or unpleasantly excessive, especially a large firearm. Say it all. To express the essential characteristics of a person, thing, or situation in a concise, well-crafted turn of phrase or in some other pithy manner. Say it louder for the ones in the back. Alternative form of louder for the people at the back. Say it. Don't spray it. Don't release saliva when you're talking. Say la vie. Pronunciation spelling of say la vie. Say less. Indicating enthusiastic agreement to a request. Say no. To disagree. To think that something or someone is doing or saying is wrong. Say no more. What has already been said conveys all the meaning and information needed to draw a conclusion concerning a matter which it would be imprudent to discuss further. Say none. A standard formula to end a conversation, i.e. bye, see you soon. Say nothing. A standard formula to end a conversation, i.e. bye, see you soon. Say on pay. A rule in corporate law whereby a firm's shareholders have the right to vote on the remuneration of executives. Say one's piece. To say all that one has to say about a matter, to state one's opinion or position fully. Say syndrome. A condition characterized by bilateral acromial dimples. Say that. Used to express enthusiasm, encouragement, or agreement with the speaker. Say that again. Repeat what you just said. Say the quiet part loud. To publicly express a sentiment which one is expected to keep to oneself, to reveal an ulterior motive. Say the quiet part out loud. Alternative form of say the quiet part loud. Say the word. To indicate that it is time to perform an action, to give permission. Say to oneself. To say a statement aloud without any audience, to say while talking to oneself. Say uncle. To admit defeat, indicate submission, such as when wrestling, to ask for mercy. Say what? Say what? Say what? What did you say? Expresses incredulity. Say what you like, regardless of what you think. Say when. An imperative form used to request that the interlocutor indicate when one should stop doing something, as pouring a drink, because one has reached a sufficient amount. Say word one. To say a single word, to speak at all. Say yes. To agree, to consent to accept. Say you swear. Expresses disbelief. Say the law. A principle whereby those who produce anything must be paid sufficiently to buy the products they make, whether it be in a local economy or the world economy. Says Phoebe. Sayornius saya, a passerine bird in the tyrant flycatcher family, common across western North America. Thus, obsolete form of Sayus. Say-Mare syndrome, a rare X-linked genetic disorder mostly characterized by developmental delay. Say so, authority as backing some statement, injunction, or command. Say sauce, plural of say so. A skirt. Sayability, the quality of being sayable. Sayable, capable of being pronounced or uttered. Articulable. Sayawas, quality of being sayable. Sayables, plural of sayable. Sayako, a female given name from Japanese. Saya, of or relating to the Sayan Mountains. Sayer, Sams, the Sayan Mountains. Sayantan, a male given name from Sanskrit. Sao, a barangay of Cabasalan, Zambunga Sibugay, Philippines. South, plural of Saya. Sayavlang, a surname from Lao. Sayavlangs, plural of Sayavong. Sebek, a district of Urumqi, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Sable universal second, a measure of kinematic viscosity used in classical mechanics, the time taken by 60 cm3 of oil to flow through a calibrated tube at a controlled temperature of 38 degrees C. Sable universal seconds, plural of sable universal second. Saybrook, a surname. Saybrook, a surname. That's a surname from Welsh. Sazas, plural of sace. Se, simple past and past participle of say. Sea, alternative form of saida. Said, obsolete spelling of said. Th, a surname. Se, alternative spelling of said. Saids, plural of say. Te, the person to whom something is said, the addressee of spoken words. Say, a surname from Arabic. Saids, plural of said. Sayas, plural of say. Sag, a surname. Sags, plural of say. Saying, present participle and gerund of say. Saya, plural simple present of say. Tire, an English surname originating as an occupation common in Sussex. Cyrus, an English surname originating as an occupation common in Sussex. Sayers Common, a village in Hurstpierpoint and Sayers Common Parish, Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2618. Sayers Sayan, of or relating to Dorothy L. Sayers 1893 1957, English crime writer and poet. Des, plural of say. Sayas, second person singular simple present indicative of say. Say, third person singular simple present indicative of say. Sagathi. Tayats, plural of sayat. Saipho, the genocide of Assyrians carried out by the Ottoman Empire during World War I. Sayhadik, Old South Arabian, a subfamily within Semitic. Sayed, alternative spelling of Sayyid. Sayed, plural of Sayyid. Sayyid, pronunciation spelling of saying. Saying, present participle and gerund of say. Saying boo, present participle and gerund of say boo. Saying cheese, present participle and gerund of say cheese. Saying goodbye, present participle and gerund of say goodbye. Saying grace, present participle and gerund of say grace. Saying it all, present participle and gerund of say it all. Saying one's piece, present participle and gerund of say one's piece. Saying the quiet part loud, present participle and gerund of say the quiet part loud. Saying the quiet part out loud, present participle and gerund of say the quiet part out loud. Saying the word, present participle and gerund of say the word. Saying to oneself, present participle and gerund of say to oneself. Saying uncle, present participle and gerund of say uncle. Saying when, present participle and gerund of say when. Saying yes, present participle and gerund of say yes. Sayings, plural of saying. Sailor, a surname. Sailors, plural of sailor. Sailor, a unisex given name transferred from the surname of modern usage. Sailors, a surname. Sailorses, plural of sailors. Saymaster, a master of essay, one who tries or proves. Saymasters, plural of saymaster. Seon, plural of sayman. Saoko, a female given name from Japanese. Ta, a medieval peasant's sleeveless jacket. Sayonara, goodbye, adieu. Sayonaras, plural of sayonara. Seons, plural of seon. Sepal, a surname. Sire, a surname. Cyrus, a surname. Sayreville, a borough of Middlesex County, New Jersey, United States. Sayrite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and uranium. That third person singular simple present indicative of say. Sabu, third person singular simple present indicative of say boo. Said cheese, third person singular simple present indicative of say cheese. Says goodbye, third person singular simple present indicative of say goodbye. Says grace, third person singular simple present indicative of say grace. Said it all, third person singular simple present indicative of say it all. Says me, I say so, on my authority. Says one's piece, third person singular simple present indicative of say one's piece. Says the quiet part loud, third person singular simple present indicative of say the quiet part loud. Says the quiet part out loud, third person singular simple present indicative of say the quiet part out loud. Saith the word, third person singular simple present indicative of say the word. Says to oneself, third person singular simple present indicative of say to oneself. Saith uncle, third person singular simple present indicative of say uncle. Set when, third person singular simple present indicative of say when. Set who says so, on whose authority. Set yes, third person singular simple present indicative of say yes. Says you, a statement of disagreement or disbelief, especially when highlighting hypocrisy. Says so. Alternative spelling of say so. Say so's, plural of say so. Thus, alternative form of sayest. Put initialism of search as you type. Say, third person singular simple present indicative of say. Zaitse's rule, alternative form of Zaitse's rule. Sayuri, a female given name from Japanese. Seville, a hamlet in Islip, Suffolk County, New York. Saya, alternative spelling of Sayyid. Sayyads, plural of Sayyad. Saya, a male given name from Arabic. Sayyids, plural of Sayyid. That, a nickname of the given name Sarah or Sally. Delama, a surname from Czech. Deldamas, plural of Sazama. Dada, a small island off the coast of Albania. Adams, plural of Sazan. Sazerac, alternative form of Sazerac. Sazeracs, plural of Sazerac. Sazerac, a cocktail made from whiskey, Pernod, or absinthe, bitters, and syrup. Sazeracs, plural of Sazerac. Saz, plural of Saz. Sazatidine, any of a group of analgesic drugs containing an azatidine ring. Ton, a unit of length formerly used in Russia, equal to 7 feet just over 2 meters. Satiny, plural of Sajan. Tans, plural of Sajan. Dadas, plural of Saz. Letter 1E63 A imacron D imacron. Alternative form of letter 1E63 a letter 2B D imacron D I. Letter 1E63 A imacron D imacron S. Plural of letter 1E63 A imacron D imacron. S a letter 2B D I D I. Alternative form of letter 1E63 a letter 2B D imacron D I. Letter 1E63 a letter 2B D imacron D I. A person or inhabitant of Upper Egypt. S a letter 2B D I D I Arabic. Synonym of Upper Egyptian Arabic. Letter 1E63 a letter 2B D imacron D I Arabic. Synonym of Upper Egyptian Arabic. S a letter 2B D I D I S. Plural of S a letter 2B D I D I. Letter 1E63 a letter 2B D imacron D I S. Plural of letter 1E63 a letter 2B D imacron D I. SB, initialism of special branch. SB, abbreviation of somebody. SB, abbreviation of somebody. SBA, initialism of school-based assessment. S-Bacchiite, a vitreous mineral found in a fumarole near Mount Vesuvius in Naples, Italy. S-Bar, abbreviation of anti-strange quark. S-Bars, plural of S-Bar. SBA, plural of SBA. S-Bassa, plural of Sebsi. S-Biabas, initialism of small bowel bacterial overgrowth syndrome. SBC, initialism of Swiss Broadcasting Corporation, SRG SSR. SBC, initialism of suicide by cop. SDZMA, abbreviation of serum B-cell maturation antigen. ADS, initialism of single byte character set. SBC, plural of SBC. SBD, initialism of silent but deadly fart, inaudible but odorous flatulence. SBD, alternative spelling of SBD. SBD, abbreviation of somebody. SBD, plural of SBD. SBDUE, abbreviation of subdivision. SBE, abbreviation of South by East. SBF, initialism of single unmarried black female. SBS, initialism of sooty blotch and flyspeck. SBF, plural of SBF. SBF, the initialism of Subic Bay Freeport Zone. SBA, abbreviation of stellar black hole collapsar. SBA, plural of SBH. SBI, initialism of State Bank of India. SBIF, initialism of soy-based infant formula. SBIR, initialism of Small Business Innovation Research. SBURI, plural of SBURO. SBURO, a policeman in Italy, Corsica, etc. SBUROs, plural of SBURO. SBURS, initialism of Space-Based Infrared System. SBID, abbreviation of Simple Bit Array. SBIT, a hot winter honey-based Russian traditional drink/decoction with spices and jam. SBK, abbreviation of Superbike. SBK, plural of SBK. SBLOT, synonym of Life-Romany syndrome. SBAT, initialism of small to medium business. SBMA, initialism of Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. SBMN, initialism of skill-based matchmaking. SBA, plural of SBM. SBA, initialism of Society for Behavioral Neuroendocrinology. SBNO, a roller coaster or other ride at an amusement park which is assembled and not formally defunct, but not operational or open to the public. SBNA, initialism of spiritual but not religious. SBO, initialism of small business owner. SBA, initialism of software bill of materials, the inventory of components used to build a software artifact. SBA, plural of SBOM. SBORGI, a colorless sodium borate mineral with monoclinic crystals. SBORGITES, plural of SBORGITE. SBORNIC, a collection of manuscripts and anthology. SBORNICI, plural of SBORNIC. SBORNICS, plural of SBORNIC. SBO, plural of SBO. S-bottom, the squark that is the super partner of a bottom quark. S-bottom squark, a squark which is the hypothetical supersymmetric partner of a bottom quark. S-bottom squarks, plural of S-bottom squark. S-bottomonium, a hypothetical bound state of a super partner of the bottom quark in some supersymmetric theories. S-bottoms, plural of S-bottom. SBP, initialism of systolic blood pressure. SDS, initialism of standby power system/supply. SBP says, plural of SBPS. SBDS, plural of SBPS. Esperance, a hard Swiss cheese similar to Parmesan. Esbaren, synonym of rye, particular style of use of rye. ABS, initialism of sick building syndrome, health effects experienced by building occupants that appear to be linked to time spent in a building. SB, plural of SB. SBSA, initialism of Special Broadcasting Service Independent. SBSGA, initialism of Southern Bleached Softwood Craft. SBSB, abbreviation of Space-Based Solar Power. SBT, initialism of State Bank of Travancore. SBU. Initialism of sensitive but unclassified. Esperventure. A fanventure in the style of Homestuck where the characters are players of the supernatural video game Esperb. SBW. Abbreviation of South by West. SBX. Abbreviation of Snowboard Cross. SBY. Initialism of Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, former president of Indonesia. SBY. Abbreviation of somebody. SC. Abbreviation of subcutaneous. SC. The Scott Catalogue of Stamp Values. SC. Abbreviation of Scotland. SC.B. Initialism of Bachelor of Science. SC.D. Initialism of Doctor of Science. SC.M. Initialism of Master of Science. SC/SIND. Initialism of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. EVAC. Initialism of shuttle carrier aircraft. Scared. Elongated form of scared. Scary. Elongated form of scary. Staff. An incrustation over a sore, wound, vesicle, or pustule formed during healing. Scab duties. Plural of scab duty. Scab duty. The act of being made to pick up litter, especially as a punishment. Scab union. A trade union that serves the employer more than the workers. Scab unions. Plural of scab union. Spaver. The sheath of a sword. Scabbard fish. Alternative form of scabbard fish. Scabbarded. In a scabbard. Scabbard fish. Any of a group of trichioid fish. Scabbard fishes. Plural of scabbard fish. Scabbarding. Present participle and gerund of scabbard. Scabberless. Without a scabbard. Scabbards. Plural of scabber. Spab. Simple past and past participle of scab. Scadness. The state or quality of being scabby. Presence of scabs, scabbiness. Scabbery. Strike breaking. Tdave. Comparative form of scabby, more scabby. Today's superlative form of scabby, most scabby. Scattily. In a scabby manner, in a low, base, or mean way. Scabbiness. The poverty of being scabby, of having or being covered with scabs. Scouting. Present participle and gerund of scab. Stavish. Sat. Scattle. To roughly dress stone. Scattled. Simple past and past participle of scabble. Spabbler. A device for scabbling. Or dressing stone. Scabblers. Plural of scabbler. Staddles. Third person singular simple present indicative of scabble. Stabbling. Pieces of stone remaining from the process of reducing a stone to a rough square by the axe or hammer. Scabblings. Plural of scabbling. Affected with scabs, full of scabs. Scatty sheep. A person who has been in bad society and is consequently shunned to prevent their bad habits or reputation from spreading. Scabella. Plural of scabellum. Scabellum. A kind of percussion instrument played by the foot. Used in dramatic performances. Scabriolus. Slightly scabrous or roughened. Scabate. Alternative form of scabidic. Scabicidal. acting as a scabicide. Scabicide, a substance that kills mites of the genus Sarcops, which cause scabies. Scabicides, plural of scabicide. Scabies, an infestation of parasitic mites, Sarcops scabii, causing intense itching caused by the mites burrowing into the skin of humans and other animals. It is easily transmissible from human to human. Secondary skin infection may occur. Scabiotic, of or relating to scabies. Scabalonians, alternative form of scavolones. Scabini, plural of scabinus. Scabinus, a municipal officer roughly equivalent to a councilman or alderman. Scadiophobia, a morbid fear of scabies. Scabiosa, Spavius plant. Scabiosas, plural of scabiosa. Scabiosity, the quality of being scabious. Scadiness. Scabious, having scabs. Scabious, plural of scabious. Stowish, alternative form of scabious the plant. Scabland, high, flat land of igneous rock with thin soil and deep channels formed by glaciers or glacial floods. Scablands, plural of scabland. Scabos, without a scab. Scabli, resembling or characteristic of a scab incrustation. Scabling, a fragment or chip of stone. Scablings, plural of scabling. Scabrous, alternative form of scabrous. Scabbardity, roughness of a surface. Scabbard, scabrous, rough. Scabbardity, the quality of being scabbard. Scabbardly, in a scabbard manner. Scabbardus, scabrous, rough. Scabbardulous, synonym of scabrulous, slightly rough. Scabbardies, a morbid roughness of the inner surface of the eyelid. Scabrous, alternative form of scabrous. Scabrosely, alternative form of scabrously. Scabrosity, roughness. Scabrous, covered with scales or scabs, hence very coarse or rough. Scabrously, in a scabrous way. Scabrousness, scabrosity. Scabro, short, stiff projections or hairs which give a stem or leaf a rough texture, at least in one direction. Scabroles, plural of scabro. Stav, plural of scab. Scatweed, Rayulia tenuicalis, a lowland to low alpine plant forming a bright green flat mat, roughly circular or ellipsoid, compact in the center, but very loose and open at the margin. Stabweeds, plural of scabweed. Scabwort, the plant leccampane. Sdae, of or relating to chess. Scatai, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing chlorine and manganese. Sebaxia, a surname from Italian. Scaxias, plural of scaxia. Spes, alternative form of scarce. Scatchekok, alternative form of Shattuck tribe, town where they historically reside. Skackleton, a village and civil parish served by Hovingham with Skackleton Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Rydale District OS Grid Ref SE 6472. That any of several fish of the family Carangidae from the western Atlantic. TDATA, acronym of Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, an electrical network typically containing at least IEDs, RTU, and a master station equipped with an HMI, used to monitor and control process automation systems, such as those used by electrical and water utilities. TDATA, plural of SCADA. SPOW, wild, mischievous, thievish. SCADIAM, a member of the Society for Creative Anachronism. SCADIANs, plural of SCADIAN. IBAD, plural of SCAD. Wester. Spiveri, Omlockimes. HAF, acronym of Supreme Council of the Armed Forces. Scafell, a mountain in Cumbria, England. Scafell Pike, a mountain in Cumbria, the highest in England. OS Grid Ref NY 2107. HAF, a surname. Scaff tag, a label affixed to scaffolding to certify that it has been erected correctly and is safe to use. Scaff tags, plural of scaff tag. Scavetti, a surname. Scavettis, plural of scaffetti. A dustman or street sweeper. Scaves, plural of scaffy. Scaffolding, scaffolding. Scaffold, a structure made of scaffolding for workers to stand on while working on a building. Scaffold hopping, lead hopping. Scaffold protein, proteins that bring together various other proteins in a signaling pathway and allow for their interaction. They recruit downstream effectors in a pathway and enhance specificity of the signal. Scaffold proteins, plural of scaffold protein. Scaffoldage, the amount of scaffolding needed or supplied for a specific installation. Scaffolded, simple past and past participle of scaffold. Scaffolder, a person who erects and dismantles scaffolding. Scaffolders, plural of scaffolder. Scaffoldin, a large glycoprotein, one of the subunits of a cellulosome. Scaffolding, a temporary modular system of tubes, bamboo, or wood forming a framework used to support people and material in the construction or repair of buildings and other large structures. Scaffolding tower, small, temporary scaffolding, often equipped with wheels for small-scale building work. Scaffolding towers, plural of scaffolding tower. Scaffoldings, plural of scaffolding. Scaffoldins, plural of scaffoldin. Scaffoldish, that resembles a scaffold. Scaffoldless, that lacks a scaffold. Scaffold-like, resembling or characteristic of a scaffold. Scaffolds, plural of scaffold. Scaffold Y, throughout a scaffold. Scaffoldy, of a building or a wall covered in or looking like a scaffold. Tabas, plural of scaff. Avic, a street sweeper, a dustman, a refuse collector. Scavetti, a surname from Italian. Scavettis, plural of scaffetti. That, heroine. Spad, simple past and past participle of sky. Stating, present participle and gerund of sky. Spab, a surname. Spaggy, vile, skanky, physically unattractive and slash or sexually promiscuous. Skagad, a heroin user. Skagads, plural of skagad. Spavwe, a reddish variety of limestone. Scabius tuco. Ctenomys scablii, a species of tuco rodent. Scabius tucos, plural of Scabius tuco. Scaquidawa, plasterwork imitating marble, granite, etc. Scagliolas, plural of scagliola. Scaglialist, an artist who works with gypsum. Scaglialists, plural of Scaglialis. Scagliani, a surname. Scaglians, plural of Scagliani. Stagnostic, a heuristic used to automatically analyze variables in a large data set in order to determine which scatter plots are to be visualized in a scatter plot matrix. Scagnostics, plural of scagnostic. Speb, plural of scag. Spev, a surname from Old Norse. Skes, plural of scave. Ai, a monoclinic prismatic bluish-black mineral containing antimony, lead, oxygen, and sulfur. There, non-standard form of scared. Ste, injury, wound. State, simple past and past participle of scathe. Scathing, present participle and gerund of scathe. Scatheless, scatheless, unharmed. Scarce, plural of scathe. Scala, a surname from Italian. Scala naturae, synonym of great chain of being. Scala Nuova, former name of Kusadasi, a city in Turkey. Scala tympani, synonym of tympanic duct. Scala tympanis, plural of scala tympani. Scala vestibuli, synonym of vestibular duct. Scala vestibulis, plural of scala vestibuli. Scalabilities, plural of scalability. Scalability, the capacity of being scalable. Scalable, capable of being inclined. Scalably, in a scalable manner. Scale, an escalade. Scalades, plural of scale. Scalado, an escalade. Scalados, plural of scalado. Scalados, plural of scalado. Scaly, plural of scala. Scalar, having magnitude but not direction. Scalar boson, a boson which has zero spin. Scalar bosons, plural of scalar boson. Scalar curl, the coefficient of k in the three-dimensional curl of a two-dimensional vector field. Scalar curls, plural of scalar curl. Scalar field, a function that assigns a scalar value to every point in space. Scalar fields, plural of scalar field. Scalar function, any function whose domain is a vector space and whose value is its scalar field. Scalar functions, plural of scalar function. Scalar multiplication, multiplication of a vector by a scalar which belongs to the vector space's field of scalars. Scalar multiplications, plural of scalar multiplication. Scalar product, the product of two vectors computed as the sum of the corresponding elements of the vectors, or equivalently, as the product of the magnitudes of the vectors and the cosine of the angle between their directions. Scalar products, plural of scalar product. Scalar triple product, the dot product of one of the three vectors with the cross product of the other two. Scalar triple products. Plural of scalar triple product. Scalar valued. Taking values in K, having codomain K. Scalariform. Having the form of a ladder. Scalariformly. In a scalariform manner. Scalarization. Alternative form of scalarization. Scalarizations. Plural of scalarization. Scalarize. Alternative form of scalarize. Scalarize. Simple past and past participle of scalarize. Scalarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of scalarize. Scalarizing. Present participle of scalarize. Scalarity. The condition of being scalar. Scalarization. The act or process of scalarizing. Scalarizations. Plural of scalarization. Scalarize. To make scalar, to form a scalar value from, for example, a vector. Scalarize. Simple past and past participle of scalarize. Scalarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of scalarize. Scalarizing. Present participle and gerund of scalarize. Scalarly. In a scalar fashion. Scalarin. A scalar field soliton. Scalarins. Plural of scalarin. Scalars. Plural of scalar. Scalar vac. A scalar vacuum of a spacetime. Scalarwise. In scalar terms. Scalary. Like a ladder, formed with steps. Scalus. Plural of scala. Scalation. An arrangement of scales. Scalations. Plural of scalation. Scalawag. Any white Southerner who supported the federal plan of Reconstruction after the American Civil War or who joined with the black freedmen and the carpetbaggers in support of Republican Party policies. Scalawaggery. The behavior of a rascal. Scalawags. Plural of scalawag. Spalvey. A hamlet in Gilbertite Parish, East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 8429. Dedaled. To burn with hot liquid. Scald crow. Hooded crow. Scald crows. Plural of scald crow. Scalded. Simple past and past participle of scald. Spalder. A heated tub for softening the skin of slaughtered pigs, poultry, etc. Spalders. Plural of scalder. Scalde. Third person singular simple present indicative of scald. Scaldfish. Any of several edible flatfish of the genus Arnaglossus. Scaldfishes. Plural of scaldfish. Scald head. Any of several scalp diseases characterized by pustules, the dry discharge of which forms scales and by falling out of the hair. Scald heads. Plural of scald head. Spaldic. Alternative form of scaldic. Scalding. Hot enough to burn. Scalding hot. Extremely hot. Scaldingly. In a scalding manner, enough to scald. Scaldings. Plural of scalding. Scaldini. Plural of scaldino. Scaldino. An Italian earthenware brazier. Scaldinos. Plural of scaldino. Scalrum dodge. A beggar's trick of burning the body with a mixture of acids and gunpowder, so as to appear to have been injured in an accident. Dedalds. third person singular simple present indicative of scald. Scaldship, alternative form of scaldship. Scaldwood, any of various plants of the genus Cuscuta. Stow, a ladder, a series of steps, a means of ascending. Scale armor, an armor made of overlapping small plates of metal, horn, or some kind of hide, resembling the scales of a fish. Scale armors, plural of scale armor. Scale armor, alternative spelling of scale armor. Scale back, to make a reduction in the amount, extent, etc. of something. Scale bar, a graphical representation on a map, drawing or illustration, rather like a ruler that represents its scale. Scale bark, outer bark that is thrown off in scale-like portions, as in the plane tree. Scale bars, plural of scale bar. Scale cube, a reference cube of standard, unitary size, normally 1 centimeter long or 1 inch long for older American versions, placed beside a rock or meteorite sample to show scale and orientation during photography. 4 sides of the cube are marked N, S, E, and W, respectively, to indicate the cardinal points of the compass, and the other 2 sides are marked T and B for top and bottom. Scale cubes, plural of scale cube. Scale degree, a number given to each note of a scale. Scale degrees, plural of scale degree. Scale down, to reduce the size of something whilst maintaining proportion. Scale Hall, a suburb of Lancaster, Lancashire, England. OS grid ref SD 4662. Scale height, the distance over which a quantity changes by a factor of e the base of natural logarithms. Scale heights, plural of scale height. Scale insect, any of the small parasitic insects of the superfamily Coccoidea that live on plants and sap nutrients from them. Scale insects, plural of scale insect. Scale invariance, a feature of objects or laws that do not change if length scales or energy scales are multiplied by a common factor. Scale leaf, a small flat leaf resembling a scale, such as on many conifers. Scale leaves, plural of scale leaf. Scale mail, scale armor. Scale mails, plural of scale mail. Scale model, a three-dimensional copy or representation of something in which all parts have dimensions in the same proportion to that of the original, i.e., all aspect ratios are preserved. Scale modeler, any implement or application that creates a miniature model of a real object by assembling and customizing a scaled-down model. Scale modelers, plural of scale modeler. Scale models, plural of scale model. Scale off, to peel off. Scale out, to scale up a system by adding more servers or nodes. Scale ruler, a ruler marked with a range of calibrated scales ratios for drawing and measuring from reduced scale drawings, such as blueprints and floor plans. Scale rulers, plural of scale ruler. Scale tree, any tree of the extinct genus Lepidodendron. Scale trees, plural of scale tree. Scale up, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see scale up. Scale down, alternative form of scala down. Scale downs, plural of scale down. Scale up. Alternative form of scale up. Scale ups. Plural of scale up. Scalability. Alternative spelling of scalability. Scalable. Alternative spelling of scalable. Scalably. Alternative spelling of scalably. Scaleback. Any member of numerous species of marine annelids of the Polynoideae family, with two rows of scale like elytra along the back. Scalebacks. Plural of scaleback. Scale bar. Alternative form of scale bar. Scale bars. Plural of scale bar. Scale beam. The lever or beam of a balance, the lever of a platform scale to which the poise for weighing is applied. Scale beams. Plural of scale beam. Scale bore. A thin slip of wood used to justify a page. Scale board plane. A plane for cutting from a board a wide shaving forming a scale board. Scale board planes. Plural of scale board plane. Scale boards. Plural of scale board. Scale bound. Of an object for which characteristic elements of scale, such as length and width, are few in number and each with a clearly distinct size. Scaled. Simple past and past participle of scale. Scaled back. Simple past and past participle of scale back. Scaled copies. Plural of scaled copy. Scaled copy. A copy of a figure in which every length in the original is multiplied by the same scale factor. Scaled dove. Palumbina squamata, a South American dove with colored feather tips. Scaled doves. Plural of scaled dove. Scaled down. Simple past and past participle of scale down. Scaled off. Simple past and past participle of scale off. Scaled out. Simple past and past participle of scale out. Scaled quail. Calaiplis squamata, a species of quail. Scaled quails. Plural of scaled quail. Scaled question. A question, usually part of a questionnaire, in which the response is chosen from a range of values. Scaled questions. Plural of scaled question. Scaled up. Simple past and past participle of scale up. Scala down. The act or result of scaling down. Scala downs. Plural of scala down. Scaladrake. Shellrake. Scalefish. Any fish bearing scales. Scalefishes. Plural of scalefish. Scale-free. Describing any property that is independent of scale. Scaleful. Enough to fill a scale weighing device. Scalefuls. Plural of scaleful. Scale height. Alternative form of scale height. Scale heights. Plural of scale height. Scale length. The length of a scale. Scale lengths. Plural of scale length. Scaleless. Lacking anything to give a sense of scale, not having a reference for size. Scaleless dragonfish. Mathophilus nigerimus. Scalelessness. Absence of scale. Scalet. A small scale in various senses. Scalets. Plural of scalet. Scali. Resembling scales in shape or form. Scale mail. Alternative form of scale mail. Scaleman. A person employed to weigh goods on a scale. Scaleman. Plural of scaleman. Scalemic. Non-racemic. Scalma, plural of scalemon. Scaling, having sides all unequal in length. Scalene muscle, any of usually 3 deeply situated muscles on each side of the neck of which each extends from the transverse processes of 2 or more cervical vertebrae to the first or second rib. Scalene muscles, plural of scalene muscle. Scalene triangle, a triangle having each of its 3 sides of different lengths. Scalene triangles, plural of scalene triangle. Scalenectomy, surgical removal or excision of the scalene muscles. Scalenes, plural of scalene. Scalme, plural of scaleness. Scalenohedra, plural of scalenohedron. Scalenohedral, of or pertaining to a scalenohedron. Scalenohedron, a polyhedron having 12 sides, each in the form of a scalene triangle that is topologically equivalent to a hexagonal bipyramid and whose middle section can be said to inscribe a rhombohedron. Scalenohedrons, plural of scalenohedron. Scalmon, a scalene triangle. Scalenotomies, plural of scalenotomy. Scalenotomy, the severing of a scalene muscle. Scalemus, obsolete form of scalene. Scalenum, scalene. Scalemus, alternative form of scalene muscle. Scaleogram, alternative form of scaleogram. Scalograms, plural of scaleogram. Scale out, the process of scaling out. Scale outs, plural of scale out. Scalpem, the pan of a scale in or on which items to be weighed are placed. Scalpens, plural of scale pen. Scale-proof, resistant to the buildup of scale the mineral deposit. Scalar, an electronic circuit that aggregates many signals into one. Scalar, a surname from Italian. Scalaris, plural of scalara. Scalars, plural of scalar. Scales, a surname. Scales back, third person singular simple present indicative of scale back. Scales down, third person singular simple present indicative of scale down. Scales fall from someone's eyes, to be suddenly able to see a situation clearly. Scales off, third person singular simple present indicative of scale off. Scales out, third person singular simple present indicative of scale out. Scales up, third person singular simple present indicative of scale up. Scaleseed, any of a genus, Spermolpes, of American herbs of the carrot family. Scale seeds, plural of scale seed. Scalacia, a type of tree found in the Galapagos in the genus Scalesia. Scalesias, plural of Scalesia. Scalesman, alternative form of scaleman. Scalesman, plural of scalesman. Scales, second person singular simple present indicative of scale. Scalatail, any of the scaletailed species of flying squirrel, especially of Xancarella insignis, a Cameroon scalatail. Scalatails, plural of scalatail. Scala, third person singular simple present indicative of scale. Scaletta, a surname from Italian. Scaletas, plural of scaletta. Scallop, the act or result of scaling up. Scallops, plural of scale-up. Scaleweed, synonym of pennycress. Scaleweeds, plural of scaleweed. Scalewise, in terms of scale size, musical measure, etc. Scalework, artistic ornamentation resembling the scales of a fish. Scaleworm, any polychaete worm of the family Polynoideae. Scaleworms, plural of scaleworm. Stele, alternative form of scaly. Stalis, plural of scaly. F, a surname. Scalford, a village and civil parish in Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS grid ref SK 7624. Thus, plural of scaff. Tadali, a surname. Toe, a surname from Italian. Toe, relating to Anton and Scalia 1936-2016 U.S. American jurist. OS, plural of Scalian. OS, plural of Scalia. Spally, relating to a musical scale. Scalici, a surname from Italian. Scalicide, a substance that kills scale insects. Salicides, plural of scalici. Salices, plural of scalici. Spallid, a curved spine arranged in circles on Loricifera, kin or hincha, or Priaphyllida. Scalidophoran, any organism of the clade Scalidophora. Scalidophorans, plural of Scalidophoran. Spalids, plural of scalid. Stele, a strike breaker. Staler, comparative form of scaly, more scaly. Stalis, plural of scaly. Scalist, superlative form of scaly, most scaly. Scalily, in a scaly manner. Scalemetry, the estimation of the age of fish by examination of concentric peaks on their scales. Scaline, archaic form of scalene. Scaliness, the state of being scaly, the state of having scales. Scaling, present participle and gerundive scale. Scaling back, present participle and gerundive scale back. Scaling down, present participle and gerundive scale down. Scaling ladder, a ladder for the purpose of scaling the walls of a besieged fortification. Scaling ladders, plural of scaling ladder. Scaling off, present participle and gerundive scale off. Scaling out, present participle and gerundive scale out. Scaling up, present participle and gerundive scale up. Scalings, plural of scaling. Scaliola, archaic form of scabiola. Degalis, plural of scali. Scalize, a surname from Italian. Scalizes, plural of scalize. Eva, a scurf or scabby disease, especially of the scalp. Spallon, a surname from Irish. Spallons, plural of scallon. Scalawag, alternative spelling of scalawag. Scalawaggery, alternative form of scalawaggery. Scalawags, plural of scalawag. The dog, scabby, scurvy. Allen, alternative form of scaly. Detalis, plural of scaly. Scallion, a surname from Irish. Scallion pancake, a Chinese savory, unleavened pancake folded with oil and green scallions. Scallion pancakes, plural of scallion pancake. Scallions, plural of scallion. Scallison, the ship of characters Scott McCall and Allison Argent from the television series Teen Wolf. Scallywag, alternative form of scalawag. Scallywags, plural of scallywag. Scallum, in willow basket making, a long tail piece allowing the willow rod to be attached to a base or lid. Scallumed, simple past and past participle of scallum. Scalluming, present participle and gerund of scallum. Scallums, plural of scallum. Scallon, a surname from Irish. Scallons, plural of scallon. Scallop, any of various marine bivalve mollusks of the superfamily Pectinoidea. Scallop moth. Sapphis armitaria, a North American geometrid moth. Scallop moths, plural of scallop moth. Scallop squash, the buzin squash. Scallop theorem, a theorem which states that to achieve propulsion at low Reynolds number in simple I Newtonian fluids, a swimmer must deform in a way that is not invariant under time reversal. Scallop theorems, plural of scallop theorem. Scalloped, simple past and past participle of scallop. Scalloped oyster, an open oyster baked in a deep dish with alternate layers of bread or cracker crumbs seasoned with pepper, nutmeg, and butter. Scalloped oysters, plural of scalloped oyster. Scalloped sack bearer, Lacosoma cheirodota, a mimolonid moth. Scalloped sack bearers, plural of scalloped sack bearer. Scalloper, a scallop fisher. Scallopers, plural of scalloper. Scalloping, present participle and gerund of scallop. Scallopings, plural of scalloping. Scallopini, pattypan squash. Scallopinans, plural of scallopini. Scallops, plural of scallop. Scallopwing, a butterfly of the genus Staphylos. Scallopwings, plural of scallopwing. Scallopwise, in a scalloped arrangement. The balls, plural of skull. Ispali, a surname from Irish. Decalis, plural of scully. Scullywag, a disreputable fellow, a good-for-nothing, a scapegrace, a blackguard. Scullywaggery, the behavior of a scullywag. Scallywags, plural of scallywag. Igama, a contagious febrile disease of horses with local lesions of the bronchi. Trachea and larynx having coughing as a symptom. Scallogram, a visual representation of a wavelet transform having axes. Trachea and larynx having coughing as a symptom. Scallogram, a visual representation of a wavelet transform having axes for time, scale, and coefficient value, analogous to a spectrogram. Scallograms, plural of scallogram. Scallographic, relating to or represented by scallograms. Scaloposaurian, any member of the group of the Rhyodonture reptiles no longer recognized as valid. Scalopusaurid, any Throsalien therapsid in the obsolete family Scaloposauridae. Scaloposaurids, plural of scalopusaurid. Scallopine, A thin scallop of veal, sometimes other meat, dredged in flour and then sautéed. Scallopines, plural of scallopine. Scallopini, plural of scallopine. The scalp, the top of the head, the skull. Scalp-lock, a long tuft of hair on the top of the head, worn by some Native American tribe members. Scalp locks, plural of scalp lock. Scalp ringworm, a fungal infection, usually caused by Trichophyton tonsurans that leads to endophrix inside hair infections and favus, a formation of crusts on the scalp. Scalp ear nipple syndrome, a condition associated with a Pleocutis congenita and characterized by raised nodules over the posterior aspect of the scalp covered by scarred non-hair-bearing skin, unusual shaped pinnae of the ear, and absent or rudimentary nipples. Scalpel, of or pertaining to the scalp. Scalp, obsolete spelling of scalp. Scalped, having some specific type of scalp. Scalpy, one who is scalped has the scalp removed. Scalping, an improvised shelter made by laying branches over a ditch or similar. Scalpines, plural of scalpine. Scalpies, plural of scalpy. Scalpel, a small straight knife with a very sharp blade used for surgery, dissection, and craftwork. Scalpeliform, scalpel shaped. Scalpella, plural of scalpellum. Scalpelid, any gooseneck barnacle of the family Scalpelidae. Scalpelids, plural of scalpelid. Scalpeliform, having the form of the blade of a scalpel or penknife. Scalpellum, one of the four filamentous organs in the proboscis of hemipterous insects. Scalpellus, surgical knife, scalpel. Scalpels, plural of scalpel. Scalper, one who scalps or removes the scalp of another. Scalpers, plural of scalper. Scalps, plural of scalp. Scalfanter, a warrior who collects the scalps of vanquished enemies. Scalfanters, plural of scalfanter. Scalfanting, the warlike act of collecting the scalps of vanquished enemies. Scalpin, alternative form of sculpin type of fish. Scalping, present participle and gerund of scalp. Scalping knife, any of a loosely defined class of ample-bellied knives that largely overlaps with other classes such as hunting knife, butcher knife, and bushcraft knife. Scalping knives, plural of scalping knife. Scalping tuft, a scalp lock. Scalping tufts, plural of scalping tuft. Scalpings, plural of scalping. Scalpins, plural of scalpin. Scalpus, without a scalp. Scalpra, plural of scalprum. Scalpriform, shaped like a chisel. Scalprum, a toothed respiratory used in trephining and in removing carious bone. Scalps, plural of scalp. Scalpi, of or relating to scalps. Stele, covered or abounding with scales. Scaly anteater, any of several species of pangolin maize spp. Scaly anteaters, plural of scaly anteater. Scaly clam, synonym of fluted giant clam. Scaly clams, plural of scaly clam. Scaly legs, a poultry disease affecting the legs. Scaly tedder, psoriasis. Scaly thrush, Zootheridoma, an old world thrush. Scaly thrushes, plural of scaly thrush. Scale-breasted lorikeet. A lorikeet, Trichoblossus chlorolepidatus, of Eastern Australia, of green plumage with yellow scale-like marking on the breast. Scale-breasted lorikeets. Plural of scale-breasted lorikeet. Scale-foot gastropod. A marine snail Chrysomalans squamiferum that lives near deep-sea hydrothermal vents in the Indian Ocean. It has a foot armored at the sides with iron mineralized sclerites. Scale-foot gastropods. Plural of scale-foot gastropod. Scale-sided merganser. Mergus squamatus, an endangered species of merganser found in eastern Asia. Scale-sided mergansers. Plural of scale-sided merganser. Spalabi, synonym of Exochordes. Scalophen, any member of the genus Parma of damselfishes. Scalophens, plural of scalophen. Spalafoot, any of several Australian legless lizards of the genus Pygopus, having prehensile tails and scaly flaps in place of hind limbs. Scalafoots, plural of scalafoot. Scoutsi, a surname from Italian. Scoutses, plural of scoutsi. Scoutso, a surname from Italian. Scoutsos, plural of scoutso. A fraudulent deal. Scam artist, a person who attempts to defraud others by presenting a fraudulent offer and pretending that it is legitimate. A con artist. Scam artistry, the act or practice of a scam artist. Scam artists, plural of scam artists. Scamander, a river in modern Turkey near the site of Troy. Scamandered, simple past and past participle of scamander. Scamandering, present participle and gerund of scamander. Scamanders, third person singular simple present indicative of scamander. Scambait, to pose as a potential victim of a scam in order to waste the scammer's time and resources. Scambaited, simple past and past participle of scambait. Scambaiter, one who engages in scambaiting. Scambaiters, plural of scambaiter. Scambaiting, the practice of posing as a potential victim of a scam in order to waste the scammer's time and resources. Scambets, third person singular simple present indicative of scambait. Scamble, to move awkwardly, to be shuffling, irregular or unsteady, to sprawl, to shamble. Scambled, simple past and past participle of scamble. Scambler, one who scambles. Scamblers, plural of scambler. Scambles, third person singular simple present indicative of scamble. Scamblesby, a village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England, OS grid ref TF 2778. Scambling, present participle and gerund of scamble. Scambling day, one of the days during Lent when meat was scarce. Scambling days, plural of scambling day. Scamblingly, with turbulence and noise. Scamblings, plural of scambling. Scambot, a bot that promotes a scam. Scambots, plural of scambot. Scamcoin, any cryptocurrency designed primarily to benefit its creators. Scamcoins, plural of scamcoin. Scamdemic, a period of time where the idea of an ongoing pandemic is used to defraud the general public. Scamdemics, plural of scamdemic. Scamol, war-tailed godwit. Scamols, plural of scamel. Scameli, plural of scamelus. Scamoas, a sort of second plinth or block, below the bases of Ionic and Corinthian columns, generally without moldings and of smaller size horizontally than the pedestal. Scammable, able to be scammed. Scammed, simple past and past participle of scam. Scamme, one who has been scammed. Scammius, plural of scammy. Scammel, a surname. Scammel, a surname. Scammels, plural of scammel. Scammer, a person who commits fraud by making dishonest scams and business deals. Swindler, cheat, grifter. Scammer. Druck. Scammers, plural of scammer. Spavir, comparative form of scammy, more scammy. Smadist, superlative form of scammy, most scammy. Scamminess, the state or condition of being scammy. Scamming, present participle and gerund of scam. Scamish, awkward, rough, untie. Scammoniate, made from scammony. Scamonic acid, gelatic acid. Scamonic acids, plural of scamonic acid. Scamonies, plural of scamony. Scamonen, jaupen. Scamony, Convolvulus scamonia, a twining perennial bindweed native to the eastern part of the Mediterranean basin, whose juice has been used in medicine as scamonium. Today, of or relating to a scam, fraudulent. Scamorza, an unfermented cow's milk cheese from southern Italy. Scamazian, of or relating to Vincenzo Scamozzi 1548-1616, Italian architect. Step, a rascal, swindler, or rogue, a ne'er-do-well. Scampavia, a long, low-war galley used by the Neapolitans and Sicilians in the early part of the 19th century. Scampavias, plural of scampavia. Pedout, simple past and past participle of scamp. Scamber, a quick, light run. Scampered, simple past and past participle of scamper. Scamperer, one who scampers. Scamperers, plural of scamperer. Scampering, present participle and gerund of scamper. Scamperingly, with a scampering motion. Scamperings, plural of scampering. Scambers, third person singular simple present indicative of scamper. Scamfud, the condition of being a scamp or rascal. Spavik, a Norway lobster Nephrops norvegicus. Scambies, plural of scampi. Scambing, present participle and gerund of scam. Scampingly, dated form of skimpingly. Scambies, plural of scampi. Scampish, resembling a scamp, knavish. Scampishly, in a scampish manner, mischievously. Stampingness, the quality or state of being scampish. Scampo, alternative form of scampi. Degems, plural of scamp. Scamsman, highwayman. Scampsman, plural of scampsman. Scampton, a village and civil parish in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9479. Spavin, Scambish. Debaus, plural of scam. Scamster, one who scams. Scamsters, plural of scamster. Scamware, software that fraudulently fails to do what it is claimed to do. To examine sequentially, carefully, or critically, to scrutinize, to behold closely. Scan code, alternative form of scan code. Scan codes, plural of scan code. Scan doubler, synonym of flicker fixer. Scan doublers. Plural of scan doubler. Scan line, one of the horizontal lines that compose a raster scanning pattern as on a television or computer display. Scan lines, plural of scan line. Scan sheet, a machine-readable sheet of paper on which a student indicates his or her answers to multiple-choice questions. Scan sheets, plural of scan sheet. Scanathon, alternative form of scanathon. Scanathons, plural of scanathon. Scanmag, abbreviation of scanalum magnatum. Scannability, alternative form of scannability. Scanahan, an event at which people digitize a large amount of archival material. Scanahans, plural of scanathan. Scout, the flat surface of a scanner on which a document is placed to be scanned. Spamds, plural of scanned. The bows, a crescent-shaped structure of stones built to afford cover in battle. Agabaths, simple past and past participle of scans. Spamsos, plural of scans. Scansing, present participle and gerund of scans. Scancode, a numeric code transmitted by a computer keyboard to indicate which keys are currently being pressed. Scancodes, plural of scancode. Tant, abbreviation of Scandinavia. Tant, abbreviation of Scandinavian. Scandinavian, American and of Scandinavian ancestry. Scandinavians, plural of Scandinavian. Scandal, acronym of speciated by cancer development animals. Scandal, an incident or event that disgraces or damages the reputation of the persons or organization involved. Scandal of particularity, the paradox inherent in the idea of a particular individual human Jesus of Nazareth incarnating the eternal divine God. Scandal sheet, a tabloid newspaper containing gossip and sensational news stories pertaining especially to well-known people. Scandal sheets, plural of scandal sheet. Scandalmonger, alternative form of scandalmonger. Scandalmongers, plural of scandalmonger. Scandal-plagued, having been harmed, plagued by a large number of controversial situations, scandals. Scandal-ridden, dominated or plagued by scandals. Scandaled, simple past and past participle of scandal. Scandalat, a very minor scandal. Scandalettes, plural of scandalet. Scandaling, present participle and gerund of scandal. Scandalization, alternative form of scandalization. Scandalizations, plural of scandalization. Scandalize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of scandalize. Scandalized, simple past and past participle of scandalize. Scandalizer, alternative form of scandalizer. Scandalizers, plural of scandalizer. Scandalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scandalize. Scandalizing, present participle and gerund of scandalize. Scandalism, the focusing of attention on and publicizing information about scandals. Scandalisms, plural of scandalism. Scandalizable, able to be scandalized. Scandalization, the process of scandalizing. Scandalizations, plural of scandalization. Scandalize, to cause great offense to someone. Scandalized, simple past and past participle of scandalize. Scandalizer, one who scandalizes. Scandalizers, plural of scandalizer. Scandalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scandalize. Scandaliza, third person singular simple present indicative of scandalize. Scandalizing, present participle and gerund of scandalize. Scandalizings, plural of scandalizing. Scandaled, simple past and past participle of scandal. Scantaling, present participle and gerund of scandal. Scandalmonger, a person who trades in gossip, one who collects and disseminates rumors. Scandalmongeries, plural of scandalmongery. Scandalmongering, the spreading of salacious gossip. Scandalmongers, plural of scandalmonger. Scandalmongery, the act of listening to and telling scandalous rumors. Scandalmongering, synonym of scandalmongering. Scandalosities, plural of scandalosity. Scandalosity, the quality of being scandalous. Scandalas, of a thing, causing or having the nature of a scandal, regarded as so immoral or wrong as to be extremely disgraceful, despicable, shameful. Scandalously, in a scandalous manner. Scandalousness, the quality of being scandalous. Scandal-proof, resistant to scandal. Scandals, plural of scandal. Scandalsome, characterized or marked by scandal, scandalous. Scandalum magnatum, a defamatory speech or writing published to the injury of a person of dignity. Skandar, alternative form of Iskandar. Skandarun, former name of Iskenderun, a city in southern Turkey. Skandaruns, plural of Skandarun. Scandate, adiaphthenian of scandium. Scandates, plural of scandate. Scandae, an event typically at a public library or archive during which historic documents are digitally scanned by volunteers. Scandaes, plural of scandae. Scandinali, the lactone 8-methyl 3-methylidene 4,14-dioxo 5,9,15-trihexatetracyclo 11.2.1.026.0 8,10 hexadec 13,16 12L acetate. Scandinon, synonym of warringallone. Scandant, climbing without obvious morphological adaptations. Scandention, any member of the order Scandentia, a tree shrew. Scandentions, plural of scandention. Scandantly, in a scanded manner. Scand, a mountain range that runs through the Scandinavian peninsula. Scandi, Scandinavian, from or pertaining to Scandinavia. Scandinoir, alternative form of Scandinoir. Scandinoirs, plural of Scandinoir. Scandinoir, synonym of Nordic noir subgenre of film noir. Scandinoirs, plural of Scandinoir. Svenbia, Scandinavia. Scandia Valley, a township in Morrison County, Minnesota, United States, first settled by Scandinavian immigrants. Scandian, containing scandium. Scandic, of, relating to, or derived from scandium. Scandicane, synonym of mepivacane. Scandicane, alternative form of scandicane. Scandicus, a neume representing an ascending set of 3 tones. Scandinavian. Scandis, plural of Scandi. Scandihuvian, alternative form of Scandihuvian. Scandihuvians, plural of Scandihuvian. Scandinavian, duplicity by or involving Scandinavians. Scandinavia, a geographic region of Northern Europe consisting of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden collectively, and sometimes Finland, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands. Scandinavian, someone from Scandinavia. Scandinavian cross, synonym of Nordic cross. Scandinavian crosses, plural of Scandinavian cross. Scandinavian defense, a chess opening characterized by the moves 1.e4 d5, in which both the white king's pawn and the black queen's pawn advance 2 squares as the first moves. Scandinavian mile, a Scandinavian unit of distance of 10 kilometers, standardized to 10,688.54 meters in 1,649, before being defined as 10 km in 1,889. Scandinavian miles, plural of Scandinavian mile. Scandinavian noir, synonym of Nordic noir subgenre of film noir. Scandinavian noirs, plural of Scandinavian noir. Scandinavian padlock, synonym of jail lock. Scandinavian padlocks, plural of Scandinavian padlock. Scandinavian peninsula, a peninsula comprising the mainlands of Norway and Sweden and the northwestern part of Finland compared to Fennoscandia, which comprises all the 3 countries Norway, Sweden, and Finland, the largest peninsula in Europe with an area of 3/4 million square kilometers. Scandinavian peninsula, alternative letter case form of Scandinavian peninsula. Scandinavian studies, an academic discipline that focuses on the Scandinavian languages and cultural studies pertaining to Scandinavia. Scandinavianism, a Scandinavian habit, language feature, etc. Scandinavianisms, plural of Scandinavianism. Scandinavianist, a supporter of Scandinavianism. Scandinavianization, the act of making something Scandinavian in character, the process of Scandinavianizing. Scandinavianizations, plural of Scandinavianization. Scandinavianize, to make something Scandinavian in character. Scandinavianized, simple past and past participle of Scandinavianize. Scandinavianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Scandinavianize. Scandinavianizing, present participle and gerund of Scandinavianize. Scandinavianness, the quality or characteristic of being Scandinavian. Scandinavians, plural of Scandinavian. Scandinavism, alternative form of Scandinavianism. Scandinavisms, plural of Scandinavism. Scandinavist, alternative form of Scandinavianist, supporter of Scandinavism. Scandinavists, plural of Scandinavist. Scandinavophile, synonym of Scandinavianist, a supporter of Scandinavianism. Scandinoir, alternative form of Scandinoir. Scandinoirs, plural of Scandinoir. Scandabingtonite, a triclinic pinaquidal gray mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, scandium, and silicon. Scandies, plural of Scandi. Scandium, a metallic chemical element, atomic number 21, obtained from some uranium ores, is a transition element. Scandium chloride, an inorganic chloride compound of scandium with the chemical formula SeCl3. Scandium fluoride, a fluoride compound of scandium with the chemical formula SCF3. Scandium group, group 3 of the periodic table, comprising scandium, yttrium, lanthanum, and actinium. Scandium 45, the only stable isotope of scandium, Sc, having 21 protons and 24 neutrons. Scandium-like, resembling scandium. Scandinavian, vaguely Scandinavian or Nordic. Scandinavians, plural of Scandinavian. Scando, pertaining to Scandinavia. Scandocene, a metallocene containing scandium as the metal atom. Scandocenes, plural of Scandocene. Scandola, a surname from Italian. Scandal, a surname. Scandophile, someone often an outsider who admires or idealizes Scandinavia or its cultures, cuisines, history, or peoples. Scandra, a surname. Scander, a person who is associated with petty criminality and who is seen as strongly identified with brand names in music, clothing, sport, vehicles, and so forth. Scangers, plural of scanger. Scannad, the head of a scanner. Scanads, plural of scanhead. Spania, a former province, historical region, and peninsula in Sweden, roughly coterminous with Skane County and occupying the southern tip of the Scandinavian peninsula. Scanian, a person from Scania. Scanians, plural of Scanian. Scamon, a surname from Irish. Scammons, plural of Scammon. Scamlite, to scan and translate a Korean or Japanese manga in order to distribute it to speakers of other usually Western languages. Scamlated, past participle of scanlite. Scamlites, third person singular simple present indicative of scanlate. Scamlating, present participle and gerund of scamlate. Scamlation, the process of scanning and translating foreign language comics, especially Japanese manga or Korean manhwa, into the translator's language for free distribution over the internet. Scamlations, plural of scanlation. Scamlator, one who scanlates, a person who carries out scanlation. Scamlators, plural of scanlator. Scamus, scandalous, shameful. Scamine, alternative spelling of scanline. Scamines, plural of scamine. Scammon, a surname from Irish. Scammons, plural of scammon. Scammer, slander, gossip. Scannability, the quality or degree of being scannable. Scannable. That can be scanned, suitable for scanning. And converted to a digital format using a scanner. Scanned in, having had a digital copy made on a scanner. Scammell, a surname from Irish. Scannels, plural of scannel. Scanner, one who scans. Scanners, plural of scanner. Scanning, present participle and gerund of scan. Scanning electron micrograph, an image produced with a scanning electron microscope. Scanning electron micrographs, plural of scanning electron micrograph. Scanning electron microscope, an electron microscope whose image is made up of a matrix of points from scanning the surface of a sample. Scanning electron microscopes, plural of scanning electron microscope. Scanning electron microscopy, microscopy using a scanning electron microscope. Scanning transmission electron microscope, an electron microscope that transmits a very narrow beam of electrons through a sample. It can detect individual large or heavy atoms. Scanning transmission electron microscopes, plural of scanning transmission electron microscope. Scanning tunneling microscope, a device used to form an image of the surface of a conductor or semiconductor with atomic resolution. Scanning tunneling microscopes, plural of scanning tunneling microscope. Scanning way, so as to scan or examine closely. Scannings, plural of scanning. Scammo, a typographical error caused by optical character recognition OCR software, which may mistake a letter or set of letters for a letter or set of letters of similar shape. Scannography, alternative form of scannography. Scanos, plural of scano. Scamo, alternative spelling of scano. Scano, alternative form of scano. Scanos, plural of scano. Scanogram, a radiograph produced by scanography. Scanograms, plural of scanogram. Scanographic, relating to or produced by means of scanography. Scanography, the production of radiographs by scanning with X-rays through a moving, thin slit. Scanometric, relating to analysis or measurement by means of a flatbed scanner. Scanos, plural of scano. Scan out, the conversion of image data in computer memory to a series of lines for output to a raster display. Scanta, the path followed by the viewer's eyes when reading a document or observing a scene. Scandas, plural of scanpath. ScanRNA, alternative form of scNRNA. ScanRNAs, plural of scanRNA. EPEMs, plural of scan. Scanscope, a device that converts glass slides into digital files. Scamscopes, plural of scanscope. Stanton, the rhythm or meter of a line or verse. Scansioned, simple past and past participle of scansion. Scansioning, present participle and gerund of scansion. Scansionists, one who studies scansion. Scansionists, plural of scansionists. Scansioned, plural of scansion. Scanslation, alternative form of scanlation. Scansorial, adapted to or specialized for climbing. Scansoriality, the condition of being scansorial. Scansorially, in a scensorial fashion. Scansorii, plural of scensorius. Scansoriopterigi, any of the families Scansoriopterigi of dinosaurs. Scansoriopterigids, plural of Scansoriopterigi. Scansoriopterigi, any of the family Scansoriopterigi of Maniraptoran dinosaurs. Scansoriopterigids, plural of Scansoriopterigi. Scansorius, formed for climbing. Scansorius, a muscle passing from the ilium to the femur in some vertebrates. The back, not full, large, or plentiful, scarcely sufficient, scanty, meager. Of that, the drug methamphetamine hydrochloride, crystal meth. Scanted, simple past and past participle of scant. Scante, a commune of Ilamida County, Romania. Scanter, comparative form of scant, more scant. The Bantus, superlative form of scant, most scant. Skentikuk, alternative form of Shattuckok tribe, town where they historically reside. Tbetu, comparative form of scanty, more scanty. Scanties, small panties, skimpy underwear for a woman or girl. That is, superlative form of scanty, most scanty. Scatoe, sparingly, not plentifully, not fully, in a scanty manner. Scantily clad, wearing very little clothing, almost naked. Scantily clad, alternative form of scantily clad. Scantiness, that quality of being scanty. Scantinesses, plural of scantiness. Scanting, present participle and gerund of scant. Spantithy, the quality of being scant of sparse. Scantso, to scant, to be niggardly with, to divide into small pieces, to cut short or down. Scantleberry, a surname. Scantleberries, plural of scantleberry. Scantled, simple past and past participle of scantle. Scantles, third person singular simple present indicative of scantle. Spetle, a small pattern or quantity. Spatlets, plural of scantlet. Scantlun, a surname from Irish. Scantling, the set size or dimension of a piece of timber, stone, etc., or materials used to build ships or aircraft. Scantlinged, built with scantlings. Scantlings, plural of scantling. Scamplins, plural of scantling. Sparingly, in a way that is slightly lacking, that is scant of how much should be provided. Scamnus, the papidioe scant. Scantron, a device used to scan prepared forms used for multiple choice and true or false testing. Scantrons, plural of scantron. About, plural of scant. Spete, somewhat less than is needed in amplitude or extent. Scanxiety, anxiety experienced while waiting to undergo a medical scan or receive the results of one. Thou, initialism of state court administrative office. Have, initialism of supreme commander of the Allied powers. Have, the scapula. Scabnet, a fishing net for catching minnows, etc. Scabnets, plural of scapnet. The mouth, ellipsis of scapa flow. Scapa flow, a body of sheltered water between islands in the Orkney Islands Council area of Scotland. Spev, a leafless stalk growing directly out of a root, bulb, or subterranean structure. Scape animal, an animal that has symbolically had human diseases and sins transferred to it and then is sent out alive into the wilderness to carry away the afflictions. Scape animals, plural of scape animal. Scape bird, a bird that has symbolically had human diseases and sins transferred to it and then is released into the wild to carry away the afflictions. Scape birds, plural of scape bird. Scape wheel, the wheel in an escapement as of a clock or a watch into whose teeth the pallets play. Scape wheels, plural of scape wheel. Spet, simple past and past participle of scape. Scape billows, a criminal who has narrowly escaped from being hanged. Scape bellowses, plural of scapegoats. Scapegoat, in the Mosaic Day of Atonement ritual, a goat symbolically imbued with the sins of the people and sent out alive into the wilderness while another was sacrificed. Scapegoatable, able to be made into a scapegoat. Scapegoated, simple past and past participle of scapegoat. Scapegoater, a person who makes a scapegoat of another person punishes someone for another's wrongdoing. Scapegoaters, plural of scapegoater. Scapegoating, present participle and gerund of scapegoat. Scapegoatings, plural of scapegoating. Scapegoatish, resembling or characteristic of a scapegoat. Scapegoatism, the practice of holding somebody accountable as a scapegoat. Scapegoatisms, plural of scapegoatism. Scapegoats, plural of scapegoat. Scapegrace, a wild and reckless person, especially a boy, a scoundrel. Scapegraces, plural of scapegrace. Scapeless, without escape. Escapement, archaic form of escapement, part of a timepiece. Escapements, plural of escapement. Scaber, a fan of the American science fiction television series Farscape. Scabers, plural of scaper. Speths, plural of scape. Scapithrift, a spendthrift. Scapithrifts, plural of scapithrift. The scaphoid fossa of the helix of the ear. Epic, plural of scapha. Scatender, a kind of diving suit. Scatenders, plural of scaphander. Scaphandrid, any in the family Scaphodidae of sea snails. Scaphandrids, plural of scaphandrid. Plural of scaphium. Scaphiform, synonym of scaphoid, boat-shaped. Scaphiophrinae, any of the frogs in the microhelid subfamily Scaphiophrinae. Scaphiophrines, plural of Scaphiophrinae. Scaphiophidae, any in the family Scaphiopidiotodes. Scaphiophidae, plural of Scaphiopidae. Scaphism, a form of execution among the ancient Persians in which the victim is fastened into a hollow boat, force-fed and slathered in honey and milk and exposed to insects until the victim's death. Scaphi, an extinct ammonoid of the genus Scaphites. Scaphites, plural of Scaphite. Spaphida, an ammonite from the Scaphididae taxonomic family. Scaphidids, plural of Scaphitid. Scaphotocon, an organism or fossil with a scaphotoconic shell, especially especially one in the heteromorph ammonite genus Scaphites, or the shell itself. Scaphitocones, plural of Scaphitocone. Scaphitoconic, having an ancyloconic shell with an involute phragmocone and a hooked body chamber like Scaphites. Saham, the carina or keel of papilionaceous flowers. Stapho, Staphi, Scaphos bala, of, pertaining to, or affected by Scaphos fully. Scaphos balix, plural of Scaphos balic. Scaphosphilism, synonym of Scaphos fully. Scaphosphilis, synonym of Scaphos balic. Scaphosphilia, a congenital condition wherein the skull is flattened side to side. Scaphosri, a flattened plate or scale attached to the second joint of the antennae of many crustaceans, typically used for locomotion, but which sometimes has a sensory function. Scaphosrites, plural of Scaphosrite. Scaphognathed, any pterosaur in the family Scaphognathidae, now considered to be the ramphorhynchid subfamily Scaphognathini. Scaphognathid's, plural of Scaphognathed. Scaphognathite, a thin appendage that draws water through the gills of decapods. Scaphognathites, plural of Scaphognathite. Scaphi, shaped like a boat. Scaphoid abdomen, a condition where the abdomen's anterior wall is sunken and hollow. Scaphoid abdomens, plural of scaphoid abdomen. Scaphoid bone, one of the carpal bones of the wrist. Scaphoid bones, plural of scaphoid bone. Scaphoidectomy, surgical removal or excision of the scaphoid bone. Scaphoiditis, inflammation of the scaphoid. Scaphoids, plural of scaphoid. Scaphollunar, of or relating to the scaphoid and lunar bones of the carpus. Scapholunars, plural of scaphollunar. Scapholunate, of or relating to an intra-articular ligament that binds together the scaphoid and lunate bones of the wrist. Scaphopod, thus shell. Scaphopods, plural of scaphopod. Scaphotrapezio, related to the scaphoid bone and the trapezium bone. Scaphotrapeziotrapezidal, relating to or connecting the scaphotrapezium and the trapezium. Scaphotrapezium, the scaphoid trapezium. Scaphotrapeziums, plural of scaphotrapezium. Plural of scapus. Scapiform, resembling escape. Stapigerous, bearing escape. Scaping, present participle and gerund of scape. Scapinin, a phosphatase that regulates actin. Scapinins, plural of scapinin. Scapula worn, a surname. Scapulae, resembling escape. Stapolite, any of several mixed sodium and calcium aluminous silicates which also contain chloride, carbonate, and sulfate and are found in metamorphic rocks. Scapolites, plural of scapolite. Scapolitic, of or relating to the mineral scapolite. Scapolitization, the process of conversion into scapolite. Stapolitizations, plural of scapolitization. Scapolitize, to convert into scapolite. Scapolitize, simple past and past participle of scapolitize. Scapolitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scapolitize. Scapolitizing, present participle and gerund of scapolitize. Scathos, having the floral axis more or less erect but with only a few leaves or devoid of leaves, consisting of a scape. Spattle, to work roughly or shape without finishing, as stone before leaving the quarry. Spattled, simple past and past participle of scalpel. Scapulor, one whose scapels. Scapulars, plural of scapler. Distattles, third person singular simple present indicative of scalpel. Stavling, present participle and gerund of scalpel. Ithave, plural of scap. Scapteremiane, any rat of the former tribe Scapteremiini now Acodantini. Spacteremianes, plural of Scapteremiane. Scapten, an exercise designed to strengthen the rotator cuff muscle and the deltoid by raising one's arms in front of the body while holding weights and maintaining a straight back. Scaptions, plural of scaption. Scapula, either of the two large, flat bones forming the back of the shoulder. Scapulacoracoid, misspelling of scapulacoracoid. Scapulae, plural of scapula. Scapulalgia, pain in the shoulder. Scapulalges, plural of scapulalgia. Scapular, a short cloak worn around the shoulders, adopted as part of the uniform of various religious orders, later often with an embroidered image of a saint. Scapularies, plural of scapulary. Scapulars, plural of scapular. Scapulary, scapular. Scapulas, plural of scapula. Scapulated, having the scapular feathers notable in size or color. Scapulectomies, plural of scapulectomy. Scapulectomy, removal of the scapula. Scapulet, a secondary mouth fold developed at the base of each of the arm-like lobes of the manubrium of many rhizostome medusae. Scapulets, plural of scapulet. Scapulimancer, one who practices scapulimancy. Scapulimancers, plural of scapulimancer. Scapulimancy, divination using shoulder bones. Scapulimantic, relating to scapulimancy. Scapiello, scapula. Scapulabracial, relating to the scapula and the arm. Scapuloclavicular, relating to or connecting the scapula and a clavicle. Scapulocoracoid, of or pertaining to the scapula and coracoid bones of the shoulder. Scapulocoracoideum, scapulocoracoid cartilage. Scapulocoracoids, plural of scapulocoracoid. Scapulocostal, relating to the scapula and ribs, applied to a joint formed by an articulation of the anterior scapula and the posterior thoracic rib cage. Scapulodynia, pain in the scapula. Scapulohumeral, of or relating to the scapulohumerus. Scapulohumerus, the scapula and humerus, the 7 muscles that connect the humerus to the scapula. Scapulomancy, alternative form of scapulomancy. Scapulomantic, alternative form of scapulomantic. Scapulobromal, scapular and peronal. Scapuloradio, relating to the scapula and the radius. Scapulospinal, relating to the scapula and the spine. Scapulothoracic, relating to the scapula and thorax. Scapulotriceps, scapular triceps muscle. muscle in birds to which the wings are attached. Scapula tricipedal, relating to the scapula and the triceps. Scapula-ulnar, relating to the scapula and the ulna. Scapula vertebral, relating to the scapula and the vertebrae. To abas, escape, tor, a permanent mark on the skin, sometimes caused by the healing of a wound. Scar limestone, a mass of calcareous rock crowded with marine fossils. Scar limestones, plural of scar limestone. Scar tissue, a type of tissue found in animals containing a higher than normal amount of the protein collagen formed in a place where an injury has healed. Scar tissues, plural of scar tissue. Scar tree, a tree from which a section of bark has been removed for traditional indigenous activities such as canoe making, the construction of shelters, etc. Scar trees, plural of scar tree. Scar jow, Scarlett Johansson. Scara, a beetle of the species Scarabaeus caesar, sacred to the ancient Egyptians. Scarab beetle, any of very many beetles of the family Scarabaei, especially Scarabaeus caesar, as sacred by the ancient Egyptians. Scarab beetles, plural of scarab beetle. Teddy, plural of Scarabaeus. Teddy, any beetle of the family Scarabaeidae which includes stag and dung beetles. Scabiidologists, animalologists whose speciality is scabiidology. Scabiidologists, plural of scabiidologists. Scabiidology, the study of scabs of the family Scarabaeidae. So that is, plural of Scarabaei. Scariiform, any beetle of the infroder Scariiformia. Scabiiforms, plural of Scarabiiform. Scariang, any of the subfamilies Scariidae of dung beetles. Scarabeangs, plural of Scarabeang. Scarioi, resembling a scarab. Scarioids, plural of scarabeoid. Tavis, obsolete form of scarab. Scarabaeuses, plural of scarabaeus. Scarabae, eridal. Scarabaeus, plural of scarabae. Scarabed, alternative spelling of scarabaei. Scarabeds, plural of scarabid. Scarabed, any scarab beetle of the family Scarabaeidae. Scarabeds, plural of scarabid. Scarabli, resembling a scarab. Beetle. Scaraboy, of or pertaining to the family Scarabaeidae, an extensive group which includes the Egyptian scarab, the tumbledung, and many similar lamellicorn beetles. Scaraboids, plural of scaraboid. Scarabs, plural of scarab. Teddy, alternative form of scarabaei. Scarabis, plural of scarabaei. Scaramouch, alternative form of Scaramouch. Scaramouch, a roguish clown character from the 16th century Italian commedia dell'arte. Scaramouches, plural of Scaramouch. Scaramucci, a surname from Italian. Scaramuccis, plural of Scaramucci. Scarano, a surname from Italian. Scaranoms, plural of Scarano. Scarbed, alternative form of Scarbabe. Scarbeds, plural of Scarbabe. Suria, Scarborough District, of Toronto. Toronto of or relating to Scarborough District of Toronto. Scarberriens, plural of Scarberian. Scarberry, a surname. Scarberries, plural of Scarberry. Scarborough, a surname. Scarboroughs, plural of Scarborough. Scarborough, a coastal town in North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 040880. It should now be a civil parish with a town council elected on 1 May 2025. Scarborough lilies, plural of Scarborough lily. Scarborough lily, Ceatanthus alatus, a bulbous flowering plant that originates from the Cape Province of South Africa. Scarborough shoal, a shoal in the South China Sea, including South Rock, etc. Scarborough warning, a warning given too late to be useful. Scarborough warnings, plural of Scarborough warning. Scarboroughs, plural of Scarborough. Scarborough, a surname. Scarborough, a triclinic white mineral that is a hydrous carbonate of aluminium, Al5-CoO5H2O. Scarboroughs, plural of Scarborough. Scarborough, a surname. Scarbroughs, plural of Scarborough. Scarbs, diminutive word for Scarborough, Toronto. That, a surname. Scarce as hen's teeth, synonym of rare as hen's teeth. Scarce chaser, Libellula fulva, a dragonfly native to Europe. Scarce chasers, plural of scarce chaser. Scarce copper, a butterfly of the copper or gossamer winged butterfly family, liking a vergery. Scarce coppers, plural of scarce copper. Scarsolens, scarcely, hardly. Scarsala, a surname from Italian. Scarsalas, plural of scarsella. Scarcely, probably not. Scarsuet, an offset where a wall or bank of earth, etc. retreats, leaving a shelf or footing. Scarcements, plural of scarcement. Scarce, to become scarce. Scarcent, simple past of scarcen. Scarceness, the property of being scarce. Scarceming, present participle and gerund of scarcen. Sparsons, third person singular simple present indicative of scarcen. Sparser, comparative form of scarce, more scarce. Scarcess, superlative form of scarce, most scarce. Scarcities, plural of scarcity. Scarcity, the condition of something being scarce or deficient. Scarsleff, a village and civil parish in Bolsover District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4968. Scarsrot, a village and civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 3641. Scardy cat, misspelling of scaredy cat. Scardina, a surname. Scardines, plural of Scardina. Scardino, a surname. Scardinos, plural of Scardino. There, a minor fright. Scare away, synonym of scare off. Scare campaign, an effort to make a large group of people afraid of someone or something. Scare campaigns, plural of scare campaign. Scare cord, a strong dissonant chord, usually on a string instrument intended to emphasize a startling moment. Scare chords, plural of scare chord. Scare anto, to frighten someone to get them to do something. Scare lie, a long rope, cable, or other line that is used to frighten fish into an area where they are more easily caught using other gear. Scare lines, plural of scare lie. Scare off, to cause something to flee by frightening it. Scare quote, a quotation mark deliberately used to provoke a reaction or to indicate that the author does not approve of a term or clause rather than to identify a direct quotation. Scare quotes, plural of scare quote. Scare someone out of their mind. Synonym of scare someone out of their wits, to frighten greatly. Scare someone out of their wits, to frighten someone to such an extent that they behave irrationally. Scare someone to death, to frighten someone very much. Scare stories, plural of scare story. Scare story, a rumor spread by a scaremonger in order to cause anxiety. Scare straight, to frighten someone to such a degree that a significant improvement in behavior results. Scare tactic, a type of psychological manipulation regarding a particular issue in which fear or alarm is aroused. Scare tactics, plural of scare tactic. Scare the bejeebers out of, to terrify thoroughly. Scare the daylights out of. Alternative form of scare the living daylights out of. Scare the hell out of, to frighten someone. Scare the hose, to repel women. Scare the horses, to upset public order, decorum, or conventional values. Scare the life out of, to scare something or someone to a great degree. Scare the living daylights out of, to scare something or someone to a large degree. Scare the pants off, to scare or startle someone thoroughly. Scare the shit out of, to make someone scared shitless. Scare up, to frighten an animal, especially a game animal, into appearing from cover. Scare bear, something that inspires fear but presents no real danger. Scare babes, plural of scare babe. Scare bagger, a scarecrow. Scare batters, plural of scare bagger. Scare bug, alternative form of scare bug. Scare bugs, plural of scare bug. Scarecrow, obsolete form of scarecrow. Scarecrow, simple past and past participle of scarecrow. Scarecrowing, present participle and gerund of scarecrow. Scarecrows, plural of scarecrow. Scarehead, alternative form of scarehead. Scareheads, plural of scarehead. Scareline, alternative form of scareline. Scarelines, plural of scareline. Scarequote, alternative form of scarequote. Scarequotes, plural of scarequote. Spare sleep, an insect, a lanternfly, fulvora laternaria. Scare sleeps, plural of scare sleep. Scare the birds, a scarecrow. Scariability, the quality or degree of being scariable. Scariable, capable of being scared. Scarebabe, alternative form of scarebabe. Scarebabes, plural of scarebabe. Scareba, a bugbear, an imaginary monster to frighten children. Scarevirus. Plural of scareba. Scarecrow. An effigy, typically made of straw and dressed in old clothes, fixed to a pole in a field to deter birds from eating crops or seeds planted there. Scarecrowed. Simple past and past participle of scarecrow. Scarecrowing. Present participle and gerund of scarecrow. Scarecrowish. Resembling or characteristic of a scarecrow. Scarecrow-like. Resembling or characteristic of a scarecrow. Scarecrows. Plural of scarecrow. Scarecrowy. Resembling or characteristic of a scarecrow. Terror. Feeling fear, afraid, frightened. Scared away. Simple past and past participle of scare away. Scared green. Extremely scared. Terrify. Scared into. Simple past and past participle of scare into. Scared off. Simple past and past participle of scare off. Scared pink. Synonym of scared green. Scared red. Synonym of scared green. Scared shirtless. Euphemistic form of scared shitless. Scared shitless. Very frightened, terrified, scared witless. Scared someone out of their mind. Simple past and past participle of scare someone out of their mind. Scared someone out of their wits. Simple past and past participle of scare someone out of their wits. Scared someone to death. Simple past and past participle of scare someone to death. Scared spitless. Very frightened, terrified. Scared stiff. Scared to the point of being unable to move, or figuratively very scared. Scared straight. Simple past and past participle of scare straight. Scared the hell out of. Simple past and past participle of scare the hell out of. Scared the hose. Simple past and past participle of scare the hose. Scared the life out of. Simple past and past participle of scare the life out of. Scared the living daylights out of. Simple past and past participle of scare the living daylights out of. Scared the pants off. Simple past and past participle of scare the pants off. Scared the shit out of. Simple past and past participle of scare the shit out of. Scared to death. Extremely frightened. Scared up. Simple past and past participle of scare up. Scared white. Synonym of scared green. Scadeer. Synonym of deer scarer. Scadeers. Plural of scaredeer. Scareder. Comparative form of scared. More scared. Scaredest. Superlative form of scared. Most scared. Scaredies. Plural of scaredy. Scaredly. In a scared manner, with fear. Scaredness. The quality of being scared, fear, timidity. Scaredy. Characterized by being timorous or afraid. Scaredy cat. Alternative form of scaredy cat, coward. Scaredy cats. Plural of scaredy cat. Scaredy pants. A notional pair of trousers or underwear worn by someone when acting cowardly. Scaredy cat. A coward, a person who is easily frightened or high-strung and easily scared. Scaredy cats. Plural of scaredy cat. Scarifus. An event, dramatic work, etc. that is very frightening. Scarifists. Plural of scarifists. Scarefire. An alarm of fire. Scarefires. Plural of scarefire. Scareful. Full of scare. Scared, an alarming or sensational headline. Scared, simple past and past participle of scared. Stareting, present participle and gerund of scared. Scareheads, plural of scarehead. Scareous, devoid of scares, not at all frightening. Scareor, a kind of folklore comprising stories intended to frighten the reader or listener. Scaremonger, someone who spreads worrying rumors or needlessly alarms people. Staremongered, simple past and past participle of scaremonger. Scaremonger, a scaremonger, one who scaremongers. Scaremongerers, plural of scaremongerer. Scaremongering, the actions of scaremongers in spreading frightening or ominous reports or rumors. Scaremongers, plural of scaremonger. Scaremongery, the act of spreading alarming information that is either exaggerated or untrue in order to scare others. Scareproof, resistant to being frightened. Scarer, one who or that which scares. Scarers, plural of scare. Plural of scare. Scares away. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare away. Scare into. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare into. Scares off. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare off. Scares someone out of their mind. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare someone out of their mind. Scares someone out of their wits. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare someone out of their wits. Scares someone to death. Third person singular simple present indicative of scares someone to death. Scares straight. Third person singular simple present indicative of scares straight. Scares the hell out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare the hell out of. Scares the hose. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare the hose. Scares the life out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare the life out of. Scares the living daylights out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare the living daylights out of. Scares the pants off. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare the pants off. Scares the shit out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare the shit out of. Scare up. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare up. Scarce. Characterized or marked by scariness, frightful. Scarce. Second person singular simple present indicative of scare. Scara. Third person singular simple present indicative of scare. Scareware. Software that attempts to scare the user into compliance, as by displaying false warnings of virus infection. Scare. Dated form of scary. Tbarf. A long, often knitted, garment worn around the neck. Scarf and barf, the behavior in domestic pets, particularly cats, of eating so rapidly that they are unable to digest the food that they swallow, and consequently vomiting. Scarf down, to eat something quickly. Scarf skin, alternative form of scarf skin. Scarfable, able to be devoured. Scarface, a person with a scarred face. Scarfaces, plural of Scarface. Spar, a surname. Scart, simple past and past participle of scarf. Scarfed down. Simple past and past participle of scarf down. Scarfer. One who shapes metal or removes defects from it by grinding or oxyfuel torch cutting. Scarfers. Plural of scarfer. Spar. A surname. Scarps. Plural of scarf. Scarfi. A university student, especially one from the University of Otago. Scarfies. Plural of scarfi. Scarfing. Present participle and gerund of scarf. Scarfing down. Present participle and gerund of scarf down. Scarfings. Plural of scarfing. Scarfless. Without a scarf. Scarfly. Resembling or characteristic of a scarf. Scarf maker. Someone who makes scarves. Scarf makers. Plural of scarf maker. Scarfo. A surname from Italian. Scarfos. Plural of scarfo. Scarfpin. A pin used to hold a scarf or tie in place. Scarfbins. Plural of scarfbin. Scarps. Plural of scarf. Scarfs down. Third person singular simple present indicative of scarf down. Scarfskin. The epidermis, the outermost layer of skin, especially that which forms the cuticle of a nail. Scarfskins. Plural of scarfskin. Scarfwise. In the manner of a scarf. Scarvy. Resembling or involving a scarf. Scario. A hamlet and civil parish in County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 050106. Scargillion. Of or relating to Arthur Scargill, born 1938, British politician and trade unionist. Scargills. Plural of Scargill. Scary. Plural of Scarus. Scareth. An unconfirmed or unstudied variant or strain of COVID-19 that causes widespread panic. Scarianths. Plural of scarian. Scarad. Any of the family Scaridae, parrotfishes. Scarads. Plural of scarad. Svega. Comparative form of scary, more scary. Svaris. A feeling of anxiety or feeling, especially that felt by children at night. Tmeist. Superlative form of scary, most scary. Scarification. The act of scarifying, raking the ground harshly to remove weeds, etc. Scarifications. Plural of scarification. Scarificator. An instrument principally used in cupping, containing several lancets that are moved simultaneously by a spring used for making slight incisions on a body. Scarificators. Plural of scarificator. Scarify. Damaged, barren, denuded, scarred, wasted. Scarifier. One who scarifies. Scarifiers. Plural of scarifier. Scarifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of scarify. Scarify. To make scratches or cuts on. Scarifying. Present participle and gerund of scarify. Scarifyingly. In a scarifying way. Sarily. In a scary manner. Scarer. Pronunciation, spelling of scaring. Scary. Any fish of the subfamily Scarinae. Scarians. Plural of scaring. Scarinus. The Papadian scary. Scarer. Present participle and gerund of scare. Scaring away. present participle and gerund of scare away. Scaring into, present participle and gerund of scare into. Scaring off, present participle and gerund of scare off. Scaring someone out of their mind, present participle and gerund of scare someone out of their mind. Scaring someone out of their wits, present participle and gerund of scare someone out of their wits. Scaring someone to death, present participle and gerund of scare someone to death. Scaring straight, present participle and gerund of scare straight. Scaring the hell out of, present participle and gerund of scare the hell out of. Scaring the hose, present participle and gerund of scare the hose. Scaring the life out of, present participle and gerund of scare the life out of. Scaring the living daylights out of, present participle and gerund of scare the living daylights out of. Scaring the pants off, present participle and gerund of scare the pants off. Scaring the shit out of, present participle and gerund of scare the shit out of. Scaring up, present participle and gerund of scare up. Scaringly, in a manner that scares, frighteningly. Spaio, synonym of endive. Spaiols, plural of scariol. Scarius, alternative form of scarius. Scarious, thin, dry, membranous, and not green. Scariously, in a scarious manner. Scarisbrick, a village and civil parish in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3713. Scarisbricks, plural of Scarisbrick. Scarisora, a commune of Alba County, Romania. Scarisome, characterized or marked by scariness, frightening. Scaritid, any of the beetles in the Carabid subfamily Scaritinae, which were formerly considered to be the family Scaritidae. Scaritids, plural of scaritid. Scaritine, any of the subfamily Scaritinae of caritid beetles. Scaritines, plural of scaritine. Scaritoxin, a marine toxin that can cause ciguatera. Scaritoxins, plural of scaritoxin. Scargio, alternative form of Scardro. Scarlatta, a surname from Italian. Scarlattes, plural of Scarlatta. Scarlatina, scarlet fever. Scarlatinal, of or pertaining to scarlet fever. Scarlatines, plural of scarlatina. Scarlatiniform, resembling scarlatina. Scarlatinoi, resembling scarlatina. Scarlatinus, of or pertaining to scarlet fever. Scarlachin, of or relating to Domenico Scarlatti 1685-1757, Italian composer. Scarlum, an area in eastern Toronto, Canada, with certain poor neighborhoods and youth gangs, loosely likened to Harlem in New York. Scarless, without scars. Scarlessly, without leaving a scar. Scarlessness, the condition of being scarless. Scarlet, a female given name from English, a modern variant of scarlet, or from the common noun scarlet. Scarlet admiral, red admiral, a butterfly. Scarlet admirals, plural of scarlet admiral. Scarlet bean, synonym of scarlet runner. Scarlet beans, plural of scarlet bean. Scarlet berry, Alternative form of scarlet berry. Scarlet bugler. Alternative spelling of scarlet bugler. Scarlet bugler, a plant of species Penstemon centranthifolius. Scarlet Day, a religiously or academically significant day, one on which festal academic dress should be worn. Scarlet days, plural of scarlet day. Scarlet eggplant, synonym of Ethiopian nightshade Salidum aethiopicum. Scarlet eggplants, plural of scarlet eggplant. Scarlet fever, a streptococcal infection mainly occurring among children and characterized by a red skin rash, sore throat, and fever. Scarlet fevers, plural of scarlet fever. Scarlet geranium, a small annual flowering shrub endemic to South Africa of species Pelargonium inquinans, popular as an ornamental plant during the Victorian era. Scarlet geraniums, plural of scarlet geranium. Scarlet honeycreeper, synonym of AoE. Scarlet honeycreepers, plural of scarlet honeycreeper. Scarlet ibis, a brightly scarlet, migratory species of ibis of species Eudicimus ruber of South America and the Caribbean. Scarlet ibises, plural of scarlet ibis. Scarlet letter, the letter A in scarlet cloth required to be worn by those convicted of adultery in 17th century Puritan New England. Scarlet letters, plural of scarlet letter. Scarlet lightning, the plant Silene chalcedonica sin, Lichis chalcedonica, with bright red flowers. Scarlet lightnings, plural of scarlet lightning. Scarlet lily beetle, the leaf beetle species Liliosus lilidae that eats various parts of lilies, fritillaries, and other members of the family Liliaceae and lays its eggs on them. Scarlet macaw, a large, colorful parrot, or a macaw, native to the Amazon rainforest and parts of Central America. Scarlet macaws, plural of scarlet macaw. Scarlet minivet, the bird parrot Crocotus speciosus. Scarlet minivets, plural of scarlet minivet. Scarlet oak, the tree Quercus coccinea. Scarlet oaks, plural of scarlet oak. Scarlet percher, a species of libellula dragonfly, Diplocodes hematodes of mainland Australia, New Guinea, Timor, Vanuatu, and New Caledonia. The males are bright red. Scarlet perchers, plural of scarlet percher. Scarlet pimpernel, a flowering plant, Anagales arvensis, of the Primulaceae family, having small orange flowers. Scarlet pimpernels, plural of scarlet pimpernel. Scarlet queening, synonym of summer queening. Scarlet queenings, plural of scarlet queening. Scarlet red, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see scarlet red. Scarlet reds, plural of scarlet red. Scarlet rosefinch, Carpodacus erythrinus, an old world warbler. Scarlet rosefinches, plural of scarlet rosefinch. Scarlet runner, Phaesalis coccineus, the runner bean. Scarlet runners, plural of scarlet runner. Scarlet shiner, a fish of species Lithurus fasciolaris, a native of fresh waters of the eastern United States. Scarlet shiners, plural of scarlet shiner. Scarlet snake, Semaphora coccinea, a non-venomous colubrid snake of the southeastern United States, having a gray body with black bordered blotches of red. Scarlet snakes, plural of scarlet snake. Scarlet tanager, Pyranga olivacea, a medium-sized American songbird. Adult males are crimson red with black wings and tail. Scarlet tanagers, plural of scarlet tanager. Scarlet tiger, Calomorpha dominula, a colorful moth of Europe and the Near East. Scarlet tigers, plural of scarlet tiger. Scarlet woman, a woman who behaves in an adulterous manner. Scarlet women, plural of scarlet woman. Scarlet-bodied wasp moth, a species of erebid moth, Cosmosoma myrodera, inhabiting the coastal plains of the United States in Florida and from South Carolina to Texas. Scarlet-bodied wasp moths, plural of scarlet-bodied wasp moth. Scarlet-browed tanager, Heterospingus xanthopygius, a species of perching bird. Scarlet-browed tanagers, plural of scarlet-browed tanager. Scarlet collar, or pertaining to female entrepreneurs in the internet sex industry. Scarlet berries, plural of scarlet berry. Scarlet berry, the bittersweet nightshade, Solanum dulcamara. Scarleted, simple past and past participle of scarlet. Scarleteer, one who wears scarlet robes of office, such as a cardinal. Scarleteers, plural of scarleteer. Scarleting, present participle and gerund of scarlet. Scarletly, in a scarlet manner with scarlet color. Scarlets, plural of scarlet. Scarlet, a surname originating as an occupation for a dyer or seller of scarlet fabric. Scarlet, a female given name transferred from the surname. Scarlets, plural of scarlet. Scarlet work, rework. Scarlet, somewhat scarlet in color. Scarly, having the characteristics of a scar. Scarly, misspelling of secali. Scarmage, obsolete form of skirmish. Scarmages, plural of scarmage. Scarmoge, obsolete form of skirmish. Scarmoges, plural of scarmoge. Ska-RNA, abbreviation of small casual body-specific RNA. Skarna, alternative form of ska-RNA. Ska-RNA, plural of ska-RNA. Skarnas, plural of skarna. Scar, a surname. Scaroi, of or relating to the Scaridae, a family of marine fishes. Scaroids, plural of scaroid. Scarola, a surname. Scarolas, plural of scarola. Spar, the steep artificial slope below a fort's parapet. Scarva, a surname. Scarpa's triangle, the femoral triangle. Scarpaiello, an Italian piquant sauce of crushed tomatoes, basil, and cheese. Scarpas, plural of scarpa. Scarpati, a surname from Italian. Scarpatis, plural of scarpati. Spar, alternative form of scrape diminutive bend. Spurt, past participle of scarp. Scarpelli, a surname. Scarbellas, plural of scarpelli. Scarbor, to run away, to flee, to escape. Scarbard, simple past and past participle of scarper. Scarpering, present participle and gerund of scarper. Scarbers, third person singular simple present indicative of scarper. Scarps, plural of scarp. Tbarf, alternative form of scarf joint in woodworking. Scart, simple past and past participle of scarf. Scarving, present participle and gerund of scarf. Scarves, plural of scarf. Scarbines, an instrument of torture resembling the boot. Scarbe, present participle and gerund of scar. Scarbings, plural of scarping. Scarpino, a surname from Italian. Scarpinos, plural of scarpino. Scarpland, a landscape characterized by scarps. Scarplands, plural of scarpland. Scarplet, a small scarp. Scarplets, plural of scarplet. Scarpment, alternative form of escarpment. Scarpments, plural of scarpment. Scarproof, resistant to being scarred. Scarves, plural of scarp. Scarpula, a surname from Italian. Scarpulas, plural of scarpula. Tar, obsolete spelling of scar. Tar, obsolete form of scar. Scarred, simple past and past participle of scar. Scara, one who or that which scars. Scaras, plural of scara. Scars, plural of scar. Scara, third person singular simple present indicative of scar. Tavir, comparative form of scary, more scary. Dayas, superlative form of scary, most scary. Scarring, present participle and gerund of scar. Scarringly, so as to leave scars. Scarrings, plural of scarring. Scaronian, of or relating to Paul Scarron 1610-1660, French poet, dramatist, and novelist. Scarro, a surname. Scary, like a scar or rocky eminence. Scars, plural of scar. Scarstow, an ancient hundred in Derbyshire, England. Scarsala, rectangular apse. Scarsalas, plural of scarsala. Scar, a French-originated standard and associated 21-pin connector for connecting audiovisual equipment. Scar, to scratch or scrape. Scarta, simple past and past participle of scart. Scarting, present participle and gerund of scart. Scarce, third person singular simple present indicative of scart. Scarus, a parafish, a Mediterranean food fish, any of various Scariidae species. Scarra, a village in County Down, Northern Ireland. Its railway station is in County Armagh. Scar, alternative form of scarf to cover as or like a scarf. Scarred, wearing a scarf. Scarveless, rare form of scarfless. Scarves, plural of scarf. Scarving, present participle and gerund of scarf. Scarvings, plural of scarving. Scarward, stared. Terror, causing fear or anxiety. Scary Devil Monastery, the news group alt.sysadmin Recovery. Scary sharp. Of tools, sharpened with sandpaper instead of the conventional oilstone or waterstone, etc. Sbevias, a cowardly person. Scary some, alternative form of scary some. Spacely. Scarcely, hardly. Well, that, a tax, tribute. Scat singing, the act of vocalizing using nonsense syllables or sounds, e.g. dulia du ten dwi da, to create an improvised melodic solo, often imitative of other musical instruments. Skakar, obsolete form of shattercock. Scattercooks, plural of scattercook. Scatological, misspelling of scatological. Scatback, a small lightweight running back valued for speed rather than power. Scatbacks, plural of scatback. That, a kind of bit for the bridle of a horse. Scatcherd, a surname. Scatcherds, plural of scatcher. Scatches, plural of scatch. Spec, obsolete form of skate footwear. Spades, plural of skate. Zda, alternative form of scathe, harm, damage. Scatch, the female warrior who trains Cuchulainn in the arts of war in the Ulster cycle of Irish mythology. Scat and harmful, scathing. Spit, damage, harm, hurt, injury. Stated, synonym of shithead. Statheads, plural of scathead. Sket, simple past and past participle of scathe. Scathafire, destructive flames, a conflagration. Scathafires, plural of scathafire. Skefful, causing harm or mischief, destructive, injurious. Skeffulness, injuriousness, destructiveness. Scatheless, without scathe or harm, without mischief, injury, or damage. Unharmed. Scathelessly, without scathe or harm. Scathelessness, freedom from harm or injury. Scathely, harmful, scateful. Skez, third person singular simple present indicative of scathe. Sgas, second person singular simple present indicative of scathe. Ska, third person singular simple present indicative of scathe. Scaffold, alternative form of scaffold. Scaffoldness, the quality of being scaffold, harm. Scathing, present participle and gerund of scathe. Scathingly, in a scathing manner. Scathingness, the quality of being scathing. Spallous, alternative form of scatheless. Scathold, an area of open ground for pasture or for furnishing fuel, is scatland. Scatholds, plural of scathold. Scaphophagia, any fly of the family Scaphophagidae. Scaphophagids, plural of scaphophagid. Digaus, third person singular simple present indicative of scath. Sty, mischievous, vicious, dangerous. Spatico, alternative form of Shattucoke Algonquian lect formerly spoken by the Shattucoke tribe. Scotland, land on which Shetland Islands land tax is paid. Spatlands, plural of Scotland. Scotto, excrement. Scattle. Alternative form of scattle. Scattles. Plural of scattle. Scatolia. The act of smearing feces. Scatolias. Plural of scatolia. Scatologic. Synonym of scatological. Scatological. Relating to the research area of scatology, the particular study of biological excrement, feces, or dung. Scatologically. In a scatological manner. Scatologies. Plural of scatology. Scatologism. A scatological term or phrase. Scatologist. A writer or producer of scatological works. Scatologists. Plural of scatologists. Scatology. The scientific study or chemical analysis of feces. Scatoma. Synonym of fecaloma. Scatomancy. Divination by the examination of feces, especially of an animal. Scatomas. Plural of scatoma. Scatomata. Plural of scatoma. Scatophage. A shitator, a human or animal that consumes excrement. Scatophages. Plural of scatophage. Scatophagia. Synonym of coprophagy. Scatophagia. Any fish in the family Scatophagidae. Scatophagids. Plural of scatophagid. Scatophagus. Synonym of coprophagus, typified by consuming shit or other excrement. Scatophagy. Synonym of coprophagy. Scatophile. A person who takes pleasure from contact with human excrement. Scatophiles. Plural of scatophile. Scatophilia. A paraphilia involving pleasure from contact with excrement. Scatophiliac. One who exhibits scatophilia. Scatophiliacs. Plural of scatophiliac. Scatophilic. Taking pleasure from contact with human excrement. Scatopsid. Any fly in the family Scatopsidae. Scatopsids. Plural of scatopsid. Scatoscopy. Synonym of scatomancy, divination by examining feces. Scatporn. Pornography that features defecation. The best. Third person singular simple present indicative of scat. That. Obsolete spelling of scat tax tribute. Scatout. Common land used for pasture and digging turf. Scatolds. Plural of scattled. Scat. Simple past and past participle of scat. Scatter. To cause to separate and go in different directions, to disperse. Scatterband. Synonym of scramble band. Scatterbands. Plural of scatter band. Scatter buffet. A buffet consisting of several separate tables or counters serving different foods. Scatter buffets. Plural of scatter buffet. Scatter cushion. Synonym of throw pillow. Scatter cushions. Plural of scatter cushion. Scatter gun. Synonym of shotgun. Scatter guns. Plural of scatter gun. Scatter hoarding. The hoarding of food in many. Scatter hoarding. The hoarding of food in many small caches, typically by squirrels. Scatter plot. A type of display using Cartesian small caches, typically by squirrels. Scatter plot. a type of display using Cartesian coordinates to display values for two variables for a set of data. Scatter plots, plural of scatter plot. Scatter point, any of the individual points of a scatter plot. Scatter points, plural of scatter point. Scatter rug, a small rug, especially one of several used as a floor covering. Scatter rugs, plural of scatter rug. Scatter site, an area of state-sponsored housing used as a shelter for homeless people. Such housing is scattered across different parts of a city rather than concentrated in one place. Scatter sites, plural of scatter site. Spatter, archaic form of scatter. Scatterbrain, alternative spelling of scatterbrain. Scattergun, synonym of shotgun. Scatterguns, plural of scattergun. Scatterplot, alternative form of scatterplot. Scatter stories, plural of scatter story. Scatter story, a person who spreads stories. Scatter/gather, being or relating to a form of I/O by which a single procedure call sequentially writes data from multiple buffers to a single data stream, or reads data from a stream into multiple buffers. Scatterable, of landmines, designed to be dispersed from a height, as from a helicopter. Scatteration, a scattered arrangement. Scatterations, plural of scatteration. Scatterbrain, a flighty, disorganized, or forgetful person. Spatterbrain, having the qualities of a scatterbrain, absent-minded, forgetful, easily distracted. Scatterbrainness, the state or quality of being scatterbrained. Scatterbrains, plural of scatterbrain. Spatter, simple past and past participle of scatter. Scatter disk, a trans-Neptunian region of the solar system that overlaps the outer edge of the Kuiper belt, but also extends far beyond it and is populated sparsely by small solar system bodies. Scattered disk object, any trans-Neptunian object whose orbit is wholly within the scattered disk. Scattered disk objects, plural of scattered disk object. Scattered disk, alternative spelling of scattered disk. Scattered disk object, alternative form of scattered disk object. Scattered disk objects, plural of scattered disk object. Scattered Kuiper belt object, synonym of scattered disk object. Scattered shower, any of a series of showers of rain whose number, location, and timing are impossible to predict. Scattered showers, plural of scattered shower. Scatter disk, alternative form of scattered disk. Scattered disk object, alternative form of scattered disk object. Scattered disk objects, plural of scattered disk object. Scatter disk, alternative form of scattered disk. Scatter disk object, alternative form of scattered disk object. Scatter disk objects, plural of scattered disk object. Scatteredly, in a scattered manner. Scatterness, the quality of being scatter. Scatterer, one who, or that which, scatters. Scatterers, plural of scatterer. Scatterists, second person singular simple present indicative of scatter. Scattereth, third person singular simple present indicative of scatter. Scattergood, a surname. Scattergoods, plural of scattergood. Scattergram, scatterplot. Scattergrams, plural of scattergram. Scattergraph, scatterplot. Scattergraphs, plural of scattergraph. Scattergun, synonym of shotgun. Scatterguns, plural of scattergun. Scatterhoard, to hoard food in multiple caches in different locations. Scatterhoarde, simple past and past participle of scatterhoard. Scatterhoarder, an animal that scatterhoards. Scatterhoarders, plural of scatterhoarder. Scatterhoarding, present participle and gerund of scatterhoard. Scatterhoards, third person singular simple present indicative of scatterhoard. Scattering, present participle and gerund of scatter. Scattering function, a function which describes the intensity of scattered radiation in any given direction. Scattering functions, plural of scattering function. Scatteringly, in a scattering manner, suggesting scattering. Spatterings, plural of scattering. Scatterling, one who has no fixed residence. A vagabond. Scatterlings, plural of scatterling. Scattermouch, any Latin or Levantine person. Scattermouches, plural of scattermouch. Scatterogram, alternative form of scattergram. Scatterograms, plural of scatterogram. Scatterometer, a form of radar used to measure surface winds from satellites by detecting scattered microwave radiation. Scatterometers, plural of scatterometer. Scatterometric, of or pertaining to scatterometry. Scatterometry, the design and use of scatterometers. Scatterplot, alternative spelling of scatterplot. Scatterplots, plural of scatterplot. Scatterplotted, simple past and past participle of scatterplot. Scatterplotting, present participle and gerund of scatterplot. Scatterpoint, alternative form of scatterpoint. Scatterpoints, plural of scatterpoint. Spatters, third person singular simple present indicative of scatter. Scattershot, covering a broad range in a random and unsystematic way. Scattersome, characterized or marked by scattering. Scattery, tending to scatter or be scattered, loose ragtag. Scatty, comparative form of scatty, more scatty. Ts, superlative form of scatty, most scatty. Scatily, in a scatty manner. Scattiness, the quality of being scatty. Scatting, present participle and gerund of scat. Spattings, plural of scatting. Scatland, alternative form of Scotland. Spatlins, plural of Scotland. The vast, plural of scat. A, scatterbrained, flighty. Scaturians, the flowing or moving outward in abundance. Scaturienses, plural of scaturians. Scaturian, abundant, overflowing. Scaturiginous, having a copious supply of springs or sources of water, vernal. Scaturo, a surname. Scachuros, plural of scaturo. If any of 3 species of small diving duck in the genus Ithia. Scobber, a tool with a semicircular edge used by engravers to clear away the spaces between the lines of an engraving. Scoppers, plural of scopper. The cars, plural of scop. Tagore, a steep cliff or bank. Tagori, the young of any gull. Scories, plural of scory. Tagores, plural of score. Tagori, a young gull. Spabud, a tax on non-resident merchant goods by city officials for resident merchant advantage, similar to a tariff. Scavenged, simple past and past participle of scavenge. Scavenger, one who scavenges. Scavengers, plural of scavenger. Scavages, plural of scavenge. Scavenging, present participle and gerund of scavenge. Scavengeable, alternative form of scavengeable. Scavenge, to collect and remove refuse, or to search through refuse, carrion, or abandoned items for useful material. Scavenge pump, a fuel pump used to remove the last dregs of usable fuel from a fuel tank once the fuel level in the tank has fallen too low for the primary fuel pumps to be able to draw fuel from the tank. Scavenge pumps, plural of scavenge pump. Scavengeability, the condition of being scavengeable. Scavengeable, capable of being scavenged. Scavenged, simple past and past participle of scavenge. Scavenger, someone who scavenges, especially one who searches through rubbish for food or useful things. Scavenger beetle, water scavenger beetle. Scavenger beetles, plural of scavenger beetle. Scavenger crab, a crab which feeds on dead and decaying matter, such as fish, invertebrates, and algae. Scavenger crabs, plural of scavenger crab. Scavenger hunt, a game in which individuals or teams seek to find a number of specific items or perform tasks as given in a list. Scavenger hunts, plural of scavenger hunt. Scavenger sale, the sale of a property whose previous tenants were ejected for not paying rent. Scavenger sales, plural of scavenger sale. Scavenger's daughter, alternative form of Skeffington's daughter. Scavenger's daughters, plural of scavenger's daughter. Scavenger, simple past and past participle of scavenger. Scavengering, present participle and gerund of scavenger. Scavengerings, plural of scavengering. Scavengerism, the practice of scavenging. Scavengerous, scavenging. Scavengers, plural of scavenger. Scavengership, the role or activity of a scavenger. Scavengery, the act of scavenging. Scavenges, third person singular simple present indicative of scavenge. Scavenging, present participle and gerund of scavenge. Spavengings, plural of scavenging. Scaverne, Scavermix, plural of scaverneck. Scavalones, men's drawers worn under the hose in the 16th century. Scavo, a surname from Italian. Scavone, a surname. Scavones, plural of scavum. Scavas, plural of scavo. Spavis, plural of scavi. Dawe, the tropical shrub ski vola taccata. Ita, alternative form of ska promontory. This body, a village and civil parish in North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref SE 9605. Because, plural of ska. Scadai, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing calcium, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Scadites, plural of scosite. Skazon, a limping satiric meter in classical verse. Skazons, plural of skazon. Skazons, plural of skazon. Skazontic, of or relating to a skazon. SEA, initialism of self-contained breathing apparatus, a portable breathing device for persons entering a toxic environment. SEA, plural of SCBA. SCBU, initialism of special care baby unit. SCBU, plural of SCBU. SCC, initialism of Society of Cosmetic Chemists. SAZA, initialism of Sports Car Club of America. SCC, plural of SCC. SCD, initialism of slowly changing dimension. SCDMA, initialism of synchronous code division multiple access. SCDNA, single copy DNA. SCDNA, alternative form of SCDNA. SCDNA, plural of SCDNA. SCDNAS, plural of SCDNA. SCD, plural of SCD. The European Cooperative Society. The abbreviation of ZENEO. The initialism of Sun Certified Enterprise Architect. Did a whitethorn, hawthorn, or similar bush. Ter, obsolete spelling of seer. There's a surname. There this, plural of seers. The, plural of sea. The, a small Anglo-Saxon coin, especially one made of silver, sometimes regarded as a weight and thus a comparative measure of a coin's value. This, plural of seat. The, alternative form of seat. Tida, alternative form of seat. Senas, plural of seta. This, plural of seat. A commune in Hauts-de-Seine department, Isle-de-France, France. So Sir Huisny, a commune in Sarthe department, Pays de la Loire, France. Saastic, related to the variance of statistical errors. Sedasticities, plural of sedasticity. Sedasticity, the distribution of error terms. Error terms are distributed either randomly and with constant variance homosedasticity or with some kind of pattern heterosedasticity. Sedasporiosis, any disease caused by the presence of a Sedasporium fungus. Seto, obsolete form of schedule. Sejaus, plural of seju. Cephalosi, a pentacyclic triterpenoid saponin present in Centella asiatica. Seas, misspelling of science. Celerath, a criminal, a villain. Celerate, wicked, villainous. Celerates, plural of celerate. Celeratine, a pyrrolizidine alkaloid found in several plants and which is often toxic to livestock. Celerats, plural of celerat. Celorophobia, the fear of crime. Celerus, wicked. Celerate. Celeste, evil, wicked, atrocious. Zealot, alternative spelling of skeleton. Skeletal, obsolete form of skeletal. Skeleton, obsolete spelling of skeleton. Skeletons, plural of skeleton. Zealots, plural of zealot. Celadate, having legs. Celetosaur, a dinosaur of the genus Celetosaurus. Celetosaur, any dinosaur of the family Celetosauridae. Celetosaurids, plural of celetosaurid. Celetosaurs, plural of celetosaur. Celanid, any wasp in the family Celeonidae. Celanids, plural of celeanid. Celophrolactam, a polyene macrocyclic lactam present in an actinomycete associated with the mud dauber Celophron chementarium. Celoporine, any lizard of the genus Celoporus. Celoporians, plural of celoporine. Celp, alternative form of scalp, narrow strip of rolled or forged metal. Celps, plural of celp. Ena, a scene in an opera. Zene, plural of scena. Enari, plural of scenario. Teria, plural of scenario. Scenere, plural of scenario. Scenario, an outline or model of an expected or supposed sequence of events. Scenarioist, one who prepares the scenario for a film or other work. Scenarioists, plural of scenarioist. Scenarize, to turn a story, idea, etc. into a scenario for a play or film. Scenariized, simple past and past participle of scenarioize. Scenariizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of scenarioize. Scenarioizing, present participle and gerund of scenarioize. Scenarios, plural of scenario. Scenarize, to create the physical set and staging for a film or play. Scenarize, simple past and past participle of scenarize. Scenarizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of scenarize. Scenarizing, present participle and gerund of scenarize. Scenarists, a writer of screenplays, a screenwriter. Scenarists, plural of scenarists. Scenarize, alternative form of scenarize. Scenarize, simple past and past participle of scenarize. Scenarizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of scenarize. Scenarizing, present participle and gerund of scenarize. Scenery, obsolete spelling of scenery. Zenas, plural of scena. Then, the rising motion of water as a wave passes, a surge, the upward angular displacement of a vessel opposed to pitch, the correlative downward movement. Sende, simple past and past participle of send. Sending, present participle and gerund of send. Send, plural of send. The location of an event that attracts attention. Scene affaire, a scene which is demanded by the progression of the plot so far, an indispensable culminating scene. Scene graph, alternative form of scenograph. Scene graphs, plural of scene graph. Scene kid, a young person belonging to a current popular fad or fashion subgenre, often relating to a musical genre. Scene kids, plural of scene kid. Scene pack, a set of flats stored together for use in a particular scene. Scene packs, plural of scene pack. Scene queen, a girl or woman who is deeply involved in a subcultural scene. Scene queens, plural of scene queen. Scene stealing, the phenomenon of stealing the scene. Scene knock, an area in a theater with access to the stage and the loading doors where scenery is temporarily stored. Scene docks, plural of scene dock. Scene room, synonym of scene dock. Scene rooms, plural of scene room. Scene shifter, alternative spelling of scene shifter. Scene shifters, plural of scene shifter. Scene stealer, someone who steals the scene. Scene stealing, that steals the scene, dominates a performance through charisma, humor, or powerful acting. Scenograph, the art or skill of designing scenes for theatrical performances. Then, having a particular kind or number of scenes. Sample, having much scenery, scenic. Scenefuls, plural of sceneful. Scenograph, a data structure representing a graphical scene. Scenegraphs, plural of scenograph. Theos, without a scene. Theosmos, absence of a scene. Scenelet, a little scene. Scenelets, plural of scenelet. Scenelet, any extinct mollusk in the family Scenelidae. Scenelids, plural of scenelid. Sceneman, a man who is a scene shifter. Any scene shifter. Cinnamon, plural of cinnamon. Anas, the state or condition of belonging to a subcultural scene. Thunner, a member of a scene, especially the demoscene. Sceneries, plural of scenery. Tunners, plural of center. Scenery, view, natural features, landscape. Scenery chewer, one who chews the scenery, performing melodramatically or flamboyantly. Scenery chewers, plural of scenery chewer. Scenery chewing, that chews the scenery, excessively flamboyant or overacting. Sceneras, without scenery. Séance, plural of scene. Scenes affair, plural of scene affair. Scenescate, a work, such as a painting, that presents or conveys a scene. Scenescapes, plural of scenescape. Scenesetter, one who, or that which, sets the scene. Scenesetters, plural of scenesetter. Scenessing, the process of setting the scene. Sceneful, plural of sceneful. Sceneshifter, someone who moves the scenes in a theater during a performance. Sceneshifters, plural of sceneshifter. Scenester, a non-musician who is active in a particular musical scene, especially one whose involvement carries social status. Scenesterism, the culture of scenesters' involvement in a lifestyle associated with a particular music scene. Scenesters, plural of scenester. Scenetics, the study or practice of managing the effect of setting on one's mental state. Senor, the elements of a scene in a television episode, movie, or play. Scenerai, a person who works in scenecraft. Scenerites, plural of scenerai. Scene, characteristic of a scene or subculture. Scenic, having beautiful scenery, picturesque. Scenic Rim, a group of forested mountain ranges in southeast Queensland and northeast New South Wales, Australia. Scenic Route, a road or path designed to take one past a pleasant view or nice scenery. Scenic routes, plural of scenic route. Scenafal, dated form of scenic. Scenefwe, in a scenic manner. Dene, obsolete form of scenic. Scenemas, the state or condition of being scenic. Scenevis, plural of scenic. Sei, plural of scenius. Setting, present participle and gerund of scene. Tenas, synonym of scenerite. Tenas, plural of senes. Senes, intelligence of a whole operation or group of people, collective creativity. Senesis, plural of senies. Scenograph, a perspective representation or lateral view of an object as opposed to a view from above or below. Scenographer, a person who designs sets for film or television. Scenographers, plural of scenographer. Scenographe, of or pertaining to scenography. Scenographical, alternative form of scenographic. Scenographically, in a scenographic manner. Scenographic, obsolete form of scenographic. Scenographies, plural of scenography. Scenographs, plural of scenograph. Scenography, the design of theatrical sets. Centipede, any of the family's Centipede of flies. Centipeds, plural of centipede. Cenopoetic, describing ecological variables that do not interact with others and change very slowly. That, a distinctive smell. Scent gland, a glandular organ that secretes such substances as musk or castoreum. Scent glands, plural of scent gland. Scent hound, a hunting dog that tracks prey using its sense of smell rather than by its vision. Scent hounds, plural of scent hound. Scent mark, a strong smelling substance from the urine or a gland deposited by an animal to mark its territory. Scent mark, simple past and past participle of scent mark. Scent marking, present participle and gerund of scent mark. Scent marks, plural of scent mark. Scent out, to locate by following a scent. Scent pat, a patch of ground where a scent has been intentionally applied for a dog to track. Scent pads, plural of scent pad. Scent a bottle, a small elegant bottle containing perfume. Scent bottles, plural of scent bottle. Scentable, capable of or suitable for being scented. Scented, having a pleasant aroma. Scented out, simple past and past participle of sent out. Scentedness, the state or condition of being scented. Scenter, one who detects something by scent. Scenters, plural of center. Centes, second person singular simple present indicative of cent. Centa, third person singular simple present indicative of scent. Scentful, having a pleasant scent, odorous. Scenthound, alternative spelling of scenthound. Scenthound, plural of scenthound. Scenting, present participle and gerund of scent. Scenting out, present participle and gerund of sent out. Scentingly, allusively, indirectly. Scentings, plural of scenting. Scentless, not having a scent, odorless. Scentlessness, the state or condition of being scentless. Scent maker, a person who makes perfumes or other scented products. Scent makers, plural of scent maker. Scentproof, resistant to scent. That's plural of scent. Scent out, third person singular simple present indicative of scent out. Scentscape, an olfactory environment, the various scents in an environment. Scentscapes, plural of scentscape. Scentwood, any aromatic wood. Scentwood, plural of scentwood. Sepsis, skepticism, a skeptical approach or belief. Scepter, U.S. an archaic form of scepter. Scepterdom, alternative form of scepterdom. Scepter, simple past and past participle of scepter. Sceptering, present participle and gerund of scepter. Scepterless, alternative form of scepterless. Scepters, plural of scepter. Skeptic, Commonwealth standard spelling of skeptic. Skeptical, Commonwealth standard spelling of skeptical. Skepticality, the quality of being skeptical. Skeptically, alternative form of skeptically. Skepticalness, the quality of being skeptical. Skepticize, alternative form of skepticize. Skepticize, simple past and past participle of skepticize. Skepticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of skepticize. Skepticizing, present participle and gerund of skepticize. Skepticism, alternative spelling of skepticism. Skepticisms, plural of skepticism. Skepticess, one who is skeptical, a skeptic. Skepticists, plural of skepticists. Skepticize, alternative form of skepticize. Skepticize, simple past and past participle of skepticize. Skepticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of skepticize. Skepticizing, present participle and gerund of skepticize. Skeptic, obsolete form of skeptic. Skeptics, plural of skeptic. Skeptics, plural of skeptic. Sceptral, of, relating to or similar to a scepter. Sceptre, a village in Saskatchewan, Canada. Scepted, simple past and past participle of scepter. Scepterdom, reign, sovereign, rule. Sceptreless, having no scepter, without authority. powerless. Scepters, plural of scepter. Skeptrin, a cyclobutane alkaloid found in some marine sponges. Skeptring, present participle and gerund of scepter. Stepfru, a kind of microscopic sponge spicule consisting of a straight rod terminated in a bundle of spines or knobs. Skeptrum genin, a steroidal sapogenin obtained from Isoflexus skeptrum. Serbo, a surname. Serbos, plural of serbo. Sir, to discern. Cern, simple past and past participle of cern. Turns, third person singular simple present indicative of cern. Cerning, present participle and gerund of cern. Initialism of spacecraft event time. Setovias, alternative spelling of Setavajas. Setavajas, a Neapolitan percussion instrument composed of two wooden sticks, a serrated one and a smooth one, played by rubbing the former on the latter. Archaic form of sketch. Etched, simple past and past participle of setch. Teches, plural of setch. Setching, present participle and gerund of setch. Suaphalasium, the repository of the sacred vessels in the Greek Church. Suaphilax, a sacristan or church treasurer. Duif, alternative spelling of skewiff. Sexa, the possible act of Scotland becoming independent from the United Kingdom. SAF, initialism of self-consistent field. SAFA, initialism of short-chain fatty acid. SAA, initialism of slipped capital femoral epiphysis. SAF, plural of SAF. SAFS, abbreviation of standard cubic feet per hour, a unit of volumetric fluid flow. SEFV, abbreviation of singleton variable fragment. SEFES, plural of SEFV. SCG, initialism of Sydney Cricket Ground. SEJSE, initialism of sugarcane grassy shoot disease. Abbreviation of school. Used to form an intensified word, typically with words starting with voiceless sibilants and affricates like slash s slash ash slash and ash t symbol 361 ash slash, especially for comedic effect. Abbreviation of school. Ga, a surname from German. Schaz, plural of Schau. Schachtikook, alternative form of Schaghticoke tribe. Kaf, a surname. Kaf, plural of Schaf. Ga, a surname. Gauss, plural of Schal. Schopstecker, alternative form of Skopstecker. Shopsteckers, plural of Shopstecker. J, a surname. Sharbik, alternative spelling of Sherbeek. Tus, plural of Shar. G, a surname. Schevel, a surname from German. Chavels, plural of Schabel. Scheber, a surname. Shabers, plural of Shaber. Shapo, a surname. Gavs, plural of Schau. Schabziger, alternative form of Schabziger type of Swiss cheese. Schabziger, synonym of Sapsago type of Swiss cheese. Jatter, a surname. Jatters, plural of Shasher. Schachnerite, a hexagonal dipyramidal silver gray mineral containing mercury and silver. Jatscher, a surname from German. Jachters, plural of Schachter. Schatchen, of or relating to Schattism. Schatchenism, alternative form of Schattism. Schattism, economic policies and agreements that provide unfair benefits to one of the involved nations associated with Nazi Germany. Schachten, a surname from German. Schachtens, plural of Schachtman. Yak, a surname. Yaks, plural of Shack. Jed, a surname. Schadenfreude, perverse pleasure derived from observing the foibles of Toronto Mayor Rob Ford. Schadenfreude, malicious enjoyment derived from observing someone else's misfortune. Schadenfreude, a person experiencing Schadenfreude. Schadenfreuders, plural of Schadenfreude. Schadenfreuds, plural of Schadenfreude. Schadenfreudian, relating to or characterized by Schadenfreude. Scheids, plural of Shay. Jadler, a surname from German. Jadlers, plural of Shadler. Cads, plural of Shad. That, a surname. That's, plural of Shat. Kiev, a surname from German in turn originating as an occupation, equivalent to English shepherd. Schaefers, a surname from German. Schaefers, plural of Schiefers. Kiev, a surname. Schaefers, plural of Schiefer. Schaefer, a surname. Tev, a surname. Schaerbeek, a city in Belgium, not far from Brussels. Des, plural of share. Schafarzekite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing antimony, iron, and oxygen. Schaefer, a surname from German in turn originating as an occupation, equivalent to English shepherd. Schaefers, plural of Schaefer. That, a surname. Schattler, a surname. Schaffers, plural of Schaffer. Schaffhausen, a canton of Switzerland. Fs, plural of Schaff. Schafkopf, alternative form of Schafskopf. Card game. Schafskopf, a fool, an idiot. Schafskopfs, plural of Schafskopf. Shaftasai, a nematocidal flavone, 8-alpha-arabinopyranosyl, 6-beta-D-glucopyranosyl, 5,7-dihydroxy, 2,4-hydroxyphenyl, 4-H1-benzopyrin 4,1. Shaito, a municipality of the region of West Friesland, North Holland, Netherlands. Schadekoop, a member of an eastern woodlands tribe descended from an association of Mahican, Patatuk, Weentenok, Tunxis, and Podunk peoples, recognized by Connecticut and granted a reservation in 1736, but derecognized by the United States in 2005. Schadekoaks, plural of Schadekoak. That, archaic form of Shah. Plural of Shah. Shittle, a surname. Sharite, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal colorless mineral containing chlorine, fluorine, oxygen, sodium, and sulfur. Alternative spelling of shalk. Jax, plural of shack. Shalenbond, a variety of native zinc sulfide. Shalenbones, plural of Shalenbond. Gallet, alternative form of coolant. Jaw, a surname. Jawler, a surname. Shallowite, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Shallers, plural of shaller. Shalne, a sham or chalumo. Shalmes, plural of shalme. Shalmi, alternative form of shalme. Shalmis, plural of shalmi. Shah, a surname. Shamas, plural of shama. Chamber, a surname. Chamber disease, a chronic discoloration of the skin, usually affecting the legs, most common in males. Schamberger, a surname from German. Schambergers, plural of Schamberger. Chambers, plural of chamber. Obsolete form of shame. Jeff, a surname. Jumps, plural of champ. Shamroth's sign, the situation where the usual diamond-shaped window of space between the nails when the distal phalanges of corresponding fingers of opposite hands are directly opposed. Shamroth's tests, the test for Shamroth's sign. Jack, a surname. Gex, plural of shank. Schandelmeyer, a surname from German. Schandelmeyers, plural of Schandelmeyer. Schandevel, a surname from Dutch. Schandevils, plural of Schandevel. Shandental, an instrument of punishment resembling a barrel that is worn as a coat to humiliate the wearer. Shandentals, plural of Shandamental. Cheddar, a surname. Shaners, plural of Shaner. Jeck, a surname from German. Kex, plural of Shank. Katz, a surname from German. Katze, a type of stone fortification. Kansas, plural of Shants. Katz, a surname from German. Tams, alternative form of Shancy. Shandas, plural of Shant. Shapachite, an isometric hexactahedral grayish-black mineral containing bismuth, lead, silver, and sulfur. Shapendos, a breed of dog originating in the Netherlands. Shaper, a surname. Capers, plural of shaper. Shapiro, a surname. Shapiros, plural of Shapiro. Duff, to use a process of fermentation to remove sericin from silk. Geft, simple past and past participle of Shap. Schaffel, a surname from German. Schaffels, plural of Schappel. Schabert, a surname from German. Schaberts, plural of Schappert. Schaps, third person singular simple present indicative of Shap. Shape, present participle and gerund of Shap. Chapska, alternative spelling of Chapka. Chapskas, plural of Shapska. A surname. Karis, plural of Schart. Kehrer, a surname from German. Kehrers, plural of Scherer. Kaurf, a surname. Kaur, a surname. Kaurs, plural of Scharf. Kaurs, plural of Scharf. Scharlachberger, a wine from Scharlachberg in Germany. Charm, being or relating to the squark that is the super partner of a charm quark. Charm squark, a squark which is the hypothetical supersymmetric partner of a charm quark. Charm squarks, plural of charm squark. Scharnwurst, several locations in northern Germany. Scharnwursts, plural of Scharnwurst. Scharmetz, a municipality on the German border in Innsbruckland district, Tyrol, Austria. Gerl, a village in the Saterland region of Lower Saxony. Ge, a surname from German. Geras, plural of Scherer. Kjars, a surname from German. Kjartzes, plural of Scharts. Schatten, alternative spelling of Schatchen. Schatchens, plural of Schatchen. That's a surname. Schatzmann, a surname from German. Schatzmans, plural of Schatzmann. Ta, a surname. Scho, a surname. Schads, plural of Shaw. Shower, a surname. Showerman, a surname from German. Showermans, plural of showerman. Schoff, a surname from German. Schofer, a surname from German. Schothers, plural of Schoffer. Joss, plural of Schoff. Chow, a surname from German. Schauber, a surname from German. Schaumburgs, plural of Schaumburg. Schauns, plural of Schaum. Schautate, a hexagonal to trigonal dipyramidal silky white mineral containing calcium, germanium, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Haus, a surname from German. Schau is plural of Schaus. Chas, a surname from German of Swabian origin. Kat, a surname from Dutch. Schothaler, a thaler coin struck for use as a medal or medallion. Taps, plural of shout. Hel, a kind of borscht made with sorrel or occasionally lemongrass. Schavel, a surname. Shy, alternative form of sh. Shy. It, a semi-regular variable red giant, visible as a second magnitude orange red star in the northern constellation of Pegasus. One of 4 stars in the asterism of the Great Square of Pegasus. Sheba, alternative form of shebang. Shebens, plural of shebang. Shetaya, alternative form of shetina. Shetaya, alternative form of shetina. Shetinas, plural of shetina. Shetinas, plural of shetina. Shetida, alternative form of Shehida. Shetcher, a surname from German. Schettinier, of or relating to Richard Schechner, professor of performance studies and editor of TDR, the Drama Review. Schechers, plural of Schechner. Schechter, a surname. Schechter, a surname. Schechers, plural of Schechter. Schechter, a surname. Schachter, plural of Schachter. T, clipping of schedule. T, abbreviation of schedule. Skedar, a red giant visible as a second magnitude orange star marking the breast of the figure in the northern constellation of Cassiopeia, a part of the constellation's prominent W asterism used for celestial navigation. If a written paper. Spedal, a surname. Demids, plural of skeed. Steaphilia, a paraphilia in which a person is sexually attracted to cartoon characters. Skyasm, cursory writing on a loose sheet. Skyasms, plural of skediasm. Sdeaste, being or relating to skediasm. That, clipping of schedule. Skedographer, someone who uses the educational method of skedography. Skedographers, plural of skedographer. Skedography, involving or relating to skedography. Skedographical, involving or relating to skedography. Skedography, a method of grammar education used in the Byzantine Empire from around 1000 to the 13th century. Tbeds, plural of sked. Tbeds, abbreviation of schedules. Schedulabilities, plural of schedulability. Schedulability, the condition of being schedulable. Schedulable, able to be scheduled. Scheduler, relating to a schedule. Schedule, a procedural plan, usually but not necessarily tabular in nature, indicating a sequence of operations and the planned times at which those operations are to occur. Scheduled, simple past and past participle of schedule. Scheduled territories, plural of scheduled territory. Scheduled territory, any of the countries that use the pound sterling as currency or peg their own currencies to it. Scheduleds, plural of scheduled. Schedulee, one who has been scheduled. Schedulees, plural of schedulee. Scheduleless, without a schedule. Scheduler, a person or device that determines a schedule, that determines the order that tasks are to be done. Schedulers, plural of scheduler. Schedules, plural of schedule. Scheduling, present participle and gerund of schedule. Schedulings, plural of scheduling. Schedulization, the process or result of schedulizing. Schedulizations, plural of schedulization. Schedulize, to arrange or classify according to a schedule. Schedulize, simple past and past participle of schedulize. Schedulizes, third person singular simple present indicative of schedulize. Schedulizing, present participle and gerund of schedulize. Here, a surname. Scheele's green, a toxic cupric-hydrogen arsenic with a greenish yellow hue, formerly used in paints. Scheeler, a surname. Scheelers, plural of Scheeler. Scheelen, Thomason. Scheelite, a mineral composed of calcium tungstate with the chemical formula CaWO4. It is one of the principal ores for tungsten. Scheelites, plural of scheelite. Scheeleum, obsolete tungsten metal. Tails, plural of scheel. Here, a surname from German. Here, a surname. Hearers, plural of shearer. Here, a surname from Dutch. Shearises, plural of shears. Here, plural of shear. Gates, a surname. Gateses, plural of sheets. A surname. Schattler, a surname from German. Schafferei, synonym of diabside. Schaffers, plural of Schaffer. Cheverville, a town in Quebec, Canada. Jaffler, a surname. Schaffora, any of the genus Jaffler flowering plants in the family Araliaceae. Scheffoas, plural of Scheffoa. Scheffler, plural of Scheffler. Tefs, plural of chef. Scheherazade, a fictional character, the wife and storyteller of the King Shahryar in 1001 Nights. Shahrazadian, of or relating to the fictional storyteller Scheherazade. Shahrazadian, alternative form of Shahrazadian. Shahreze, alternative spelling of Scheherazade. Shahrazadian, alternative form of Shahrazadian. A commune of Iasi County, Romania. A surname. A surname from German. Schebel, a surname from German. Schabels, plural of Schabel. Schimmenberg, a town in Erzgebirgskreis district, Saxony, Germany. Scheber, a surname from German. Schaders, plural of Schaber. Schabel, a surname. Schabels, plural of Schabel. Tebs, plural of Shabe. Jet, a surname. Jedel, a surname from German. Jedels, plural of Schadel. Teder, a surname. Schaderer, a surname from German. Schaderers, plural of Schaderer. Taders, plural of Shader. Jedler, a surname. Shadlers, plural of Shadler. Dads, plural of Shay. Tet, a surname. Tets, plural of Shate. Shay syndrome, a disease caused by iduronidase deficiency, characterized by corneal clouding and facial dysmorphism. Kit, archaic form of shake. Kicks, plural of shake. Shameflood principle, a geometric rule that describes the orientation of the plane of focus of an optical system such as a camera when the lens plane is not parallel to the image plane. Jaider, a surname. Schainers, plural of Shainer. Kehrer, a surname from German. Kehrers, plural of Scherer. S, alternative form of Chase. S, alternative letter case form of Chase. S, alternative form of Chase. Gela, a village in Glodny, Dambavita County, Romania. Dot. A river flowing through France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Cheletier, of or relating to Max Scheler 1874–1928, German philosopher known for his work in phenomenology, ethics, and philosophical anthropology. Schellhammericin, a homorythrin alkaloid found in Schellhammer pedunculata. Scheeleum, alternative form of Scheeleum. A surname. Schellender, a surname from German. Schellendergen, of or relating to T. Schellenberg, 1903–1970, American archivist and archival theorist. Schellenberg, plural of Schellenberg. Scheller, a surname from German. Schellers, plural of Scheller. Schellorn, a surname from German. Schellorns, plural of Schellorn. Jellies, plural of Shelley. Shelley, a surname. Shelling point, focal point. Shelling points, plural of Shelling point. Schellingian, relating to Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling 1775–1854, German philosopher. Schellingianism, Schellingian philosophy. Schellingism, Schellingian philosophy. Schellings, plural of Schelling. Schellpfeffer, a surname from German. Schellpfeffers, plural of Schellpfeffer. Schelm, alternative form of Schelm, a villain or scoundrel. Schelms, plural of Shalom. Shelville, an unincorporated community in Sonoma County, California, United States. Kai, a fish, the powen, Coregonus clubioides. Shelm, a villain or scoundrel. Shelms, plural of shelm. Sheltopusik, alternative form of Sheltopusik. Sheltopusiks, plural of Sheltopusik. Schema, an outline or image universally applicable to a general conception under which it is likely to be presented to the mind, for example, a body schema. Schemacha, alternative form of shamaki. Schemos, without a schema. Schema-like, resembling or characteristic of a schema. Tegemas, plural of schema. Tedema, schema. Schemata, plural of schema. Schematic, represented too simply or in an overly formulaic way, reflecting a shallow or incomplete understanding of complex subject matter. Schematic drawing, a concise graphical system of connected symbols used to show the functional relationships of the parts of an electrical or mechanical component and the components of a system. Schematic drawings, plural of schematic drawing. Schematic variable, a variable that appears in an axiom schema and ranges over formulas distinguished from the variables of the axiom schema that are quantified over and that range over the individuals of the universe of discourse. Schematic variables, plural of schematic variable. Schematical, synonym of schematic. Schematically, in the manner of a schematic, drawn or described rather than an example. Schematicity, the condition of being schematic. Schematicness, the quality of being schematic. Schematics, plural of schematic. Schematization, alternative form of schematization. Schematizations, plural of schematization. Schematize, alternative form of schematize. Schematize, simple past and past participle of schematize. Schematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of schematize. Schematizing, present participle and gerund of schematize. Schematism, a schematic representation, a layout schema. Schematisms, plural of schematism. Schemades, one given to forming schemes. Schemer. Schematists, plural of schematists. Schematizable, capable of being schematized. Schematization, arrangement into a scheme or schema. Schematizations, plural of schematization. Schematize, to organize according to a scheme. Schematize, simple past and past participle of schematize. Schematizer, one who or that which schematizes. Schematizers, plural of schematizer. Schematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of schematize. Schematizing, present participle and gerund of schematize. Schematochrome, structurally produced color. Schematochromes, plural of schematochrome. Schemas, plural of schemat. Schemery, a surname from Italian. Schemeris, plural of schemery. A programming language, one of the two major dialects of Lisp. Scheme arch, an arch less than a semicircle. Scheme arches, plural of scheme arch. Scheme of studies, a timetabled academic curriculum. Scheme of things, synonym of grand scheme. Scheme theory, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See scheme theory. Gained, simple past and past participle of scheme. Scheme all, full of schemes or plans. Scheming. Schemas, without a scheme. Schemalessness, absence of a scheme or plan. Schemer, a person who programs in scheme. Schemers, plural of schemer. Schemery, the act of plotting or scheming. Schemers, plural of scheme. Schemes of studies, plural of scheme of studies. Schemes of things, plural of scheme of things. Schemester, one who carries out schemes, a fraudster. Schemesters, plural of schemester. To be someone who lives on an urban housing scheme, especially seen as being poor or ill-educated. To someone who lives in a council house estate or scheme. To be comparative form of schemy, more schemy. Schemy is plural of schemy. Ebimis, superlative form of schemy, most schemy. Tegeminus, cunning, deviousness. Scheme, present participle and gerund of scheme. Schemingly, in a scheming manner, deviously. Scheminess, the quality of being scheming. Schemings, plural of scheming. Schemes, a schemer. Schemists, plural of schemists. Schemel, a surname from German. Schemals, plural of schemel. Schemochrome. Coloration produced by microscopic structures that reflect/refract light rather than pigments. Schemachromes. Plural of schemochrome. Schema. A generalization of an association scheme from the point of view of small categories. Schemoids. Plural of schemoid. Schemazel. Alternative form of schemazel. Schemazeled. Simple past and past participle of schemazel. Schemazels. Plural of schemazel. Schemazling. Present participle and gerund of schemazel. Degia. A surname. Degimus. Plural of scheme. Deime. Alternative form of schini. Gita. A surname from Italian. Shedeki. Alternative form of Sineci. Genes. Plural of Sheena. Jedk. A surname. Denk. Plural of Shank. Shendel. A surname. Shendels. Plural of Shendel. Shendele. Any soil centipede of the family Shendelidae. Ket. An Egyptian or Persian measure of length varying from 32 to 60 stadia. Schenectady. A city, the county seat of Schenectady County, New York, United States. Schenectady County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Schenectady. Schenectady putter. A kind of center-shafted, mallet-headed putter. Schenectady putters. Plural of Schenectady putter. Jans. Plural of Sheen. Shadow. A town in southeastern Luxembourg. Schengen area. The group of European countries that have signed the Schengen Agreement, abolishing border controls between each other. Schengen realm. Synonym of Schengen area. Schengenland. The Schengen area. Jedk. A surname. Schenkel. A surname from German. Schenkels. Plural of Schenkel. Schenker. A surname. Schenkuyen. Of or relating to the musician Heinrich Schenker 1868-1935 or his theories of musical analysis. Based on interpreting the underlying structure of a tonal work. Schenkuyens. Plural of Schenkuyen. Shankers. Plural of Schenker. Denks. Plural of Shank. Genste. A surname. Shenstedt algorithm. The simplest description of the Robinson-Shenstedt correspondence, a procedure that constructs one tableau by successively inserting the values of the permutation according to a specific rule, while the other tableau records the evolution of the shape during construction. Shenstedt insertion. The insertion step of the Shenstedt algorithm. Shenstedt insertions. Plural of Shenstedt insertion. Chapelle. An Old Dutch measure of volume used for wheat, etc. Chapelles. Plural of chapelle. Chapten. A Dutch magistrate. Chethens. Plural of shepen. Schapper. A surname. Schappers. Plural of shepherd. Tet. A surname. Tets. Plural of shep. Shur. A surname. Sharaz. Archaic form of Shura, city of Iran. Shur. Obsolete form of sherbet. Sherbets. Plural of sherbet. Schernsne. An art of paper cutting, cutting continuous paper designs, which began in Switzerland and Germany in the 1500s and was brought to colonial America in the 1700s by immigrants who settled primarily in Pennsylvania. Schurer, a surname. Schurers, plural of Schurer. Schererville, a town in St. John Township, Lake County, Indiana, United States. Sheriff, a surname. Sheriffs, plural of sheriff. Sheriff, alternative form of sheriff. Sheriffs, plural of sheriff. Shirring bridge, an electrical circuit used to measure the insulating properties of electrical cables and equipment, having the advantage that the balance equation is independent of frequency. Shirring bridges, plural of shirring bridge. Sure, a temporary shelter made from branches. Sherman, a surname from German. Shermans, plural of Sherman. Scherber, a surname. Schermerhorn, a surname. Schermerhorns, plural of Schermerhorn. Scherbers, plural of Schermer. Scherros, plural of Scherm. Gerova, dated form of Zeroma. Scherpenzeel, a village in Gelderland, Netherlands. Kev, a surname. Trurer, a surname. Jurors, plural of Schurer. Jess, plural of share. Ders, plural of sure. Shirtolite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal colorless mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Shirts, a surname. Shirtses, plural of shirts. Shirzandi, plural of shirzando. Shirzando, in a playful or sportive manner. Shirzandos, plural of shirzando. Cherry, plural of shirzo. Shirzini, plural of shirzino. Shirzino, a little shirtho. Shirzinos, plural of shirzino. Scherzo, a piece of music or a movement from a larger piece such as a symphony, especially a piece of music played in a playful manner. Scherzos, plural of scherzo. Geses, general state or disposition of the body or mind, or of one thing with regard to other things, habitude. Schizosonomaton, the use of a sentence constructed only of nouns and adjectives without a verb. Shattuck, relating to schisis, constitutional, habitual. Shetland, archaic spelling of Shetland. Schettino, a surname from Italian. Shettinos, plural of Schettino. Shetler, a surname. Shettlers, plural of Shetler. Cute, a surname. Schutschurite, a mineral containing sodium, manganese, magnesium, zinc, vanadium, silicon, oxygen, and hydrogen, found in Italy and Switzerland. Cure, a surname. Schuerman, a surname. Schuerman, a surname. Schuerman's disease, a form of juvenile osteochondrosis of the spine. Schuermans, plural of Schuerman. Schuermans, plural of Schuerman. Schewers, plural of Schuer. Schuer, a surname from German. Schueres, plural of Schuer. Schuert, a surname from German. Schuich, plural of Schuich. Schuitzen, designating the different engines built by Peugeot Schuitz. Scheveningen, a neighborhood in The Hague, South Holland, Netherlands. A surname. Deus, plural of Schu. Schexnader, a surname. Schexnaders, plural of Schexnader. Schexmeyer, a surname from German. Schexneiders, plural of Schexmeider. Sciazzata, a type of crisp and chewy Italian bread originating from Tuscany. Scia, obsolete form of Shia type of Muslim. Spias, plural of Skaya. Sciano, a surname from Italian. Scianos, plural of Sciano. Schiaparelli, a surname from Italian. Schiaparelles, plural of Schiaparelli. Sviaha, a surname. Schiavenetoi, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal grayish-pink mineral containing boron, niobium, oxygen, and tantalum. Sciavo, a surname from Italian. Sciava, a type of sword with a basket-shaped guard, popular during the 16th and 17th centuries. Sciavanas, plural of Sciavona. Sciavon, a surname from Italian. Sciavons, plural of Sciavon. A surname. Stek test, a test to determine whether someone is susceptible to diphtheria by injecting them with small amounts of toxin. Sek tests, plural of skik tests. Plural of skik. Sveta, alternative form of shiksa. Sveksas, plural of skiksa. Skidlovskis vol, Microta skidlovskii, a species of vole rodent. Spitter, a surname. Speeders, plural of Skieber. Skebinger, a surname. Schiedam, a city in South Holland, Netherlands. Schievelbein, a surname. Schievelbein, plural of Schiefelbein. Schiefelinite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, lead, oxygen, sulfur, and tellurium. Skewer, a surname from German. Skeevers, plural of Skiefer. Tadeo, a surname from German. Tadeo, a surname. Tabeos, plural of Skiel. Tabeos, plural of Skiel. Spira, a surname. Spira, a surname from German. Skierens, plural of Skieren. Skiermeniker, an island of Friesland, Netherlands. Ether, a surname from German. Spezers, plural of Skieser. Debut, a surname. Scafano, a surname. Scafanos, plural of Scafano. Fifth, a surname from German. Skiff base, and a mine. Skiff bases, plural of skiff base. Skifflor, a surname. Skifflor point, a certain type of triangle center. A triangle ABC with the in-center I is a Skifflor point at the point of concurrence of the Euler lines of the four triangles BCA, Chi, Abai, ABC. Skiffler's theorem, a theorem stating that given a triangle ABC with the incenter I, the Euler lines of the four triangles BCAK AB, ABC all meet at a single point at the Skiffler point. To evaluate, a loom-like machine used for embroidering patterns into lace. Skellmann, a surname from German. Skellmann, a surname from German. Skipmans, plural of skiffman. Skipmans, plural of skiffman. Skiffornis, any of the tropical birds in the genus Skiffornis found in Central and South America. Tives, plural of skiff. Shilde, any member of the Shilbeidae. Shilbids, plural of Shilbe. Shilde, any member of the Shilbidae. Shilvids, plural of Shilded. Child, a surname from German. Child, a surname from German. Gilts, plural of child. Gilt, a surname. Gilts, plural of shilk. Shelasai, a surname from Italian. Shelases, plural of Shelasai. Giller, a surname from German. Schillerspar, an altered variety of enstatite exhibiting, in certain positions, a bronze-like luster. Schillerspars, plural of Schillerspar. Schiller, of or relating to Friedrich Schiller 1759–1805, German poet, philosopher, historian, and playwright. Schillerization, alternative form of Schillerization. Schillerize, alternative form of Schillerize. Schillerize, simple past and past participle of Schillerize. Schillerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Schillerize. Schillerizing, present participle and gerund of Schillerize. Schilleri, Schillerspar. Schillerization, the act or process of producing Schiller in a mineral mass. Schillerizations, plural of Schillerization. Schillerize, to interpret or adapt based on the moral and aesthetic philosophy of Friedrich Schiller. Schillerize, simple past and past participle of Schillerize. Schillerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Schillerize. Schillerizing, present participle and gerund of Schillerize. Schillers, plural of Schiller. Schelle, the old currency of Austria divided into 100 Russian. Schillinger, a surname. Schillinger system, a method of musical composition based on mathematical processes, comprising theories of rhythm, harmony, melody, counterpoint, form, and semantics. Schillingers, plural of Schillinger. Schellings, plural of Schilling. Geltz, a surname. Geltzes, plural of Scheltz. Kells, a surname from German. Kelles, plural of Schills. Skimatari, a city in the southeast of the Vaiasha prefecture in Greece, 75 km northwest of Athens. Skimatario, dated form of skimatari. Skimatarian, skimatari. Skimmel, a surname from German. A surname. There's plural of skimmed. Schimmelpenning syndrome, a neurocutaneous condition characterized by one or more sebaceous nevi, usually on the face or scalp, associated with anomalies of the central nervous system, ocular system, skeletal system, cardiovascular system, and genitourinary system. Schimmelpenning-Feuerstein-Mims syndrome. Synonym of Schimmelpenning syndrome. Schimmelpfenne, a surname. Idemf, a surname. Tidimbus, plural of skimpf. Skinderies, plural of skindery. Skindery, a facility in which animal carcasses are rendered into useful byproducts, such as hides, fertilizer, soap, etc. A rendering plant. Skindler, a surname from German. Skindoi, any fish in the family Skindoi. Skindoies, plural of skindoi. Skindlers, plural of skindler. Skindialysis, plural of skindialyses. Skindialyses, a form of articulation in which one bone is received into a groove or slit in another. Skindialectic, relating to skindialysis. Skinzel's hypothesis H. A famous open problem in mathematics, the hypothesis stating that, for every finite collection f1, f2, fk of non-constant irreducible polynomials over the integers with positive leading coefficients, one of the following conditions holds. I, there are infinitely many positive integers n such that all of f1 and f2 and fkn are simultaneously prime numbers, or Roman 2 there is an integer m1 called a fixed divisor which always divides the product f1 and f2 and fkn. Skinzel-Jedian syndrome, a congenital neurodegenerative syndrome with various physical anomalies, including severe mid-face retraction and retarded growth and mental development. Tveo, a town in Vicenza, Veneto, Italy. Ciazzadini, misspelling of schizogeny. Initialism of State Children's Health Insurance Program. Schiphol, an international airport in North Holland, Netherlands, serving the city of Amsterdam and the main international airport of the Netherlands. Spebber, a surname. Spebber, a small breed of dog developed in Belgium, sometimes used as a watchdog on boats. Spibbers, plural of skipper. Spibbers, plural of skipper. Skurras, archaic form of Shiraz city of Iran. Skirmer, a surname. Skirmeri, an orthorhombic dipyramidal white mineral containing bismuth, lead, silver, and sulfur. Skirmers, plural of skirmer. Schio, a surname from Italian. Scios, plural of sciro. Scuri, plural of scurus. Scurus, alternative form of scurus. Scurruses, plural of scurus. Sideris, a hard swelling of a gland or other organ. Schizandra, a magnolia vine genus Schisandra. Schisandраceous, belonging to the family Schisandраceae. Schizandrous, plural of Schisandra. Schisandrine, any of a group of biochemically active compounds found in the woody vine Schisandra chinensis. Schisandrins, plural of schisandrin. Schisandrol, any of a group of complex lignins present in the shrub Schisandra that show hepatoprotective activity. Schisandrols, plural of schisandrol. Schisumthurin, any of a group of compounds based on a schisandrin skeleton that are active against Parkinson's Parkinson's disease. Schismthurins, plural of schismthurin. Schias, plural of schises. Today is separation, cleft. Spillwar, a surname. Snithors, plural of schisler. Tzidilon, a split or separation within a group or organization, typically caused by discord. Schism shop, a dissenters meeting house. Schism shops, plural of schism shop. Schisma, a very small interval equal to half a comma. Schismas, plural of schisma. Schismatic, of or pertaining to a schism. Schismatical, alternative form of schismatic. Schismatical, obsolete form of schismatical. Schismatically, in a schismatic way. Schismaticalness, the quality of being schismatical. Schismaticals, plural of schismatical. Schismatic, obsolete form of schismatic. Schismatics, plural of schismatic. Schismatics, plural of schismatic. Schismatize, alternative form of schismatize. Schismatize, simple past and past participle of schismatize. Schismatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of schismatize. Schismatizing, present participle and gerund of schismatize. Schismatism, the beliefs associated with a schism or breakaway faction. Schismatisms, plural of schismatism. Schismatus, one whose beliefs are those of a schism or breakaway faction. Schismatists, plural of schismatists. Schismatize, to cause to break apart by way of schism. Schismatize, simple past and past participle of schismatize. Schismatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of schismatize. Schismatizing, present participle and gerund of schismatize. Schisma, relating to a schism, schismatic. Schismless, free from schisms, intact. Schismogenesis, the formation of schisms or divisions. Schismogenetic, of or relating to schismogenesis. Schismogenic, causing schism or division. Schismogenically, in a schismogenic manner. Tzabelums, plural of schism. Spillwar, a surname. Snithors, plural of schisler. Any of a variety of coarse-grained crystalline metamorphic rocks with a foliated structure that allows easy division into slabs or slates. Schistaceous, having the color of slate, slaty. Scastatin, a particular disintegrin. Erase, of or like schist. Schistos. Schistify, simple past and past participle of schistify. Schistifies, third person singular simple present indicative of schistify. Schistify, to develop or cause to develop into schist. Schistifying, present participle and gerund of schistify. Schistoseries, a class of glycosphingolipids containing the sequence gal N-ac beta 1,4-GLC beta-sur N-acetylbiloctosamine, glucose, ceramide. Schistosrhatid, any member of the Schistosrhatidae. Schistosrhatids, plural of schistosrhatid. Schistocerca, any large grasshopper of the genus Schistocerca. Schistochalaceous, of or relating to the Schistochalaceae. Schistocidal, synonym of schistosomicidal. Cesticyte, a jagged red blood cell fragment without central pallor, consequent to passage through small vessels with microthrombi, leaky prosthetic heart valves, etc. Cesticytes, plural of schistocyte. Schistocytic, of or pertaining to schistocytes. Schistocytosis, an increase in the number of schistocytes in the blood. Schistoidiosis, the condition of having a cleft tongue. Schistomiasis, misspelling of schistosomiasis. Schistomicidal, that kills schistosomes. Schistomicide, a compound that kills schistosomes and is thus used to combat schistosomiasis. Schistomicides, plural of schistomicide. Schistomula, plural of schistomulum. Schistomulum, the immature form of a parasitic schistosome. Schistose, or relating to schist. Schistosines, plural of schistosity. Schistosity, the quality or state of being schistose, cleavage. Schistosomicidal, alternative form of schistosomicidal. Schistosomal, or pertaining to the schistosome or to schistosomiasis. Schistosomasis, misspelling of schistosomiasis. Schistosomatid, any parasitic flatworm in the family Schistosomatidae. Schistosomatids, plural of schistosomatid. Schistosome, a parasitic flatworm which needs two hosts to complete its life cycle. The immature form infests freshwater snails, and the adult lives in the blood vessels of birds and mammals, causing bilharzia in humans. Schistosomes, plural of schistosome. Schistosomiasis, plural of schistosomiases. Schistosomiases, any of various diseases of humans caused by parasitic blood flukes of the genus Schistosoma. Schistosomicidal, serving as a schistosomicide. Schistosomicide, any drug used to combat schistosomiasis. Schistosomicides, plural of schistosomicide. Schistosomula, plural of schistosomulum. Schistosomule, alternative form of schistosomulum. Schistosomules, plural of schistosomule. Schistosomulum, a developmental stage of parasitic schistosoma worms, existing after the cercaria penetrates the skin up until its migration to the liver. Schistose, yes, plural of schist. Zvesti, containing or composed of schist, resembling schist, of a wine having a mineral aroma resembling that of schists. Tvedu, a village in Constanta County, Romania. Schiduca, a commune of Iași County, Romania. Schidu Galsti, a village and commune of Argeș County, Romania. That is alternative form of skits. Tis, simple past and past participle of skits. Tsitzes, plural of skits. Spitze, present participle and gerund of skits. Schizophrenia, misspelling of schizophrenia. Tzitze, schizophrenic. That's an insane person. That's alternative form of schizo before vowels. Schizopsis, of or relating to the family Schizaceae of mostly tropical ferns. Schizandra, any of several woody vines of the genus Schizandra. Schizandras, plural of schizendra. Schizendrin, alternative form of schizendrin. Schizendrins, plural of schizendrin. Schizanthus, any of several flowering plants of the genus Schizanthus. Schizanthus, plural of Schizanthus. Schizasterid, any heart urchin of the family Schizasteridae. Schizasterids, plural of Schizasterid. Spedsaxon, an axon that splits into nearly equal branches. Schizsaxons, plural of Schizsaxon. Thereist, simple past and past participle of schiz. Schizencephalic, having the head split longitudinally as a teratoid malformation. Schizencephales, plural of schizencephaly. Schizencephaly, a congenital cortical malformation characterized by full-thickness clefts lined with gray matter. Ptyvitzes, plural of schiz. Schizidia, plural of schizidium. Schizidium, a scale-like propagule originating from the upper layers of a lichen thallus. Spitzingus, the fact or state of being schizzy. Spitzing, present participle and gerund of schiz. Schismogenesis, alternative spelling of schismogenesis. Schizophrenic. Schizo, split, plet. Schizo-obsessive disorder, schizophrenia with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Schizoaffective, combining the symptoms of schizophrenia with those of bipolar disorder. Schizoaffective disorder, a mental disorder in which symptoms of schizophrenia and an affective disorder, such as depression or bipolar disorder, occur concurrently. Schizoaffective disorders, plural of schizoaffective disorder. Schizoaffectively, in a schizoaffective manner. Schizoaffectiveness, synonym of schizoaffectivity. Schizoaffectives, plural of schizoaffective. Schizoaffectivity, the quality of being schizoaffective. Schizoanalysis, plural of schizoanalysis. Schizoanalysis, a form of psychoanalysis addressing perceived shortcomings and oversimplifications in traditional psychoanalysis. Schizoanalyst, one who studies or practices schizoanalysis. Schizoanalysts, plural of schizoanalysts. Schizoanalytic, of or relating to schizoanalysis. Schizoanalytical, of or relating to schizoanalysis. Schizoanalytically, in a schizoanalytical manner or context. Spitzoiant, a bacterium that lives in or is associated with a lichen thallus. Spitzoiants, plural of schizobiont. Schizobipolar, synonym of schizoaffective. Schizocarp, a dry fruit that develops from multiple carpels and splits into multiple, one-seeded mericarps at maturity. Schizocarpic, of or relating to a schizocarp. Schizocarpus, of or relating to schizocarps. Schizocarps, plural of schizocarp. Schizocartographies, plural of schizocartography. Schizocartography, the use of alternate cartographies to challenge hegemonic narratives. Schizosol, alternative form of schizocol. Schizospholy. The tribal practice of preserving the heads of warriors. Schizochro, with compound lenses, each with separate cornea, each lens separated from others by deep scleral walls and forming an image. The corneal membrane extends downward into sclea. Schizochromism, the lack of a pigment in an organism, normally rendering it a lighter color than normal. Schizochole, synonym of pseudochole. Schizochole, a body cavity that forms by the splitting of mesodermal tissue to create a coelomic cavity. Schizocholes, plural of schizochole. Schizocolic, relating to schizocholy. Schizocolomate, an animal that develops via schizocholy. Schizocolomates, plural of schizocolomate. Schizocoles, relating to schizocholy. Schizocoles, plural of schizocole. Schizocole, the formation of a coelom from embryonic tissue. Schizochora, any member of the order Tapulata or Schizochorella of tapulate corals. Schizochorals, plural of schizochoral. Schizocyte, schizocyte. Schizocytes, plural of schizocyte. Schizocytosis, the presence of schizocytes in the blood. Schizodactylid, any member of the Schizodactylidae, the dune crickets. Schizodactylids, plural of schizodactylid. Schizodactylus, having some toes facing forward and some facing backwards. Schizodactyly, a primate term for grasping and clinging with the second and third digit fingers instead of the thumb and second digit. Schizodyme, a subgroup of parasites with a unique kDNA. Schizodepress, having schizodepression. Schizodepression, schizophrenia combined with depressive symptoms. Schizodepressive, relating to schizodepression. Schizovant, having reverse V-shaped scissurate hinged teeth and often an elongated lateral tooth. Schizodonts, plural of schizodont. Schizogamic, of or relating to schizogamy. Schizogamous, relating to schizogamy. Schizogamy, reproduction involving the splitting of an organism into a sexual and an asexual individual. Schizogenesis, alternative form of schizogeny. Schizogenetic, schizogenous. Schizogenetically, in a schizogenous manner, by means of schizogeny. Schizogenic, relating to schizogeny. Schizogenous, of, pertaining to, or formed by schizogeny. Schizogenously, in a schizogenous manner. Schizogeny, creation of cavities by separating out existing cells. Schizoglossia, insecurity at the afflictability of a language ray. Schizoglossic, exhibiting schizoglossia. Schizognetism, the state of a bird having a schizognathous palate. Schizognathous, having the maxillopalatine bones separate from each other and from the vomer, which is pointed in front, as in the gulls, snipes, and many other birds. Schizogonic, relating to schizogony. Schizogonins, plural of schizogony. Schizogamous, relating to schizogony. Schizodeny, asexual reproduction of protozoans, etc., characterized by multiple divisions of the nucleus and cell. Schizoi, characterized by social withdrawal and emotional coldness or flat affectivity. Schizoid personality disorder. A personality disorder characterized by social withdrawal, flat affect, very few, if any, close friends or personal relationships, excessive preoccupation with fantasy and insensitivity to prevailing social norms and conventions. Schizoid personality disorders. Plural of schizoid personality disorder. Schizoid psychopathy. Someone with schizoid personality disorder. Schizoid. Synonym of schizoid. Schizoidally. In a schizoidal manner. Schizoidia. Schizoid personality disorder. Schizoidism. The condition of being schizoid. Schizoidisms. Plural of schizoidism. Schizoids. Plural of schizoi. Schizolysigynous. Both schizogynous and lysigynous. Schizolysis. Simple division. Schizolytic. Relating to schizolysis. Schizolytically. In a schizolytic manner. Schizomania. Synonym of bipolar disorder. Schizomer. Synonym of restriction enzyme. Schizomers. Splitting into portions. Schizomers. Plural of schizomer. Schizomet. Any of many tropical arachnids of the order Schizomida. Schizomeds. Plural of schizomed. Spetsat. A cell that divides by schizogeny. Schizontemia. The presence of schizons, typically of plasmodium in the blood. Schizonticidal. Destructive to schizons, especially malaria. Schizonticide. Any schizonticidal material. Schizonticides. Plural of schizonticide. Schizonticidal. Alternative form of schizonticidal. Schizonticide. Alternative form of schizonticide. Schizonticides. Plural of schizonticide. Schizont. Plural of schizont. Schizopumus. Having the two flexor tendons of the toes entirely separate, and the flexor hallucis going to the first toe only. Schizoplutid. Apeltidium. Schizoplutids. Plural of schizoplutid. Schizophagia. Word salad. A nonsensical, often repetitious assemblage of words, typical of mental disorders such as schizophrenia. Schizophaias. Plural of schizophagia. Schizophasic. Exhibiting or pertaining to schizophagia. Schizophasics. Plural of schizophasic. Schizophonia. The condition of sound or sounds separate from their sources. Schizophony. Alternative form of schizophonia. Schizophoran. Any fly of the taxon Schizophora. Schizophorans. Plural of schizophoran. Schizophren. A schizophrenic individual. Schizophrens. Plural of schizophren. Schizophrenia is the form of word salad uttered by schizophrenics. Schizophrenia, a psychiatric diagnosis denoting a persistent, often chronic, mental illness characterized by abnormal perception, thinking, behavior, and emotion, often marked by delusions. Schizophrenia spectrum, a classification of psychiatric disorders related to schizophrenia, also including schizotypal personality disorder, schizoid personality disorders, and others. Schizophrenia-like. Alternative spelling of schizophrenia-like. Schizophreniac. Of or relating to schizophrenia, schizophrenic. Schizophreniacs. Plural of schizophreniac. Schizophrenia, resembling or characteristic of schizophrenia. Schizophrenias, plural of schizophrenia. Schizophrenic, of or relating to schizophrenia. Schizophrenic number, an irrational number with persistent patterns in its decimal expansion that give it the appearance of a rational number. Schizophrenic numbers, plural of schizophrenic number. Schizophrenically, in a schizophrenic manner. Schizophrenics, plural of schizophrenic. Schizophreniform, resembling or having some symptoms of schizophrenia. Schizophrenigenesis, schizophrenogenesis. Schizophrenigenic, alternative form of schizophrenogenic. Schizophrenogenesis, the development of schizophrenia. Schizophrenogenic, of or relating to schizophrenogenesis, causing schizophrenia. Schizophrenomimetic, that mimics schizophrenia. Schizophrenomimetics, plural of schizophrenomimetic. Schizophyceous, of or relating to the Schizophyceae, a class of blue-green algae. Schizophilin, the drug sizophilin. Spitophyte, any of a class of primitive organisms that reproduce solely by fission. Schizophytes, plural of schizophyte. Schizophytic, of or relating to schizophytes. Schizoplasmodiid, any slime mold of the genus Schizoplasmodium. Schizoplasmodiids, plural of schizoplasmodiid. Schizopod, any of the schizopoda. Schizopodid, any beetle in the family Schizopodidae, a false jewel beetle. Schizopodids, plural of schizopodid. Schizopodus, of or relating to the schizopoda. Schizopod, plural of schizopod. Schizopolitics, a pattern of action that undermines the status quo, especially that which causes capital to be spent on actions antithetical to capitalism. Schizoporelid, any bryozoan in the family Schizoporelidae. Schizoporelids, plural of schizoporelid. Schizopost, a genuine posting that appears to exhibit schizophrenia. Schizoposted, simple past and past participle of schizopost. Schizoposter, someone who schizoposts, someone creating memes making light of schizophrenia or is perhaps genuinely schizophrenic. Schizoposters, plural of schizoposter. Schizoposting, present participle and gerund of schizopost. Schizoposts, plural of schizoposts. Schizorinal, having the nasal bones separate, having the anterior nostrils prolonged in the form of a slit. Schizos, plural of schizo. Schizosexual, exhibiting pathologically divergent sexual behavior or sexual behavior imagined to be associated with schizophrenia. Schizosexuals, plural of schizosexual. Schizostelic, exhibiting or relating to schizosely. Schizostolos, synonym of schizostelic. Schizosely, the arrangement in which the single primitive stele breaks up into as many distinct strands as it possesses vascular bundles. Schizotaxia, a predisposition to schizophrenia. Schizotext, a poem or similar text that seeks to show a division of consciousness between itself and the outside world. Schizodexts, plural of schizodex. Schizothecal, having the tarsal envelope divided as by scutella. Schizothoracin, alternative form of schizothoracine. Schizophoricine. Any cyprinid fish of the genus Schizothorax, snow carps, snow trouts, and marincas. Schizothoricines, plural of schizophoricine. Schizophoricins, plural of schizophoricin. Schizothymia, a temperament characterized by elements of schizophrenia or schizoid personality disorder while still within the bounds of normality. Schizothymiac, a person exhibiting schizophrenia. Schizothymiacs, plural of schizothymiac. Schizothymic, having or relating to schizophrenia. Schizothymics, plural of schizothymic. Schizolymus, schizothymic. Schizoeriasis, of or relating to the Schizotheriaceae. Schizotrichia, splitting of hairs at the ends, often called split ends. Schizotypal, pertaining to or displaying mild signs of schizophrenia, pertaining to or having schizotypy. Schizotypal personalities, plural of schizotypal personality. Schizotypal personality, a personality affected by schizotypal personality disorder. Schizotypal personality disorder, a personality disorder characterized by an extreme discomfort in social situations and perceptual distortions. Schizotypal personality disorders, plural of schizotypal personality disorder. Schizotypality, the state or quality of being schizotypal. Schizotypals, plural of schizotypal. Schizotyped, a schizophrenic phenotype. Schizotypes, plural of schizotype. Schizotypic, schizotypal, displaying symptoms or signs similar to but less severe than schizophrenia. Schizotypical, schizotypal. Schizotherapy, a continuum of personality characteristics and experiences ranging from normal dissociative, imaginative states to the more extreme end of psychosis, schizophrenia in particular. Schizozoid, merozoid, especially before schizogony. Schizozoids, plural of schizozoid. Tvedse, relating to separation or schism. Tvedse, schizoid, schizophrenic. Skids out, to go mad, to behave irrationally. Skids out, simple past and past participle of skids out. Skids is out, third person singular simple present indicative of skids out. Skidsing out, present participle and gerund of skids out. Tvedse, schizoid, schizophrenic, crazy. Abbreviation of school. Shalabai, a surname. Shaleva is. Plural of Schlaba. Schleffli, a surname from German. Schleffli double six, a configuration of 30 points and 12 lines. The lines can be partitioned into two subsets of 6. Each line is disjoint from skew with the lines in its own subset of 6 lines and intersects all but one of the lines in the other subset of 6 lines. Each of the 12 lines of the configuration contains 5 intersection points, and each of these 30 intersection points belongs to exactly 2 lines, one from each subset. Schleffli double sixes, plural of Schleffli double six. Schleffli notation, synonym of Schleffli symbol. Schleffli notations, plural of Schleffli notation. Schleffli symbol, a notation that recursively encodes certain properties of a specified regular polytope or tessellation. Schläfli symbols. Plural of Schläfli symbol. Schläfli, a surname. A surname from German. Schlegel, a surname. Schlegels, plural of Schlegel. Schlager, a chiefly European style of popular music with light melodies often easily danceable and typically facile, sentimental lyrics. Schlagers, plural of Schlager. Schlager, a surname from German. Schlagethers, plural of Schlageter. Schlagbus, plural of Schlag. Schlagson, whipped cream. Schlemberei, laziness, inefficiency, muddleheadedness, especially as a supposed Southern German or Austrian characteristic. Schlangen, a surname from German. Schlandians, plural of Schlangen. Schlenger, a surname from German. Schlangers, plural of Schlanger. Schlanite, the part of anthracoxine that is soluble in ether. Schwader, a surname. Schwaders, plural of Schlader. Schwader, a surname. Schwatters, plural of Schlatter. Deutsch, a surname from German. Schlotz, plural of Schlotch. Short, a fanciful variation of dog or dog. Short, plural of Schlaw. Tut, a surname. Schlitz, plural of Schlet. Guy, a surname from German. Schlies, plural of Schlie. Schlegel diagram, a projection of a polytope from n-dimensional space to n1 dimensions through a point beyond one of its faces, especially such a projection itself represented in 2 dimensions of a 3- or 4-dimensional polytope. Schlegel diagrams, plural of Schlegel diagram. Schlegelian, of or relating to Friedrich Schlegel 1772-1829, German poet and philosopher. Schwedelite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal yellow mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, calcium, lead, molybdenum, oxygen, phosphorus, and vanadium. Schlick, an estuary in Germany in the region of Schleswig-Holstein. Schleicher, a surname. Schleicher County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, El Dorado. Schleicheria, of or relating to August Schleicher 1821-1868, German linguist who attempted to reconstruct the Proto-Indo-European language. Schleichers, plural of Schleicher. Gilleif, a surname from German. Schläfer, a surname. Schläfers, plural of Schläfer. Schleifs, plural of Schleif. Schleis, a surname from German. Schleides, plural of Schleis. Schlenite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing bismuth, copper, lead, selenium, and silver. Schlemissel, alternative spelling of Schlemizel. Schlemiel, a loser or a fool. Schlemiels, plural of Schlemiel. Schlemiel, alternative form of Schlemiel. Schlemiels, plural of Schlemiel. Schlem, a surname. Schlem's canal, a circular channel in the eye that collects aqueous humor from the interior chamber and delivers it into the bloodstream. If it is blocked, a glaucoma results. Schlems canals, plural of Schlems canal. Schletter, a surname. Schlebers, plural of Schlemmer. Schlemazel, alternative form of Schlemazel. Schlemazels, plural of Schlemazel. Schleich, a surname. Schlenk flask, an item of glass laboratory equipment consisting of a flask designed for the extraction of air to leave an inert gas or vacuum before introducing the reagents. Schlenk flasks, plural of Schlenk flask. Schlenk tube, synonym of Schlenk flask. Schlenk tubes, plural of Schlenk tube. Schlenker, a surname. Schlenkers, plural of Schlenker. Schlenter, alternative form of Schlenter. Schlenter, simple past and past participle of Schlenter. Schlentering, present participle and gerund of Schlenter. Schlenters, plural of Schlenter. To carry, drag, or load. Schleppitschka, the technique of applying paint in splotches with a feather duster, flogger, or similar tool used for theatrical backdrops, etc. Alternative form of schlepp. Tut, simple past and past participle of schlepp. Schlepper, a servant who carries things, a porter. Schleppers, plural of schlepper. Schleppe, present participle and gerund of schlepp. Schlepps, third person singular simple present indicative of schlepp. Schleppy, slovenly. Sloppy. Schlepps, plural of schlepp. Sclerochronological, misspelling of sclerochronological. Sclerophil, misspelling of sclerophil. Sclerophilus, misspelling of sclerophilus. Sclerophilus, misspelling of sclerophilus. Scleristin, misspelling of scleristin. Sclerotherapy, misspelling of sclerotherapy. Schlesser, a surname. Schletzers, plural of Schlesinger. Schleswig, a geographic area and former Danish duchy in northern Europe, located on the southern Jutland Peninsula between the rivers Eider and Kangia, now politically divided between Denmark and Germany. Schleswig-Flensburg, a rural district of Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Seat, Schleswig. Schleswig-Holstein, one of the component states of Germany according to the current administrative division of the nation. Schleswig-Holstein question, the question of which state s possessed, or should possess, control over which parts of Schleswig-Holstein. Schleswig-Holstein question, alternative letter case form of Schleswig-Holstein question. Schleswiger, a native or inhabitant of Schleswig, the northern half of the state of Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Schleswigers, plural of Schleswiger. Tle, a surname. Schley County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Ellaville. Tue, the finer portion of crushed ore as of gold, lead, or tin, separated by the water in certain wet processes. Schlitter, a surname. Schlitters, plural of Schlitter. Toes, plural of Schli. Toet, a surname. Schlichter, a surname from German. Schlichters, plural of Schlitzer. Schlitting, a surname. Schlittings, plural of Schlitting. Schlitz, plural of Schlitt. Tuick, alternative form of Schlick, vulval/vaginal masturbation. Tuet, singular of Schlieren. Schlieren, regions of a fluid having different refractive index because of their different density. Schlieren photography, any of several techniques used to record regions of different refractive index in a fluid, especially used to visualize the flow of air around objects. Schlierens, alternative form of Schlieren. Schlieren, of or relating to Schlieren. Schlimmesel, a chronically unlucky person. Schlimmesels, plural of Schlimmesel. Schlimmazel, alternative form of Schlimmesel. Schlimmesels, plural of Schlimmazel. Tuick, a surname. Schlinks, plural of Schlink. Schlips salt, the anhydride of sodium thioammoniate having the chemical formula Na3SBS9H2O. Hillet, a surname from German. Gillets, plural of Schlitt. Schillets, a surname from German. Schlitzes, plural of Schlitz. Juck, alternative form of Schlub. Schlabum, a surname from German. Schlabums, plural of Schlabum. Schlads, plural of Schlav. Ilach, commodity that is shoddy or inferior. Schlockbuster, a schlocky blockbuster, a film that is tasteless and inferior but still very successful. Schlockbusters, plural of schlockbuster. Schlocker, a schlocky film or other work. Schlotters, plural of schlocker. Schlocky, a box game variant of ice hockey for 2 players with 2 bladeless sticks, a puck, a wooden box with 2, 3, or 5 slotted dividers representing pass/shot opposition for the possible middle divider S and the goal slots for the 2 end dividers. Schloxus, something cheesy or of poor quality, especially a film. Schlockfists, plural of schlockfist. Tilafia, comparative form of schlocky, more schlocky. Tolakius, superlative form of schlocky, most schlocky. Schlockily, in a schlocky manner. Schlockiness, the quality of a schlocky. Schlockmeister, a writer of schlock, an author, film director, etc. who produces tasteless and inferior works. Schlockmeisters, plural of Schlockmeister. Deluxe, plural of schlock. Schlockster, one who creates schlock. Schlocksters, plural of schlockster. Schlockumentaries, plural of schlockumentary. Schlockumentary, a documentary program or film that is schlocky, typically due to its content being deemed sensationalistic, propagandistic, or factually inaccurate. Schlockware, software that is of shoddy or inferior quality. Jalaki, of inferior quality, cheap. Schlover, a surname. Schlovers, plural of Schlomer. Schlonbashe, any in the family Schlonbashe. Schlonbashe is plural of Schlonbashe. Schlotter, a surname from German. Schlotters, plural of Schlosser. Scho, a penis, especially a long one. Scho, simple past and past participle of schlong. Schwaming, present participle and gerund of schlong. Schlongs, plural of schlong. Tu, alternative spelling of schlong. Schluis, plural of schloom. Tu, a usually wet sucking or slurping sound. Tote, simple past and past participle of schlu. Schope, present participle and gerund of schloop. Tovis, plural of schlu. Toopy, what, gooey. Ugh, the sound of an animal, especially a canine, feline, or ruminant, drinking water with its tongue. What, very dry. Joss, a surname from German. Schlossber, a surname from German. Schlossbers, plural of Schlossber. Schlosses, plural of Schloss. Schlossmeteorite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. A surname from German. Schlotterbeck, a surname from German. Schlotterbecks, plural of Schlotterbeck. Gelotz, plural of Schlott. Gelotz, a surname from German. Hus, plural of Shaw. Tja, a person who is clumsy, oafish, or socially awkward, or unattractive, or unkempt. Toy, comparative form of schlubby, more schlubby. Twattis, superlative form of schlubby, most schlubby. Schlubbiness, the quality of a schluddy. Shoddy, clumsy, oafish, or socially awkward, unattractive, or unkempt. Schod, plural of schlub. Shooter, a surname. Shooters, plural of schluter. Schlumberger, any member of the cactus genus Schlumbergera. Schlumbergeras, plural of Schlumbergera. Dove, someone who is lazy, slovenly, or dull-looking. Schlot, simple past and past participle of schlum. Schlumpy, comparative form of schlumpy, more schlumpy. Schlumpiest, superlative form of schlumpy, most schlumpy. Schlumpiness, the quality of being schlumpy. Schlumping, present participle and gerund of schlum. Tulumbus, plural of schlum. Tulumby, looking like a schlump, slovenly or unbecoming. Schlunba, a surname from German. Dort, alternative form of schlur. Dort, simple past and past participle of schlup. Schleppen, present participle and gerund of schlup. Ellipse, plural of schlup. Chur, a slurping sound. Chort, simple past and past participle of schlur. Schorbe, present participle and gerund of schlur. Torps, plural of schlur. Tutor, participle of schlur. Schorbe, present participle and gerund of schlur. Torps, plural of schlur. Tutor, a surname. Shooters, plural of schluter. Used to form a reduplicated rhyming compound of any word in order to express disparagement, dismissal, or derision. Schmal, a surname from German. Schmals, plural of schmal. Chef, a surname from German. Schmales, plural of schmael. Schmaltaldic, of or relating to the Schmalkaldic League, a military alliance of Lutheran princes within the Holy Roman Empire during the mid-16th century. Schma, a surname from German. Schmallenberg virus. The virus Schmallenberg orthoponia virus, which causes congenital malformations and stillbirths in animals. Schmalz, plural of Schmal. Schmalz, a surname from German. Schmalz up, to make something schmaltzy. Schmaltzt up, simple past and past participle of schmaltz up. Schmaltzes, plural of schmaltz. Schmaltzes up, third person singular simple present indicative of schmaltz up. Schmaltzes, a very schmaltzy event, situation, or thing. Schmaltzists, plural of schmaltzes. Schmaltzier, comparative form of schmaltz, event, situation, or thing. Schmaltzists, plural of schmaltzes. Schmaltzier, comparative form of schmaltzy, more schmaltzy. Schmaltziest, superlative form of schmaltzy, most schmaltzy. Schmaltzily, in a schmaltzy manner. Schmaltziness, the quality or state of being schmaltzy. Schmaltzing up, present participle and gerund of schmaltz up. Schmaltzy, overly sentimental, emotional, maudlin, or pathetic. Schmaltz, alternative form of schmaltz. Schmaltzier, comparative form of schmaltzy, more schmaltzy. Schmaltziest, superlative form of schmaltzy, most schmaltzy. Schmaltzily, in a schmaltzy manner. Schmaltzy, alternative spelling of schmaltzy. Schranzier, comparative form of schmancy, more schmancy. Schranziest, superlative form of schmancy, most schmancy. Schmancy, fancy, especially in a contrived or pretentious fashion. Schite, alternative form of shmat. Jmat, alternative spelling of shmat. Jmat, plural of schmat. Schwer, a batch of things that go together. Schwer, simple past and past participle of schmear. Schwering, present participle and gerund of schmear. Schwers, plural of schmear. Date, alternative form of sh meat. Gebäck, a smell or a taste, a nip of a drink, etc. Schmecker, a user of the drug heroin. Schmeckers, plural of schmecker. Schmeckel, penis. Schmeckles, plural of schmeckel. Schmecks, plural of schmeck. Schwer, alternative form of schmear. Schwer, simple past and past participle of schmear. Schwering, present participle and gerund of schmear. Schwers, plural of schmear. Schmedeg, alternative spelling of schmedegi. Schmedeges, plural of schmedeg. Schmedeges, plural of schmedegi. Schmedegi, an idiot, a jerk. Schwe, a surname from German. Schmails, plural of schmail. Schwelle, a surname from German. Schmellings, plural of schmelling. Schwelle, a surname. Schmelzer, a surname. Schmelzers, plural of schmelzer. Schmelz, a surname from German. Schmelz, a kind of ruby red glass made in Bohemia. Schmelzer, a surname. Schmelzers, plural of Schmelzer. Schmelzes, plural of Schmelz. Schmelzel. A surname from German. Schmelzels, plural of Schmelzel. Schmelzmuster, the spatial distribution of different types of enamel on a tooth. Schmelzmusters, plural of Schmelzmuster. Spendrick, a stupid person, a fool, a nincompoop. Spendrix, plural of Schmendrick. Spendrick, alternative form of Schmendrick. Schmendrix, plural of Schmendrick. Schmexi, alternative spelling of Schmexi. Chudek, a surname. Schmeckel, a surname. Juex, plural of Schmick. Schned, a surname from German. Schmedball, a surname. Schmedballs, plural of Schmedgall. Schmidhuber, a surname from German. Schmidlin, a surname from German. Schmedlins, plural of Schmidlin. Tut, a surname from German in turn originating as an occupation. Schmidt camera, a camera mounted in a Schmidt telescope. Schmidt cameras, plural of Schmidt camera. Schmidt corrector plate, an aspheric lens that corrects the spherical aberration introduced by the spherical primary mirror of the Schmidt telescope or Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope. Schmidt corrector plates, plural of Schmidt corrector plate. Schmidt Island, an island in the Severnaya Zemlya archipelago of the Russian Arctic. Schmidt reaction, the reaction of a carbonyl group with an azide to form an amine or amide. Schmidt reactions, plural of Schmidt reaction. Schmidt rearrangement, synonym of Schmidt reaction. Schmidt rearrangements, plural of Schmidt rearrangement. Schmidt telescope, a telescope having a wide field of view, comprising a thin aspheric lens and a large concave mirror. Schmidt telescopes, plural of Schmidt telescope. Schmidt-Cassegrain, ellipsis of Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope. Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, a catadioptric telescope that combines a Cassegrain reflector's optical path with a Schmidt corrector plate to make a compact astronomical instrument that uses simple spherical surfaces. Schmidt-Cassegrain telescopes, plural of Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope. Schmidt-Cassegrains, plural of Schmidt-Cassegrain. Schmidtchen, of or relating to Arno Schmidt 1914-1979, German author and translator. Schmidtk, a surname. Schmidtks, plural of Schmidtk. Gemetz, plural of Schmidt. Schmieder, a surname. Schmiederei, a monoclinic prismatic blue mineral containing copper, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and selenium. Schraders, plural of Schmieder. A surname from German. Schmedal, a surname. Schrades, plural of Schmee. Schwerer, a surname from German. Schreierers, plural of Schmier. Schmiercase, alternative form of smearcase. Schmiesing, a surname from German. Schmiesings, plural of Schmiesing. Schmeidowski, a surname. Jut, A surname. Schmetz, plural of Schmidt. Jet, a surname from German. Schmidt-Gillen-Weider-Kelly syndrome, a rare autosomal dominant congenital disorder consisting of radial hypoplasia, triphalangeal thumbs, hypospadias, and maxillary diastema. Schmidt-Traeger, a comparator circuit with hysteresis implemented by applying positive feedback to the non-inverting input of a comparator or differential amplifier. It converts an analog signal to a digital one. Schmidt-Traegers, plural of Schmidt-Traeger. Schmetten, former name of Schmitten im Taunus, Germany, renamed in 2021. Schwitter, a surname from German. Schwitterei, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing oxygen, tellurium, and uranium. Schwitters, plural of Schmitter. Schmitten, of or related to political theorist Carl Schmitt 1880–1985 or his theories. Schrittians, plural of Schmidtchen. Show, a stupid, obnoxious, pathetic, or otherwise contemptible person. Schmach, alternative spelling of schmuck. Schmucks, plural of schmuck. Show, alternative form of schmo. Schlos, plural of schmo. Schmo, a surname. Schmals, plural of schmal. Cho, alternative form of shmu. Schmoo tort, a Canadian dessert, a tort with layered whipped cream, caramel, and nuts. Schmoo torts, plural of schmoo tort. Cho, fan fiction, or part of a fan fiction, which is sweetly romantic or cute, usually to a degree considered maudlin. Jopier, comparative form of schmoopy, more schmoopy. Schmoopiest, superlative form of schmoopy, most schmoopy. Schmoopiness, the state or quality of being schmoopy. Schmoopy, characteristic of schmoop, maudlin. Shows, plural of schmoo. Eos, a brain microprotein produced by mitochondria, malformed forms of which are thought to be involved in Alzheimer's. Dose, alternative form of schmooze. Schmoose, simple past and past participle of schmooze. Schmoozoici, the class of people whose livelihoods are dependent on talking. Schmooses, third person singular simple present indicative of schmooze. Schmoozing, present participle and gerund of schmooze. Shows, alternative spelling of schmooze. Schmoozathan, an event where a lot of schmoozing takes place. Schmoozathans, plural of schmoozathan. Shows, to talk casually, especially in order to gain an advantage or make a social connection. Schmoozathon, an event where people meet to make social connections, a prolonged period of schmoozing. Schmoozathons, plural of schmoozathon. Schmoozethan, alternative spelling of schmoozathon. Schmoozethans, plural of schmoozethan. Schmooze, simple past and past participle of schmooze. Schmoozefus, a social gathering organized so that people working in the non-profit charity sector can get together. Schmoozefists, plural of schmoozefist. Schrouzer, one who schmoozes. Schroozers, plural of schmoozer. Schroothes, plural of schmooze. Schrozer, comparative form of schmoozy, more schmoozy. Schmooziest, superlative form of schmoozy, most schmoozy. Schroozing, present participle and gerund of schmooze. Schroozingly, in a schmoozing manner. Schmoozings, plural of schmoozing. Schmoozy, tending to schmooze, sucking up for the sake of social advancement. Schmoes, plural of schmo. Schweier, a surname. Schmoyers, plural of schmoyer. Schmazel, alternative form of schmazel. Schmazels, plural of schmazel. Jubuk, a jerk, a person who is unlikable, detestable, or contemptible because he or she is stupid, foolish, clumsy, oafish, inept, malicious, or unpleasant. Schmuck insurance, the situation where an owner sells a company but retains a portion in case the price appreciates in the future. Schmucked, simple past and past participle of schmuck. Schumacher, a surname. Schmuckers, plural of schmucker. Schmuckiness, the state of being schmucky, of being a schmuck, jerkiness, stupidity, foolishness, ineptitude. Schmucking, present participle and gerund of schmuck. Schmucko, a schmuck, a pitiful person, loser. Schmuckos, plural of schmucko. Gemucks, plural of schmuck. Schmucktel, a dull and insignificant town. Schmuppy, characteristic of a schmuck. Schmutter, plove. Schmutters, plural of schmutter. Imuts, dirt, filth. Schmutzy, messy, dirty, covered with schmutz. Schnabel, the beak-like lifting component of a Schnabel car. Schnabel car, a specialized railroad freight car designed to carry heavy and oversized loads in such a way that the load makes up part of the car, being suspended in the middle by lifting arms connected to an assembly of span bolsters that distribute the weight over many wheels. Schnabel cars, plural of Schnabel car. Schnabel wagon, synonym of Schnabel car. Schnabel wagons, plural of Schnabel wagon. Schnabelkan, a ewer with a spout in the shape of a beak, of a kind initially made and used by the Etrurians. Schnabels, plural of Schnabel. Schnabelbad, a surname. Schneider, a surname. Schmeckenburg, a surname from German. Schneekenbergs, plural of Schneekenberg. Schnaub, a surname from German. Schnabber, an Australasian fish Chrysophries gutulatus or C. auratus, the porgy or snapper. Schnabbers, plural of schnapper. Schnaps, plural of schnapp. Schnapsos, plural of schnapps. Schnaps, alternative form of schnapps. Schnapses, plural of schnapps. Schnar, a surname. Schnars, plural of schnar. Schnauzer, a dog of a particular breed originating in Germany. Schnauzers, plural of schnauzer. Schnather, comparative form of schnazzy, more schnazzy. Schnazist, superlative form of schnazzy, most schnazzy. Schnay, stylish, elegant, snazzy. Inet, a surname. Schnack goat, synonym of Schumard oak. Dinuk, a sweet spiral-shaped bun or roll of German origin. Schnecken, plural of schneck. Schneeks, plural of Schneck. Schneeberger, a surname. Schneebergers. Plural of Schneeberger. Schneebergite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, calcium, cobalt, hydrogen, iron, nickel, and oxygen. Schneeweiss, a surname. Schnett, a losing streak. Schneider, a surname from German in turn originating as an occupation meaning tailor. Schneiderian, of or relating to Kurt Schneider 1887-1967, German psychiatrist, or the psychotic symptoms he listed as being particularly characteristic of schizophrenia. Schneiderian membrane, the mucous membrane that lines the nasal chambers, the pituitary membrane. Schneiderian membranes. Plural of Schneiderian membrane. Schneiderman, a surname. Schneidermans, plural of Schneiderman. Schmaderverse, the fictional universe that serves as the simultaneous setting of several television series created by Dan Schneider. Schneids, plural of Schnee. Schneier's law, alternative letter case form of Schneier's law. Schneier's law, an informal law holding that anyone can create a security system they cannot personally break. Gneider, a surname from German. Gneiders, plural of Schneider. Gnuck, a surname. Jeff, a surname. Schnellbomber, a type of German World War II bomber designed to outrun fighters as part of its defensive capability. Schnellbombers, plural of Schnellbomber. Schneller, a surname. Schnellers, plural of Schneller. Schnells, plural of Schnell. Schnupf, a surname. Schnaps, plural of Schnapp. Jev, a surname. Schnaps, plural of Schnapp. Schneekelfritz, alternative form of Schnickelfritz. Schmeckelfritzes, plural of Schnickelfritz. Schmecklefritz, alternative form of Schnickelfritz. Schneeklefritzes, plural of Schnickelfritz. Schneider, a surname. Schneiders, plural of Schneider. Schneider, a surname. Schneiders, plural of Schneider. Schnipt, a surname from German. Schneps, plural of Schnipp. Schnecker, a surname from German. Schneckers, plural of Schnittger. Schedes, plural of Schnitty. Schnittchen, of or resembling the work of composer Alfred Schnitt, polystylistic. Jiddick, Schnitzel. Schnitzel, a dish consisting of fried veal cutlet. Schnitzels, plural of Schnitzel. Schmetzer, a surname from German. Schnetzers, plural of Schnitzer. Schnitzler. A surname. Schnitzler syndrome, a rare disease characterized by chronic hives and periodic fever, bone and joint pain sometimes with joint inflammation, weight loss, malaise, fatigue, swollen lymph glands, and enlarged spleen and liver. Schnitzlers, plural of Schnitzler. Schnacker, a dog that is a cross between a Schnauzer and a Cocker Spaniel. Schnacker, alternative form of schnockerd. Schnockers, plural of schnocker. Schnoodle, a dog that is a hybrid between a poodle and a schnauzer. Schnoodles, plural of schnoodle. Chup, a person who is easily taken advantage of. Schmoker, excessively drunk from alcohol. Schnooks, plural of schnook. Schnookums, alternative form of snookums. Schnorr, a surname. Schnorrs, plural of schnorr. Schnorchel, submarine snorkel. Snort. Schnorrer, alternative form of schnorra. Schnorrers, plural of schnorr. Schnorkel, alternative form of snorkel. Schnorkel, simple past and past participle of schnorkel. Schnorkeling, present participle and gerund of schnorkel. Schnorkel, simple past and past participle of schnorkel. Schnorkeling, present participle and gerund of schnorkel. Schnorkels, plural of schnorkel. Schnorr, a surname from German. Schnorr, simple past and past participle of schnorr. Schnorre. Better. Schnorras, plural of schnorra. Shoring, present participle and gerund of schnorr. Schnorrs, plural of schnorr. Schmaz, alternative form of schnoz. Schmaz, nose. Schnoz, plural of schnoz. Schnozzle, the human nose, especially one that is large. Schnozzles, plural of schnozzle. Schnozola, the mouse. Schnozola, plural of schnozola. Kjur, a surname from German. Kjurs, plural of Schnur. Skober, a surname from German. Skobers, plural of Skober. Abak, a surname. Scotchat, alternative form of Shotchet. Skachadim, plural of Scotchat. Scotchats, plural of Scotchat. Spatches, plural of Skok. Scotchet, alternative form of Shotchet. Scotchadim, plural of Scotchet. Scotchets, plural of Scotchet. Tsakakwe, a surname. Skodry, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and vanadium. Skodinger, a surname from German. Tkoms, a surname. Tkomses, plural of scomes. Tkum, a surname. Skarmak, a surname. Skarmbacks, plural of Skonebeck. Skonber, a surname. Skonberger, a surname. Skonbergers, plural of Skonberger. Skonbergen, of or relating to Arnold Schoenberg, 1874–1951, Austrian-American composer. Schoenbergs, plural of Schoenberg. Schoenborn, a surname. Schoenborns, plural of Schoenborn. T'on, alternative form of Sheen. Skonecker, a surname. Skoneckers, plural of Skonecker. Schoner, a surname. Sconers. Plural of sconer. Scones, plural of scone. Sconefeld, a surname. Sconefels purple. A reddish-purple color. Schoenfelder, a surname. Schoenfelders, plural of Schoenfelder. Schoenfelds, plural of Schoenfeld. Sconeflisci, an isometric diploidal reddish-brown mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and tin. Sconair, a surname. Sconers, plural of sconehair. Scomi, plural of sconus. Sconing, a surname. Sconings, plural of sconing. Sconi, an evaporite consisting of a mixed potassium and magnesium sulfate of the chemical formula K2MgSO6H2O. Scone maker, a surname from Dutch. Scone makers, plural of scone maker. Sconabatic, relating to tightrope walking. Sconrock, a surname. Sconrocks, plural of scone rock. Scones, plural of scone. Sconas, an ancient unit of length and area based on the knotted cords first used in Egyptian surveying. Scopite, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, and uranium. Scoper, a surname from German, an anglicization of Scherpner. Skodel, a surname from German. Skodels, plural of skodel. Skofel, alternative form of Schofel counterfeit money. Ida, a surname. Igas, plural of scoff. Skofstall, a surname from German. Skofstalls, plural of Skofstall. Schofield, a surname. Schofields, plural of Schofield. Schoharie, a town in Schoharie County, New York, United States. Schoharie County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Schoharie. Tbunya, plural of Scoinian. Agornium, a Byzantine unit equal to 20,000 Greek feet or 33 1/3 stades. Schola, originally a musical school attached to a monastery or church, also known as a schola cantorum. Scale, plural of schola. Scholaptitude, scholastic aptitude. Scholar, a student, one who studies at school or college, typically having a scholarship. Scholar and gentleman, an admirable, intelligent person, usually a man. Scholar Green, a village in Odd Road Parish, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8357. Scholar's gown, a prestigious gown worn as part of subfusc by an undergraduate who achieved a first in prelims, as well as certain choral scholars and organ scholars. Scholar's gown, plural of scholar's gown. Scholar's mate, the checkmate which occurs shortly after the opening, when the white queen checkmates by taking the black pawn on f7 or the black queen taking the white pawn on f2, protected by a bishop on c4 or c5. Scholar's mates, plural of scholar's mate. Scholar's rock, an unusually shaped rock traditionally appreciated by Chinese scholars. Scholar, the head of a school of philosophy in ancient Greece. Scholarchate, the office or function of a scholarch. Scholarchates, plural of scholarchate. Scholarchs, plural of scholarch. Scholaردom, the realm of scholars and scholarship. Scholard, taught, trained, educator. Scholars, female equivalent of scholar. Scholarses, plural of scholars. Scholarwood, the state of being a scholar. Scholarian, a member of the Scoli Palatini, an elite military guard unit of ancient Rome. Scholarians, plural of scholarian. Scholarism, scholarship. Scholarity, scholarship. Scholarless, without any scholars. Scholarly, scholarly. Scholarly, in a scholarly manner. Scholarliness, the state or condition of being scholarly. Scholarly, of or relating to scholastics or scholarship. Scholarly method, the body of principles and practices used by scholars to make their claims about the world as valid and trustworthy as possible, and to make them known to the scholarly public. Scholars, plural of scholar. Scholars and gentlemen, plural of scholar and gentleman. Scholars' rocks, plural of scholars' rock. Scholarship, a grant made to a student. Scholarship, simple past and past participle of scholarship. Scholarshipping, present participle and gerund of scholarship. Scholarship, simple past and past participle of scholarship. Scholarshipper, the recipient of a scholarship. Scholarshippers, plural of scholarshipper. Scholarshipping, present participle and gerund of scholarship. Scholarships, plural of scholarship. Scholas, plural of schola. Scholast, in the ancient world, a learned person or teacher affiliated with a school, particularly one engaged in philosophical, theological, or literary studies. Scholastic, alternative letter case form of scholastic. Scholastical, alternative form of scholastic. Scholastically, in a scholastic manner. Scholasticals, plural of scholastical. Scholasticate, a college for Roman Catholic scholastics planning to enter a religious order or seminary, the studies carried out there. The period of time in which such studies are carried out. Scholasticates, plural of scholasticate. Scholasticide, the systematic destruction of academics and educators. Scholasticize, alternative form of scholasticize. Scholasticize, simple past and past participle of scholasticize. Scholasticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scholasticize. Scholasticizing, present participle and gerund of scholasticize. Scholasticism, alternative letter case form of scholasticism. Scholasticisms, plural of scholasticism. Scholasticize, to fit into the framework of scholasticism. Scholasticize, simple past and past participle of scholasticize. Scholasticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scholasticize. Scholasticizing, present participle and gerund of scholasticize. Scholasticism, Day, obsolete form of scholastic. Scholastics, plural of scholastic. Scholastically, alternative form of scholastically. Scholastics, plural of scholastic. Scholasts, plural of scholasts. Two, obsolete spelling of school. Schoolhouse, obsolete spelling of schoolhouse. Schoolhouses, plural of schoolhouse. Schoolmaster, obsolete spelling of schoolmaster. Schoolmasters, plural of schoolmaster. Schools, a number of places in England. Scholeses, plural of schools. Scholesy, a nickname of the English footballer Paul Scholes. Scully, a surname. Spolia, plural of scholium. Scholiast, a scholar who writes commentary on the works of an author, especially one of the ancient commentators on classical authors. Scholiaste, of or relating to a scholiast. Scholiasts, plural of scholiast. Skeletal, scholastic, academic. Scholid, simple past and past participle of scoli. Scolies, plural of scoli. Scholium, as scholium. Scholium, a note added to a text as an explanation, criticism, or commentary. Scholiums, plural of scholium. Deba, a surname. Scholar, obsolete form of scholar. Scholars, plural of scholar. Deda, a surname. Scholar, obsolete spelling of scholar. Scholars, plural of scholar. Dedals, plural of schol. Dedals, plural of schol. Scholomance, a fabled underground school of black magic in Romania. Skulton, a surname from Dutch. Skultons, plural of Skulton. Ticoats, a surname. Skoltases, plural of Skolts. Ticoats, a surname. Skoltes, plural of Skolts. Scoey, a scholium. Dedals, a surname from German. Schalzite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and zinc. Skamaker, a surname. Skamakers, plural of skamaker. Skomber, a surname. Skomberg, a surname from German. Skomberg steer, an extinct deer Rucervus skombergi, once native to Southeast Asia, having a dark brown coat and lighter belly, a short mane and basket-like antlers in the male. Skombergs, plural of Skomberg. Skombergs, plural of Skomber. Skomer, a surname. Skomers, plural of Skomer. Skomer, a surname. Skomers, plural of Skomer. Aha, a surname. Scherbergen, alternative form of Skombergen. Town, a surname from German. Scherderer, a locality in Tempelhof-Schöneberg Borough, Berlin, Germany. Scones, plural of scone. Skonfeld. A surname. Skonfelds. Plural of Skonfeld. Schernigstrassen algorithm. An asymptotically fast recursive multiplication algorithm for large integers. Schoenhardt polyhedron. The simplest non-convex polyhedron that cannot be triangulated into tetrahedra without adding new vertices. Schurite. A double sulfate of potassium and magnesium K2Mg SO.6H2O. Schernlein-Hanach purpura. Synonym of Hanach-Schernlein purpura. Schernlein-Hanach purpuras. Plural of Schernlein-Hanach purpura. Icons. Plural of scon. Scode. Of ore relating to the Scudic Peninsula in Maine, United States. A surname. Idus. Plural of scuv. A surname from Dutch. Plural of skuk. An institution dedicated to teaching and learning, an educational institution. School age. Alternative form of school age. School ages. Plural of school age. School band. A musical ensemble associated with a school, not necessarily a musical school. For example, marching band. School bands. Plural of school band. School board. A governing body of people elected a board of directors or board of trustees to oversee management of a school district and represent the interests of residents. School boards. Plural of school board. School book. Alternative spelling of school book. School books. Plural of school book. School bus. A bus which carries children to or from school. School bus yellow. An orange-yellow color used in school buses in Canada and the United States. School buses. Plural of school bus. School buses. Plural of school bus. School captain. A student appointed or elected to represent the student body at a school. School class. All students who have graduated or will graduate from a school in a given year. School classes. Plural of school class. School committee. Synonym of school board. School counselor. A professional member of an educational team who assists students in their personal, social, academic, and career development aspects of education through services such as individual counseling, small group counseling, and classroom teaching, and provide leadership in educational reform advocacy, traditionally known as a guidance counselor, although this term is deemed inaccurate by most professionals today. School counselors. Plural of school counselor. School crossing attendant. A person employed to help children to cross a road safely, usually wearing reflective clothing and carrying a sign instructing vehicles to stop. School crossing attendants. Plural of school crossing attendant. School day. Alternative spelling of school day. School days. Plural of school day. School dinner. A cooked meal provided by a school for its pupils at lunchtime. School dinner ladies. Plural of school dinner lady. School dinner lady. A woman employed to prepare, serve, or supervise school dinners. School dinners. Plural of school dinner. School district. an administrative unit responsible for public primary and secondary schools in a particular locality, the area under the jurisdiction of such an administrative unit. School districts, plural of school district. School division, an administrative unit responsible for public primary and secondary schools in a particular locality, the area under the jurisdiction of such an administrative unit. School divisions, plural of school division. School Form 10, a document containing all academic records and grades of a student from elementary school to senior high school. School Form 9, a document used by the Department of Education to record a student's academic progress, attendance, and other important details throughout the school year. School glue, halovinyl acetate. School glues, plural of school glue. School holiday, any time period for which a school is closed. School holidays, plural of school holiday. School inspector, an official who inspects schools, ensuring they are adhering to the criteria or to give them a rating. School inspectors, plural of school inspector. School life, a genre which has the majority of the storyline taking place in a school. School marm, alternative form of school marm. School marms, plural of school marm. Schoolmate, alternative spelling of schoolmate. Schoolmates, plural of schoolmate. School meal, a meal, usually lunch, provided by an organization to attendees or participants, such as by a school to its students or by a company to its employees. School meals, plural of school meal. School night, an evening before a typical school day, normally is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night. School nights, plural of school night. School of hard knocks, the source of an education consisting of real-world experiences, especially adverse experiences. School VR, any of the correspondence schools catering for the primary and early secondary education of children in remote and outback Australia. School of thought, a group of people who share common characteristics of opinion or outlook of a philosophy. School of thoughts, misspelling of school of thought. School pence, a small sum of money taken to school by a child as payment for the teaching they receive. School port, synonym of portmanteau school bag. School ports, plural of school port. School psychologist, a practitioner or educator who conducts assessments to evaluate students on criteria such as intelligence, aptitude, and psychopathology. Additionally, they often consult with teachers and other school personnel to supply interventions to aid in student learning, not to be confused with a school counselor. School psychologists, plural of school psychologists. School refusal, the refusal of children or teens to go to school because of some sort of emotional distress. This can be caused by separation or social anxiety disorders, depression, or a phobia. School refusals, plural of school refusal. School resource officer, a police officer stationed at a school, such as a high school. School resource officers, plural of school resource officer. School run, a period of increased traffic where parents or carers take or collect children to and from school by car, a journey for this purpose during this period. School runs, plural of school run. School shark, Gailorhinus galeus, a hound shark of the family Triachidae, the only member of the genus Gailorhinus. School sharks, plural of school shark. School shooter, someone who commits a school shooting. School shooters, plural of school shooter. School shooting, a mass shooting which occurs in a school or university targeting their students and staff, typically in an indiscriminate manner. School shootings, plural of school shooting. School Sister of Notre Dame, a member of the School Sisters of Notre Dame, a worldwide religious institute of Roman Catholic sisters, founded in Bavaria in 1833 and devoted to education. School soars, synonym of impetigo. School teacher, alternative form of school teacher. School teachers, plural of school teacher. School tie, a necktie designated as part of a school uniform. School ties, plural of school tie. School trip, an event in which school children travel to a location separate from their normal learning environment under the authority of the staff of their school and with the purpose of learning by experience. School trips, plural of school trip. School uniform, a number of uniform items which must be worn by pupils/students in a school. School uniforms, plural of school uniform. School voucher, a paper issued by a government that a parent can use as payment for his or her child's tuition at any school. School vouchers, plural of school voucher. School year, the academic year of a school. School years, plural of school year. School zone, streets near or surrounding a school that have reduced speed limits during certain hours of the day for the protection of young pedestrians and cyclists. School zones, plural of school zone. School age, of an age during which attendance at school is customary. School-aged, of the age at which students typically attend primary or secondary school. School ages, plural of school age. School butter, a taunt used in the American South to call schoolboys out of school to fight. School dinner ladies, plural of school dinner lady. School dinner lady, alternative spelling of school dinner lady. School goer, alternative form of school goer. School goers, plural of school goer. Schoolhouse, archaic form of school house. Schoolhouses, plural of schoolhouse. School leaver, a high school student who has recently graduated. School leavers, plural of school leaver. School marm, alternative form of school marm. School marms, plural of school marm, alternative spelling of school marms. School point, a topic for scholastic disputation. School points, plural of school point. School ready, having the required behavioral, emotional, and cognitive skills needed to start school. Schoolroom, alternative form of schoolroom. School time, alternative form of school time. School times, plural of school time. School Y, alternative form of school Y. Schoolable, of an age at which children go to school. Tagulit, a fee required for tuition at a school, a salary paid to a teacher. School bag, a satchel used to carry supplies for school, a book bag. School bags, plural of school bag. School board, alternative form of school board. School boards, plural of school board. School, a textbook, a book used or prepared for use in school. School characteristic of a school book, dry, pedantic, etc. Tiguas, plural of school book. Schoolboy, a boy attending school. Schoolboy error, a fundamental, simple mistake. Schoolboy errors, plural of schoolboy error. Schoolboy knot, a four-in-hand knot. Schoolboy knots, plural of schoolboy knot. Schoolboynum, synonym of schoolboyhood. Schoolboyhood, the state or time of being a schoolboy. Schoolboyish, resembling a schoolboy in behavior. Schoolboyishly, in a schoolboyish way. Schoolboyishness, the quality of being schoolboyish. Schoolboyism, schoolboyish attitudes or behavior. Schoolboys, plural of schoolboy. Trolls, alternative form of school bus. Schoolbuses, plural of school bus. Schoolchild, a young person attending school or of an age to attend school. Schoolchildren, plural of schoolchild. Schoolcraft, a surname. Schoolcraft County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Manistee. It is situated on the Upper Peninsula. Schoolgrafts, plural of schoolcraft. Schooldame, a schoolmistress. Schooldames, plural of schooldame. School day, a day during which the public schools are open, usually synonymous with weekday during the school year. School days, plural of school day. Schooldom, the realm or sphere of school. Obsolete form of school. Taboo, simple past and past participle of school. Schoolman, obsolete spelling of schoolman. Schoolaman, plural of schoolaman. Schooler, a surname. Schoolers, plural of schoolery. Schoolers, plural of schooler. Schooler, something taught, precepts, schooling. Thros, plural of school. Throvas, second person singular simple present indicative of school. Sroa, third person singular simple present indicative of school. Tivui, a surname. Ivuis, plural of schooly. Schoolfellow, synonym of schoolmate, is student at the same school. Schoolfellows, plural of schoolfellow. Schoolfellowship, the condition of being schoolfellows. Schoolfield, a surname. Schoolfields, plural of schoolfield. Schoolfriend, a friend from one's school. School friends, plural of schoolfriend. So, enough to fill a school. Twofuls, plural of schoolful. Schoolvera, a girl attending school. Schoolville pin, a pin in which the wrestler kneels over a fallen opponent's face so as to restrain the arms above the head. Schoolville pins, plural of schoolville pin. Schoolrubum, synonym of schoolgirlhood. Schoolverld, simple past and past participle of schoolgirl. Schoolgirlhood, the state or time of being a schoolgirl. Schoolgirling, present participle and gerund of schoolgirl. Schoolverlesh, resembling or characteristic of a schoolgirl. Schoolgirlishly, in a schoolgirlish fashion. Schoolgirlishness, the fact or quality of being schoolgirlish. Schoolgirlism, schoolgirlish attitudes or behavior. Schoolgirls, plural of schoolgirl. Schoolgirly, schoolgirlish. Schooldoor, one who attends a school. Schooldoors, plural of schoolgoer. Schoolgoing, attending school. Schoolground, the physical environment of a school. Schoolgrounds, plural of schoolground. Schoolhouse, a building housing a school, especially a small or single-room one. Schoolhouses, plural of schoolhouse. Tagui, a senior school student, especially a school leaver engaged in unsupervised celebrations during Schoolies Week. Ivuis, plural of schoolie. Schoolies Week, a festival during which finishing high school students celebrate the end of their studies and associated freedom. Schoolies Weeks, plural of Schoolies Week. Takuan, pronunciation spelling of schooling. Schooling, discipline, reprove, reprimand. Schoolings, plural of schooling. Scoliosis, the medical misdiagnosis of scoliosis in schools. School, of or pertaining to school, scholastic. Schoolishly, in a schoolish manner. Schooliteness, the state or condition of being schoolish. Schoolitis, an aversion to going to school. Schoolkeeper, the person who owns and operates a usually small and traditional school. Schoolkeepers, plural of schoolkeeper. Schoolkeeping, the ownership and operation of a usually small and traditional school. Tove, a school child, a kid who attends school, a schoolboy or schoolgirl. Ikuvids, plural of schoolkid. Tvolas, without a school or not having attended school. Sekulasmes, absence of schools. Schoolite, resembling or characteristic of a school. Schoolma'am, a schoolmarm. Schoolma'amish, alternative form of schoolmarmish. Schoolma'ams, plural of schoolma'am. Schoolma'd, a schoolgirl. Schoolmains, plural of schoolmay. Schoolman, alternative letter case form of schoolman. Schoolmarm, a female teacher, especially one seen to be old-fashioned and extremely severe and strict. Schoolmarmed, simple past and past participle of schoolmarm. Schoolmarming, present participle and gerund of schoolmarm. Schoolmarmish, resembling or characteristic of a schoolmarm. Schoolmarmishly, in a schoolmarmish manner. Schoolmarmishness, quality of be schoolmamish. Schoolmarms, plural of schoolmarm. Schoolmarmy, resembling a schoolmarm. Schoolmaster, a male teacher. Schoolmaster, simple past and past participle of schoolmaster. Schoolmasterhood, the state or time of being a schoolmaster. Schoolmastering, present participle and gerund of schoolmaster. Schoolmasterish, resembling or characteristic of a schoolmaster. Schoolmasterishly, in a schoolmasterish manner. Schoolmasterishness, the quality of being schoolmasterish. Schoolmasterism, behavior that is characteristic of a schoolmaster. Schoolmasterliness, the quality of being schoolmasterly. Schoolmasterly, befitting a schoolmaster. Schoolmasters, plural of schoolmaster. Schoolmastership, the role or status of schoolmaster. Schoolmastery, synonym of schoolmastership. Schoolmate, a person who is a fellow attendee at one school. Schoolmates, plural of schoolmate. Schoolman, plural of schoolman. Tagumas, schoolra. Tagumises, plural of schoolmiss. Schoolmissesh. Schoolverlash. Schoolmissy, schoolverlash. Schoolmistress, a woman in charge of a school. Schoolmistresses, plural of schoolmistress. Schoolmistressly, befitting a schoolmistress in the manner or style of a schoolmistress. Schoolmistressy, resembling or characteristic of a schoolmistress. Schoolmath, alternative form of school night. School nights, plural of school night. Schoolfippo, plural of schoolperson. Schoolperson, a school child, pupil, or student of any gender. Schoolpersons, plural of schoolperson. Schoolphobia, an abnormal fear of or aversion to attending school as a pupil. Stoolphobic, having or relating to schoolphobia. Schoolroom, a classroom, a room in a school used for instruction. Schoolrooms, plural of schoolroom. School, alternative form of school run. School runs, plural of school run. Evos, plural of school. Schools of hard knocks, plural of school of hard knocks. Schools of the air, plural of school of the air. Schools of thought, plural of school of thought. Schools of thoughts, misspelling of schools of thought. Schoolscape, the linguistic setting of a school or education institution, especially the visual language in terms of signage. Schoolscapes, plural of schoolscape. Schoolsfall, plural of schoolful. Schoolship, a vessel used for the education and training of sailors. Schoolhips, plural of schoolship. Pavuse, missing one school and friends very much went away. School teacher, a teacher working in a school. School teacherish, resembling a stereotypical school teacher in some way, pedantic, patronizing, etc. School teacherly, befitting a school teacher. School teachers, plural of school teacher. School teachery, resembling or characteristic of a school teacher. School teaching, serving as a teacher in a school. School time, school time. School time, time spent in school, class time. School times, plural of school time. Schoolward, toward school. Schoolwards, alternative form of schoolward. To wear, clothing designed to be worn at school. Schoolwide, throughout a school. Schoolwise, Why are in terms of school. Schoolwoman, a female school teacher. Schoolwomen, plural of schoolwoman. Schoolwork, work done for school, including both in class and as homework. To gooey, of or relating to school. Schoolyard, the grounds around a school. Schoolyardish, characteristic of the schoolyard. Plural, bullying, gossipy, etc. Schoolyards, plural of schoolyard. Schoolyar, alternative form of school year. Schoolyars, plural of school year. Her, a surname. Skundai, a surname. Agooder, a sailing ship with 2 or more masts, all with fore and aft sails, if two-masted, having a foremast and a mainmast. Schooner on the rocks, a meal of roast beef served on a bed of potatoes. Schoonerae, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, and zinc. Schooners, plural of schooner. Schooners on the rocks, plural of schooner on the rocks. Schoonmaker, a surname. Schoonmakers, plural of schoonmaker. Schoonover, a surname. Schoonovers, plural of schoonover. Runs, plural of schoon. Schopenhauer, a surname from German. Schopenhauerian, alternative form of Schopenhauerian. Schopenhauerianism, alternative form of Schopenhauerism. Schopenhauerian, of or relating to Arthur Schopenhauer 1788-1860, German philosopher known for his pessimism and clarity. Schopenhauerianism, Schopenhauerian philosophy. Schopenhauerism, alternative form of Schopenhauerianism. Trapp, a surname from German. Schurp-Schulze-Bassarge syndrome, an autosomal recessive disorder with punctate symmetric palmoplantar keratoderma, hypodontia, hypotrichosis, nail dystrophy, and eyelid cysts. Igapis, plural of scop. About a surname. About a surname. About this, plural of scop. About this, plural of scop. Tor, a surname. Scorderate Meunier-Franchischetti syndrome, a rare genetic oculoauricular syndrome due to mutations in the HMX1 gene. Tagore, the most common variety of tourmaline. Scorlaceous, containing or resembling squirrel. Scorli, a black variety of tourmaline, synonym of squirrel. Scorlites, plural of scorlites. Scoidic, relating to or composed of scorlites. Scorlamite, an isometric garnet mineral. Scorlamites, plural of scorlamite. Scoras, scorlaceous, resembling or containing squirrel. Decoros, plural of scora. Scorway, pertaining to or containing squirrel. Score, a surname from German. Scores, plural of scorn. Igor, a surname. Igors, plural of score. Scores, plural of score. Plural of scorn. Igor, a surname. Igors, plural of score. Scores, plural of score. Dgor, obsolete form of short. Sgasek, a surname. Skasax, plural of skastach. Skatanal, a style found in the cactus Pechysseria scottii. Scottish, alternative form of Scottish. Scottish, a partnered country dance resembling a slow polka, probably of French origin, first introduced in England in 1848. Scottishes, plural of Scottish. Scottish, alternative form of Scottish. Scottishes, plural of Scottish. Dgaki, a surname. Skatki anomalies, plural of Skatki anomaly. Skatki anomaly, a variation in the heat capacity of a solid at low temperatures which arises from the thermal population of discrete energy levels as the temperature is raised. Skatki barrier, a metal semiconductor junction which functions as a rectifier. Skatki barriers, plural of Schottky barrier. Schottky defect, a type of point defect in a crystal lattice in which a set of points in the lattice anion and cation sites are vacant in such a way that the overall charge of the solid is neutral. Schottky defects, plural of Schottky defect. Schottky diode, a metal semiconductor diode that exhibits a nonlinear voltage/current relationship. Schottky diodes, plural of Schottky diode. Dgag effect, a phenomenon in condensed matter physics related to an increase in electron emission from an emitter surface and a reduction in its surface barrier which changes the local work function by delta W under the influence of a strong electric field applied in a vacuum. Tauth, a municipal officer in the North American Dutch colonies. Schouten, a surname. Schouten Islands, an island group of Papua Province, eastern Indonesia. Scoutens, plural of Schouten. That's plural of Scout. Schouwen-Duiveland, a municipality and island of Zeeland, Netherlands. Thou, a surname. Schouwalter, a surname from German. Schouwalders, plural of Schouwalter. Spouse, plural of Schou. Kvu, alternative spelling of Spiel. Triels, plural of Spiel. Tvu, alternative spelling of Spiel. Triels, plural of Spiel. Triel, alternative spelling of Spiel. Triels, plural of Spiel. Spritz, alternative form of spritz. Spritzt, simple past and past participle of spritz. Spritzer, alternative form of spritzer. Spritzers, plural of spritzer. Spritzes, plural of spritz. Spritzing, present participle and gerund of spritz. Der, abbreviation of schooner type of ship. Druk, a surname. Drex, plural of Shrek. Dredden, an obsolete organophosphate insecticide. Shred, a surname from German. Trader, a surname. Traders, plural of Schrader. Shreds, plural of Schrey. Schrader, a surname. Traders, plural of Schreeder. Draft, a surname from German. Truck, a surname. Trage, A surname. Traeger. A surname from German. Traegers. Plural of Schrager. Traeges. Plural of Schrage. Schrags. Plural of Schrag. Traum. A surname. Traum. A surname. Schrammel guitar. Synonym of country guitar. Schrammel guitars. Plural of Schrammel guitar. Schrammel music. A style of Viennese folk music originating in the late 19th century, influenced by Slovenian, Moravian, and Hungarian traditions and characterized by a melancholic but melodious sound. Drums. Plural of Schram. Drums. Plural of Schram. Shrike. Alternative form of shrank. Shreks. Plural of shrank. Struts. A surname. Schrances. Plural of Schrantz. Schratz. A surname from German. Schratzes. Plural of Schratz. Schroffnagel. A surname from German. Schroffnagels. Plural of Schroffnagel. Schressingnast. A surname. Schressingasts. Plural of Schressingnast. Schreckingnast. A surname from German. Schreckingnasts. Plural of Schreckingnost. Schrecklichkeit. A military policy of terrorizing an enemy, especially through its civilian population. Schreffler. A surname. Schrefflers. Plural of Schreffler. Schredger. A surname from German. Schredgerline. A line-like visual artifact that is evident in the cross-sections of ivory. Schredger lines. Plural of Schredger line. Schredgers. Plural of Schredger. Schreiber. A surname from German of German origin. Schreibersite. A tetragonal iron nickel phosphide mineral most commonly found in meteorites. Schreibersites. Plural of Schreibersite. Schreier. A surname from German. Schreiers. Plural of Schreier. Treifels. A surname from German. Treifelses. Plural of Schreifels. Schreiner. A surname from German. Schreinerization. The process of Schreinerizing. Schreinerize. To give cotton or other textile a temporary lustrous finish by means of a finely engraved roller. Schreinerize. Simple past and past participle of Schreinerize. Schreinerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Schreinerize. Schreinerizing. Present participle and gerund of Schreinerize. Schreiners. Plural of Schreiner. Schreck. A surname from German. Schrenks. Plural of Schrenk. Schrepfer. A surname from German. Schreppers. Plural of Schrepfer. Schreer. A surname from German. Schreierei. A vanadium titanium oxide mineral found in Kenya. It is a polymorphic isocumite. Schreyers. Plural of Schreier. Schreider. A surname from German. Schreibers. Plural of Schreiber. Schreiber. A surname. Schreibers. Plural of Schreiber. Schriever. A surname. Schrievers. Plural of Schriever. Shreer, a surname. Shreers, plural of Shreer. Shrishamite, a variety of pyrazine hornbone peridatite. Shrever, a surname. Shrevers, plural of Shrever. Shriek, a shock. A sudden fright. Shricks, plural of Shriek. Shriwf, a surname from German. Shrimps, plural of shrimp. Shrivier, a surname. Shrivers, plural of Shrimshire. Shriner, a surname. Shriners, plural of Shriner. Shriver, a surname. Shrivers, plural of Shriver. Shruck, a surname. Schrockinggerite, alternative spelling of Schurkingerite. Schurkingerite, a radioactive yellow mineral that fluoresces under ultraviolet light. Shrux, plural of Schrock. Shrod, alternative spelling of Scrod. Schroeder, a surname from German. Schroeder number, the number of possible lattice paths from the southwest corner 0, 0 of an n times n grid to the northeast corner n, using only single steps north, northeast, or east, and not rising above the southwest-northeast diagonal. Schroeder numbers, plural of Schroeder number. Schrödingerization, alternative spelling of Schrödingerization. Schrödingerization, alternative spelling of Schrödingerization. Schrödingerization, the co-opting of business or political figures by a foreign regime, specifically Russia. Schröders, plural of Schroeder. Schrödenbar, alternative form of Schrödenbug. Schrödenbugs, plural of Schrödenbar. Schrödinger, alternative form of Schrödinger. Schrödinger, a surname from German. Schrödinger equation, alternative form of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger equation, in non-relativistic quantum mechanics, a partial differential equation that describes how the quantum state of some physical system changes with time. Schrödinger equations, plural of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger equations, plural of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger kitten, alternative form of Schrödinger's kitten. Schrödinger kitten, alternative form of Schrödinger's kitten. Schrödinger kittens, plural of Schrödinger kitten. Schrödinger kittens, plural of Schrödinger kitten. Schrödinger wave function, a function which is a solution of Schrödinger's wave equation, the psi function. Schrödinger wave functions, plural of Schrödinger wave function. Schrödinger's, alternative form of Schrödinger's. Schrödinger's indicates something or someone whose current state is unknown, mixed, or depends on some future action. Schrödinger's cat, a hypothetical cat that is depicted as being surrounded by perfectly uncertain circumstances that make an external observer absolutely unable to deem the cat either alive or dead, especially if the possibilities of survival of the cat are expected to be analyzed from the point of view of quantum mechanics. Typically, these circumstances involve the cat being inside a box while being the victim of a danger that may or may not kill it, such as radiation. Schrödinger's cats, plural of Schrödinger's cat. Schrödinger's douchebag. A person who makes offensive or inflammatory remarks and characterizes these statements as either sincere or joking based on the reactions of others. Schrödinger's douchebags. Plural of Schrödinger's douchebag. Schrödinger's equation. Alternative form of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger's equation. Alternative form of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger's equations. Plural of Schrödinger's equation. Schrödinger's equations. Plural of Schrödinger's equation. Schrödinger's kitten. Alternative form of Schrödinger's kitten. Schrödinger's kitten. Any of several experiments that show the paradoxical effects of quantum mechanics on a small scale, especially one that shows an atom to be in two places at the same time. Schrödinger's kittens. Plural of Schrödinger's kitten. Schrödinger's kittens. Plural of Schrödinger's kitten. Schrödinger's wave equation. A three-dimensional partial differential equation which determines the evolution of a quantum mechanical wave function. Schrödinger's. Plural of Schrödinger. Schroep. A surname from German. Schrödingerite. Alternative spelling of Schrödingerite. Schroeder. A surname from German. Schrödenbug. A software bug which begins to manifest only when somebody debugging the code finds out that it should not work at all. Schrödenbugs. Plural of Schrödenbug. Schrödinger. Alternative form of Schrödinger. Schrödinger equation. Alternative form of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger equations. Plural of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger kitten. Alternative form of Schrödinger's kitten. Schrödinger kittens. Plural of Schrödinger kitten. Schrödinger's equation. Alternative form of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger's equations. Plural of Schrödinger equation. Schrödinger's kitten. Alternative form of Schrödinger's kitten. Schrödinger's kittens. Plural of Schrödinger's kitten. Schroefer. A surname. Schroefers. Plural of Schroepfer. Schroepel. A surname. Schroer. A surname. Schroers. Plural of Schroer. Schroeder. A surname. Schroders. Plural of Schroeder. Schroff. A banker or money changer. Schroffs. Plural of Schroff. Schroe. A surname from German. Schroels. Plural of Schroe. Schroe. A surname. Schroes. Plural of Schrom. Schrupp. A surname from German. Schrutz. Plural of Schraub. Schrott. A surname. Schrotz. Plural of Schroff. Schreier. A surname from German. Schreiers. Plural of Schreier. Tuss. Plural of Schur. Schraub. A surname. Schroef. A surname from German. Schrumpfs. Plural of Schrumpf. Schrums. Plural of Schrum. Schrund. Ellipsis of Bergschrund. Schruns. Plural of Schrund. Shrub. A surname. Shrups. Plural of shrub. Druth. A surname. Schreiber. A surname from Dutch. Schrijvers. Plural of Schrijver. Stettel. Alternative spelling of sh Stettel. Shetlatch. Plural of Stettel. Shetlatch. Plural of Stettel. Shtetl. Shtetls. Plural of shtetl. Shtick. Alternative spelling of sh shtick. Shtekal. A bit. Morsel. Shtekels. Plural of shtickle. Kithix. Plural of shtick. Sticky. Alternative form of sh sticky. Ethic. Dated form of sh shtick. Shtekal. Alternative form of shtickle. Shtekels. Plural of shtickle. Shtekal. Alternative form of shtickle. Shtekels. Plural of shtickle. Shidix. Plural of shtick. Shdaf. A Russian liquid measure, 1/10 of a vedro. Shtafs. Plural of shtaf. Shvaf. Alternative form of sh duck. Shtu. Alternative form of sh dum. Tu. Alternative form of sh stop. Gedut. Simple past and past participle of stub. Stube. Present participle and gerund of stub. Geduvs. Third person singular simple present indicative of stub. Shy. Alternative form of sh shy Russian cabbage soup. Shdak. Alternative form of sh duck. Shav. Alternative form of sh dum. Shav. Alternative spelling of sh dup to push. To have sex with. Jut. Simple past and past participle of shtup. Shtupe. Present participle and gerund of shtup. Shtups. Third person singular simple present indicative of shtup. Shut. A surname. Schubert. A surname from German. Schubert calculus. A branch of algebraic geometry concerned with solving certain types of counting problem in projective geometry, a symbolic calculus used to represent and solve such problems. Schubertsche. A social gathering whose primary purpose is the performance of the music of Schubert and where the music of no other composer is played. Schubertschades. Plural of Schubertsche. Schubertschen. Of or relating to Franz Schubert 1797-1828, Austrian composer. Schubertacei. A particular steroid glycoside. Schuberts. Plural of Schubert. Schube. A surname. Schubenolite. A triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and vanadium. Schubring. A surname from German. Schubrings. Plural of Schubring. Tad. Plural of Schub. Jutz. A surname. Jutter. A surname from German. Schatcherds. Plural of Schutcher. Juttert. A surname from German. Jutterts. Plural of Schuttert. Juttert. A surname from German. Jutterts. Plural of Schuttert. Judgment. A surname. Judgment. Plural of Schutchman. Ja. A surname. Schuttman. A surname from German. Schuttemans. Plural of Schockman. Dubs. Plural of Schock. Chua. A surname. Schuler. Plural of Schuler. Hu. A surname. Huux. Plural of Schup. Tuer. A surname. Schulers. Plural of Schuler. Xiaoman. a surname from German. Schaumann, a surname from German. Schaumanns, plural of Schaumann. Schaumanns, plural of Schaumann. Schuessler, a surname. Schuesslers, plural of Schuessler. Gillitz, a surname. Gillitz, a surname. Schuettate, a trigonal trapezohedral mineral containing mercury, oxygen, and sulfur. Gillitz, plural of Schuett. Gillitz, plural of Schuett. Gillitz, a surname. Schuetzenfest, alternative form of Schuetzenfest. Schuetzes, plural of Schuetz. Huey, a nickname, diminutive of Schumacher. Kev, a surname. Hebs, plural of Schar. Schupfel, alternative letter case form of Schupflutl. Schupflutl, simple past and past participle of Schupflutl. Schupflatler, a folk dance from Bavaria and Austria in which the thighs and the soles of the shoes are slapped. Schupflatler, simple past and past participle of Schupflatler. Schupflatlere, present participle and gerund of Schupflatler. Schupflatlers, plural of Schupflatler. Schupflatls, third person singular simple present indicative of Schupflatl. Schupflatling, present participle and gerund of Schupflatl. Dewith, a flat-bottomed Dutch river boat, a barge. Gewitz, plural of Schuett. Schotel, a type of electrical socket or plug consisting of two round holes or pins with ground contacts on top and bottom. Duh. Alternative form of Shul Ashkenazic synagogue. Schelber, a surname from German. Schelvers, plural of Schelber. Schall, a surname from German. Schalds, plural of Schald. Schalt, a surname. Galt, plural of Schalt. Tue, alternative form of Shul Ashkenazic synagogue. Schulenbergite, a hexagonal mineral containing carbon, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and zinc. Gua, a surname. Schuler pendulum, any pendulum having a period equal to that of a hypothetical pendulum whose length is equal to the Earth's radius 84.4 minutes. Its arm will remain locally vertical when the pivot is moved and is there for the basis of navigational instruments. Schuler pendulums, plural of Schuler pendulum. Schulers, plural of Schuler. Tus, plural of Schuh. Dolf, a surname from German. Dolfs, plural of Schalk. Dow, a small town in West County Cork, Ireland. Jower, a surname. Schellers, plural of Scheller. Schalman, a surname. Schalman, a surname from German. Schalmans, plural of Schalman. Schulwerich, a surname from German. Schulwerichs, plural of Schulwerich. Shoah, plural of Schall. Toth, plural of Schall. Dot, a surname. Sheltonite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, lead, and oxygen. Shelthes, A surname. Schelthius. A surname from German. Schelthius is plural of Schelthius. Galt, plural of Schalt. Galt. A surname from German in turn originating as an occupation. Schaltzy, a surname. Schultzy powder, a form of gunpowder made from nitrated hardwood impregnated with saltpeter or barium nitrate. Schultzes, plural of Schultzy. Toes, a surname from German. Toes, a surname from German. Schulz method, a type of single winner ranked choice voting rule. Schau, a surname. Schumacher, a surname. Schumacherien, or relating to E. F. Schumacher 1911-1977, influential economist and statistician. Schumacherite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and vanadium. Shoemaker, a surname. Shoemakers, plural of shoemaker. Showman. A surname from German. Schumann, a surname from German. Schumann resonance, any of a set of spectrum peaks in the extremely low frequency ELF portion of the Earth's electromagnetic field spectrum generated excited by lightning discharges in the cavity formed by the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. Schumann resonances, plural of Schumann resonance. Schumannian, of or pertaining to Robert Schumann. Schumanns, plural of Schumann. Schumanns, plural of Schumann. Schuber, a surname from German. Schumer box, a textual summary of the costs of a credit card. Schumer boxes, plural of Schumer box. Schumers, plural of Schumer. Joe, a surname. Dums, plural of Schum. Schumbert, a surname from German. Schumperts, plural of Schumpert. Schumpeterian, synonym of Schumpeterian. Schumpeter, a surname. Schumpeter's scale, the principle of creative destruction, the obsolescence of existing products due to the introduction of new products. Schumpeteress, Schumpeterian, Schumpeterian, of or pertaining to the economist Joseph Owa Schumpeter 1883-1950. Schumpeterianism, the beliefs or policies of the economist Joseph Owa Schumpeter 1883-1950. Gaumes, plural of Schum. Shungite, alternative form of Shungite. Shungites, plural of Shungite. Shajidic. Alternative form of Shinjidic. Jote, a surname. Gumks, plural of Shunk. Shupbai, a surname from German. Shupbais, plural of Shupba. Jev, a surname. Shuppam, a surname. Tur, a surname. Sure decomposition, a matrix decomposition allowing one to write complex square matrices as similar to a triangular matrix whose diagonal elements are the eigenvalues of the original matrix. Sure function, a sure polynomial. Sure functions, Plural of Schur function. Schur triangulation. Synonym of Schur decomposition. Schur concavity. The condition of being Schur concave. Schur convexity. The condition of being Schur convex. Schur optimality. The condition of being Schur optimal. Schure. A surname from Dutch. Schurings. Plural of Schuring. Sherbet. A surname. Shermans. Plural of Sherman. Ter. A surname. Teres. Plural of Schur. Teres. Plural of Schur. Teres. A surname from German. Teres. Plural of Schurs. Thus, a straight run downhill. Schussboom. To take part in fast downhill skiing. Schussboomed. Simple past and past participle of Schussboom. Schussboomer. A fast downhill skier. Schussboomers. Plural of Schussboomer. Schussbooming. Present participle and gerund of Schussboom. Schussbooms. Third person singular simple present indicative of Schussboom. Thus, simple past and past participle of Schuss. Gavis. Plural of Schuss. Schathing. Present participle and gerund of Schuss. Goer. A surname. Schowers. Plural of Schussler. Schuster. A surname. Dut. A surname. Dus. A surname. Duts. Plural of Schut. Gut. A surname. Shutter. A surname. Shutters. Plural of shutter. Hutz. A surname from German. Schutz index. Synonym of Hoover index. Schützenfest. A marksman's festival, a traditional festival or fair in Germany or Switzerland, featuring a target shooting competition. Schutzhund. A dog sport that trains dogs to perform various tasks such as police work and search and rescue. Schutzinn. Of or relating to Alfred Schutz 1899-1959, phenomenological philosopher and sociologist. Schutzstaffel. Squadron of the Luftstreitkräfte of the German Empire, Schuster. Schutzstaffel. Plural of Schutzstaffel. Schumann. A surname. Schuyler. An American surname from Dutch. Schuyler County. One of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Rushville. Schuylerville. A village in the town of Saratoga, Saratoga County, New York, United States, named after the Schuyler family. Schuylkill. A river in Pennsylvania, United States, which flows into the Delaware River at Philadelphia. Schuylkill County. One of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Pottsville. Scheiß. Alternative form of Schuet. Tights. Plural of Schei. Schwarze. Alternative form of sh Schwarze. Schwarzes. Plural of Schwarze. Schwetz. Alternative spelling of sh Witz. Guts. Simple past and past participle of Schwitz. Schwetzes. Plural of Schwitz. Schwitzing. Present participle and gerund of Schwitz. Da. An indeterminate central vowel sound as the a in about, represented as /schwa/ in IPA. Schwa deletion. The phenomenon of the dropping of the orthographic in here vowel in speech in Indo-Aryan languages that use adjugatas. Schwa primum, a vowel formerly reconstructed for Proto-Indo-European, now generally held to be a syllabic laryngeal consonant. A surname from German. Schwaba test, a variant of the Rin test, a hearing test made with the opposite ear masked, placing the stems of the vibrating tuning forks on the mastoid process of the patient first and then of the examiner. If heard longer by the patient, it indicates conductive hearing loss, and if heard longer by the examiner, it indicates sensorineural hearing loss in the patient. Schwabacher, a style of black letter typeface that evolved from Gothic textualis textura under the influence of humanist type design in Italy during the 15th century. Schwabachers, plural of Schwabacher. Schwäbisch Hall, a town, the administrative seat of Schwäbisch Hall district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Gewabs, plural of Schwab. Gewach, alternative form of whack. Gewagt, simple past and past participle of schwack. Chui, simple past and past participle of schwa. Chwa, low grade or commercial grade marijuana. Schwadrine, any member of the Schwadrinidae, a family of large, generally fusiform foraminiferans. Schwadrinids, plural of Schwadrinid. Schwang, present participle and gerund of schwa. Schwalv, the World War Roman II Messerschmitt Me 262 jet fighter. Schwalvs, plural of Schwalb. Schwalis, without a schwa. Schwa, a surname from German. Schwaller, a surname from German. Schwallers, plural of Schwaller. Schwals, plural of Schwal. Schwalm, a surname. Schwaus, plural of Schwalm. Schwalmstadt, a town in Schwalm-Eder-Kreis district, Hesse, Germany. Schwa, a surname. Schwa, a surname from German. Schwendorf, a town and rural district of the Upper Palatinate region, Bavaria, Germany. Duat, a surname. Joans, plural of Schweint. Schweiner, a surname. Schwanthe, a municipality in Ludwigslust-Parchim district, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Germany. Schwadheim, a number of places in Germany. Schwenk, a surname. Schwenks, plural of Schwenk. Schwa, a surname from German. Schwanzell, glia of the peripheral nervous system involved in many important aspects of peripheral nerve biology, including the myelination of axons. Schwanzell, plural of Schwanzell. Schwann sheath, the neuroma. Schwann's sheaths, plural of Schwann's sheath. Schwannian, relating to or composed of Schwann cells. Schwannoma, a benign nerve sheath tumor composed of Schwann cells. Schwannomas, plural of schwannoma. Schwannomata, plural of schwannoma. Schwannomatosis, plural of schwannomatosis. Schwannomatosis, a form of neurofibromatosis characterized by multiple cutaneous schwannomas. Schwenthem, dated form of Suanpan. Schwans, plural of Schwen. Schor, a rotes-sized Schwa. Shore. A surname. Shores. Plural of Schwark. Shores. Plural of Schwar. Shorting. A surname. Shortings. Plural of Schwarting. Shorts. A surname from German. Schwartz-Jampel syndrome. A rare genetic disorder caused by a mutation in the Perlecan gene leading to osteochondrodysplasia associated with myotonia. Schwarza. Alternative form of Schwarzi. Schwarzbaum. A surname. Schwarzembergite. A tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing chlorine, iodine, lead, and oxygen. Schwarzkopf. A surname. Schwarzkopfs. Plural of Schwarzkopf. Schwartzman. A surname. Schwartzmans. Plural of Schwartzmen. Schwarz. A surname from German. Schwarz inequalities. Plural of Schwarz inequality. Schwarz inequality. Potsch Schwarz inequality. Schwarz-Christoffel mapping. A conformal map of the upper half-plane or the complex unit disk into the interior of a simple polygon, used in minimal surfaces, hyperbolic art, and fluid dynamics. Schwarz-Christoffel mappings. Plural of Schwarz-Christoffel mapping. Schwarzach im Pongau. A market town in the state of Salzburg, Austria. Schwarzbier. A dark lager that has an opaque, black color with hints of chocolate or coffee flavors and is generally around 5% ABV, similar to stout in that it is made from roasted malt, which gives it its dark color. Schwarzbiers. Plural of Schwarzbier. Schwarzenberg. A town in Erzgebirgskreis, Saxony, Germany. Schwarzenberg. A municipality in Bern Canton, Switzerland. Schwarzenegger. A surname from German, used specifically of Arnold Schwarzenegger b. 1947, an Austrian-American businessman and governor of California, known especially for his success as a professional bodybuilder and action film actor. Schwarzeneggeresque. Reminiscent of Arnold Schwarzenegger 1947 muscular actor cast in many violent roles, or the action films in which he starred. Schwarzenegger. Imposing, large, and muscular. Schwarzeneggers. Plural of Schwarzenegger. Schwarzian. A particular operator that, when applied to a function f, yields a function x f x slash f x3 slash 2f x slash f x2. Schwarzian derivative. A particular operator that, when applied to a function f, yields a function x f x slash f x3 slash 2f x slash f x2. Schwarzian derivatives. Plural of Schwarzian derivative. Schwarzians. Plural of Schwarzian. Schwarzat. Any of a family of analogues of graphene having negative Gaussian curvature that form three-dimensional lattices. Schwarzites. Plural of Schwarzite. Schwarzkopf. A surname from German. Schwarlat. A kind of black enamel decoration applied to glass, etc. Schwarzschild. A surname from German. Schwarzschild black hole. An uncharged Q equals 0, non-rotating L equals 0 black hole. Schwarzschild black holes. Plural of Schwarzschild black hole. Schwarzschild density. The minimum density a black hole can have, C2/2g, or 6.734 times 10^2 kg/m kilograms per meter. Schwarzschild method. Alternative form of Schwarzschild's method. Schwarzschild model. A triaxial equilibrium kinematic model of an actual galaxy built using Schwarzschild's method. Schwarzschild models. Plural of Schwarzschild model. Schwarzschild radii. Plural of Schwarzschild radius. Schwarzschild radius. The radius of an object such that if all its mass were compressed within that radius, the escape velocity would equal the speed of light. Schwarzschild's method. A method to develop triaxial equilibrium kinematic models of actual galaxies without knowledge of the motions of the component elements of the actual galaxies using a grid and assigning masses and orbits, simulating gravitational evolution with the resulting estimated distributions to compare with the actual galaxy until a model results in similarity with the actual galaxy. Schwarzwald, the Black Forest. Schwaz. Plural of Schwa. Schwebeblatt. Alternative letter case form of Schwebeblatt. Schwebeblatte. Simple past and past participle of Schwebeblatt. Schwebeblatting. Present participle and gerund of Schwebeblatt. Schwebeblatt. Third person singular simple present indicative of Schwebeblatt. Tuck. A surname. Schwex. Plural of Schweck. To Queer. A surname from German. Queer. Plural of Schwier. Uis. Alternative form of sweet, very pleasing, agreeable. Schreibler. A surname from German. Schweiglers. Plural of Schwegler. Schweiger. A surname. Schweigers. Plural of Schweiger. Schwager. A surname. Schwagerts. Plural of Schwagert. Schweikart. A surname. Schweikert. A surname. Schweikerts. Plural of Schweikert. Schweinfurt. An independent town in Bavaria, Germany. Schweinfurt Green. Alternative form of Paris Green. Schweinfurt. Then, any of various compounds obtained from the plant Macaranga schweinfurthii. Schweinfurthens. Plural of Schweinfurthen. Schweinehund. Pig dog contemptible person. Schweinhunts. Plural of Schweinhunt. Schweintax. A German form of ham hock. Schweinchaxes. Plural of Schweinchaks. Schweiss. A surname from German. Schweisses. Plural of Schweiss. Schweitzer. A surname from German. Schweizerien. Of or relating to Albert Schweitzer 1875-1965, German, and then French theologian, organist, philosopher, physician, and missionary. Schweitzers. Plural of Schweitzer. Schweitzer. A surname from German. Schweizer's reagent. A deep blue metal amine complex with the chemical formula CuNHH2OOH, prepared by dissolving copper Roman 2 hydroxide in a solution of ammonia, and used in purifying cellulose. Schweizerischer Niederlaufen. A breed of dog of the Scenthound type from Switzerland. Schwellenangst. A fear of, or aversion to, crossing a threshold or entering a place to begin a new chapter. Schwendemann. A surname from German. Schwendemans. Plural of Schwendemann. Schwendenerien. of or relating to Simon Schwendener 1829–1919, Swiss botanist, or his discovery that lichens are formed by two separate organisms, a fungus and an alga. Schwende, a municipality in Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Schwendemann, a surname from German of Swiss German derivation, variant of Schwendemann. Schwenkfelder, a member of the Schwenkfelder Church, a small American Christian group rooted in the 16th century Protestant Reformation teachings of Caspar Schwenkfeld von Ossig. Schwenkfelders, plural of Schwenkfelder. Schwenkfeldian, a Schwenkfelder. Schwenkfeldians, plural of Schwenkfeldian. Schwett, a surname. Schwens, plural of Schwen. Tut, a surname from German. Schweppes, plural of Schwepp. Tour, a surname from German. Schwer, an independent city, the state capital of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Germany. Schwerpunkt, alternative letter case form of Schwerpunkt. Schwerpunkt, plural of Schwerpunkt. Schwerpunkts, plural of Schwerpunkt. Schwers, plural of Schwer. Schwertfeger, a surname from German. Schwertfegers, plural of Schwertfeger. Schwertmanite, an opaque tetragonal iron oxyhydroxysulfate mineral. Schwertmanites, plural of Schwertmanite. Schoi, an indeterminate near close central unrounded vowel sound as the E in roses or the Y in very, depending on accent, sometimes represented as E. Schweier, a surname. Schweder, a surname. Schweiger, a surname from German. Schweigers, plural of Schweiger. Duer, a surname from German. Schweiert, plural of Schwer. Schrifty, to lose all inhibition while having fun, to go wild, to go crazy. Schwelf, a surname. Schweber, a surname from German. Schwemmers, plural of Schwimmer. Schwend, a surname. Schwens, plural of Schwind. Schwent, a surname from German. Schwentz, plural of Schwent. Schwer, a surname. Schwinger effect, the predicted spontaneous creation of particle-antiparticle pairs in the presence of an extremely strong electric field. Schwingor, a floating bog. Schwingors, plural of Schwingmore. Schwings, plural of Schwing. Schwe, a surname. Schwins, plural of Schwin. Schweiz, plural of Schwei. Schwidala, a surname. Schwidalas, plural of Schwitala. Schwitz, alternative spelling of shits. Schwitz, simple past and past participle of Schwitz. Schwitzes, plural of Schwitz. Schwitzing, present participle and gerund of Schwitz. Schwoer, a surname from German. Schwoerers, plural of Schwoer. Toes, a canton of Switzerland. Shinball, a piece of plate armor from the 1200s to the 1400s for the lower leg shin, a metal plate, often strapped over mail or padding, now especially one which did not completely enclose the lower leg like a greave might. Shinbalds, plural of shinball. Schiffozalven, Misspelling of Scyphozoan. Tacone. Alternative form of sheen. Tacones. Plural of scone. Tie. Initialism of secured compartmentalized information / secured compartmented information. Thought. Abbreviation of science or sciences. Sci-fi. Alternative form of sci-fi. Sci-fi. Clipping of science fiction. Sci-fic. Uncommon form of sci-fi. Sci-fear. Science fictioner. Sci-fears. Plural of sci-fear. Sci-fix. Rare form of sci-fi. Sci-tech. Clipping of science and technology. Dot. Abbreviation of science. Sci.chemists. A participant in the Usenet newsgroup Sci.chem. Sci.chemists. Plural of Sci.chemists. Sci.langer. A participant in the Usenet newsgroup Sci.lang. Sci.langers. Plural of Sci.langer. Sci.physicists. A participant in the Usenet newsgroup Sci.physics. Sci.physicists. Plural of Sci.physicists. Sci.skeptic. A participant in the Usenet newsgroup Sci.skeptic. Sci.skeptics. Plural of Sci.skeptic. The forms words related to shade. Scia Carlo. A red wine grape variety grown in Corsica. Scia Carlos. Plural of Scia Carlo. Sciaca. A surname. Sciacas. Plural of Sciaca. Sciadopodiaceous. Of or relating to the Sciadopodiaceae. Sciadopoticin. A particular biflavonoid. Cyana. Any of several nocturnal fish of the genus Cyana from the eastern Atlantic, Mediterranean Sea, and Black Sea. A croaker. Cyanas. Plural of cyana. Cyanin. Any fish belonging to the family Cyanidae. Cyanids. Plural of cyanin. Cyanoi. Of or relating to the Cyanidae, a family of marine fishes. Cyanides. Plural of cyanoi. Sciac. A back and forth sawing movement of the hand in the sash. Sciograph. A vertical section of a building, a sciography. Sciographed. Simple past and past participle of sciograph. Sciographer. One who studies how to draw shadows accurately. Sciographers. Plural of sciographer. Sciographic. Relating to sciography. Sciographical. Pertaining to sciography. Sciographically. In terms of or by means of sciography. Sciographies. Plural of sciography. Sciographing. Present participle and gerund of sciograph. Sciographs. Plural of sciograph. Sciography. Representing shadows as realistically as possible. Scialaba. A surname from Italian. Scialabas. Plural of scialaba. Scialytic. Dispelling shadows. Sciamac is. Plural of sciamaki. Sciamaki. Shadow boxing. Fighting that is futile or make-believe. Science. Obsolete spelling of cyan. Cyander. A surname. Cyanderous. Plural of cyandra. Cyana. A surname from Italian. Cyas. Plural of cyana. Sciaphilic, that thrives in the shade. Sciaphilus, tolerant of shade. Sciabod, a member of a mythical race of humans living in Africa who have one single, large foot which they use to shade themselves from the rays of the sun. Sciapods, plural of Sciapa. A town in Sicily. Sire, any in the family Siriivomisnats. Sirets, plural of Sirit. Sire, a surname. Sires, plural of Sira. Cyreno, a surname from Italian. Cyrenos, plural of Cyreno. Sciacea, a surname from Italian. Sciaceas, plural of Sciacea. Sciacinoso, a variety of red grape from Campania in South Italy. Scioscope, alternative form of skyoscope. Scioscopes, plural of scioscope. Scioscary, alternative form of scioscopy. Scia, an oblong shield of wickerwork once used in Ireland. Sciathuric, belonging or relating to a suntile. Sciathurical, sciathuric. Scias, plural of scia. Sciate, of or relating to the ischium. Sciatic nerve, a large nerve that starts in the lower back and runs through the buttock and down the lower limb. Sciatic nerves, plural of sciatic nerve. Sciatica, neuralgia of the sciatic nerve, characterized by pain radiating down through the buttocks and the back of the thigh. Sciatical, sciatic, sciatically, with or by means of sciatica. Sciaticas, plural of sciatica. Sciatici, sciatica. Sciatex, plural of sciatic. Sabelle, a surname from Italian. Sabelles, plural of Sabelli. Davetta, a surname from Italian. Davattas, plural of Sabetta. Tabidi, alternative spelling of skibbity non-lexical vocable used in scat singing. Tabidi, alternative form of skibbity. Tamelea, a surname from Italian. Tabelleas, plural of Sibilia. Hytically, a town and municipality in the province of Ragusa in the southeast of Sicily, southern Italy. SciComm, science communication. Data, initialism of severe combined immunodeficiency. Plural of SID. Scion, obsolete spelling of scion. Science, a particular discipline or branch of knowledge that is natural, measurable, or consisting of systematic principles rather than intuition or technical skill. Science and Technology Minister, a senior government official responsible for formulating and overseeing policies related to scientific research and technological innovation. Science and Technology Ministers, plural of Science and Technology Minister. Science by press conference, the practice by which scientists put an unusual focus on publicizing results of research in the media, often when they are unlikely to win the approval of the professional scientific community. Science by press release, Synonym of science by press conference. Science center, an organization, location, or virtual location where science is done or exhibited, either professionally or educationally. Science centers, plural of science center. Science center. Alternative spelling of science center. Science centers, plural of science center. Science experiment. A state of extreme uncleanliness, especially one which involves food mess left for an excessive period of time that is liable to spoil, rot, mold, etc. Science experiments, plural of science experiment. Science fact, reality, especially scientific and technological reality as contrasted with what is depicted in science fiction. Science faction, synonym of science fact. Science facts, plural of science fact. Science fair, a competition in which contestants, usually children, create science-related projects or demonstrations. Science fairs, plural of science fair. Science fantasies, plural of science fantasy. Science fantasy, a hybrid genre of science fiction and fantasy, typically with settings combining futuristic and supernatural or magical elements. Science fiction, fiction in which advanced technology or science is a key element. Science fictional, of or pertaining to science fiction. Science fictionish, alternative form of science fictionish. Science fictions, plural of science fiction. Science fictiony, alternative form of science fictiony. Science lab, a classroom in a school where science classes are held. Science labs, plural of science lab. Science oven, synonym of microwave oven. Science ovens, plural of science oven. Science park, an area with a collection of buildings dedicated to scientific research on a business footing. Science parks, plural of science park. Science project, a school project to be entered into a science fair. Science room, a room in a school set aside for instruction in the sciences. Science rooms, plural of science room. Science shop, a facility often attached to a specific department of a university or an NGO that provides independent participatory research support in response to concerns experienced by civil society. Science shops, plural of science shop. Science up, to develop or create in a scientific way. Science fact, alternative spelling of science fact. Science fiction, alternative form of science fiction. Science fictional, alternative form of science fictional. Science fictioneer, creator of science fiction. Science fictioneers, plural of science fictioneer. Science fictioner, science fiction movie or television program. Science fictioners, plural of science fictioner. Science fictionish, similar to science fiction. Science fiction-like, resembling science fiction. Science fictions, plural of science fiction. Science fictiony, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of science fiction. Science Y, alternative form of sciency. Science, simple past and past participle of science. Scienced up, simple past and past participle of science up. Scienceless, without science. Science-like, resembling or characteristic of science. Scienceman, synonym of scientist. Sciencemen, plural of sciencemen. Sciencephobia, an aversion to science. Sciences, plural of science. Sciences up, third person singular simple present indicative of science up. Science, scientific of or pertaining to science. Sciencing, present participle and gerund of science. Sciencing up, present participle and gerund of science up. Scientism, alternative form of scientism. Science, alternative form of sciency. Scienta, the sum of all the political, economic, technological, scientific, military, geographical, and psychological knowledge that a governing body must possess to allow it to reach logically, rationally, and morally sound conclusions, usually contrasted with Sita. Science, knowing, aware, knowledgeable. Scientaster, an inferior scientist. Scientasters, plural of scientaster. Sciencer, deliberately, knowingly. Scientess, a female scientist. Scientesses, plural of scientess. Scientia potentia est. Knowledge is power. With knowledge or education, one's potential or abilities in life will certainly increase. Sciential, of or pertaining to science or to knowledge. Scientian, one who studies science, a scientist. Scientians, plural of scientian. Scientibook, a book in the genre of science fiction. Scientibooks, plural of scientibook. Scientician, someone with the trappings of science who is probably not a true scientist. Scienticians, plural of scientician. Scienticide, destruction or debasement of scientific method, understanding, and slash or infrastructure, a figurative killing of science. Scienticism, scientism. Scienticomic, a comic book in the genre of science fiction. Scienticomics, plural of scienticomic. Scientifantasy, synonym of SDFSY. Scientific, of or having to do with science. Scientific calculator, an electronic calculator that can handle trigonometric, exponential, and often other advanced functions, and can show its output in scientific notation and sometimes in hexadecimal, octal, or binary. Scientific calculators, plural of scientific calculator. Scientific classification, a scheme for the ordering of things such as stellar objects, minerals, forms of life, or personality types according to characteristics that are discernible and testable by scientific methods. Scientific classifications, plural of scientific classification. Scientific communism, the science that expresses the radical interests and objectives involved in the struggle of the working class. Scientific computing, the use of computing to solve scientific and engineering problems, especially by means of simulation or the construction of mathematical models of physical, chemical, or biological processes. Scientific creationism, synonym of creation science. Scientific frontier, a geographical frontier capable of being occupied and defended in a strategic manner rather than haphazardly. Scientific frontiers, plural of scientific frontier. Scientific materialism, the philosophical belief that nothing exists or occurs that does not have a scientific scientific explanation, even if that scientific explanation is not yet known. Scientific materialisms, plural of scientific materialism. Scientific method, a method of discovering knowledge about the natural world based in making falsifiable predictions, hypotheses, testing them empirically, and developing theories that match known data from repeatable physical experimentation. Scientific methodology, a systematic way of finding the answer to a question about the observable world. Scientific methods, plural of scientific method. Scientific model, a formal abstraction of a real-life system that omits less essential aspects of the system in order to make it amenable to scientific analysis. Scientific modeling, the process of generating abstract, conceptual, graphical, and/or mathematical models. Scientific models, plural of scientific model. Scientific name, a formal name according to an internationally accepted standard, especially the formal name of a taxon. Scientific names, plural of scientific name. Scientific notation, a method of writing or of displaying real numbers as a decimal number between 1 and 10 followed by an integer power of 10. Scientific paper, a document, usually based on empirical evidence, that records the results of research conducted in various scientific fields. Scientific papers, plural of scientific paper. Scientific problem, an observation that contradicts an accepted law or theory. Scientific problems, plural of scientific problem. Scientific racism, racism presented as or purported to be supported by science. Scientific racist, a proponent of scientific racism, racism presented as science or as supported by science. Scientific racists, plural of scientific racist. Scientific research, research performed using the scientific method. Scientific researches, plural of scientific research. Scientific romance, science fiction, especially its early form in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Scientific romances, plural of scientific romance. Scientific socialism, society governed by science. Scientific socialist, an adherent of Marxism. Scientific socialists, plural of scientific socialists. Scientific taxonomies, plural of scientific taxonomy. Scientific taxonomy, the application of systematic and standardized methods used to classify organisms. Scientifical, of or pertaining to the scientific method. Scientificality, synonym of scientificity. Scientifically, using science or methods of science. Scientificalness, the quality of being scientifical. Scientificities, plural of scientificity. Scientificity, the quality or state of being scientific. Scientific, obsolete form of scientific. Scientificness, synonym of scientificity. Scientifico, science, scientific. Scientifico-historical, relating to science and history. Scientifico-philosophical, relating to science and philosophy. Scientifico-religious, relating to science and religion. Scientificomic, a comic book in the genre of science fiction. Scientificomics, plural of scientificomic. Scientifiction, science fiction. Scientifictional, of or pertaining to scientifiction. Scientifictionally, in a scientifictional manner. Scientifictionist, a fan or creator of science fiction, one involved in some aspect of science fiction. Scientifictionists, plural of scientifictionists. Scientify, simple past and past participle of scientify. Scientifies, third person singular simple present indicative of scientify. Scientifilm, a motion picture in the genre of science fiction. Scientifilms, plural of scientifilm. Scientify, to make scientific, to subject to scientific rules. Scientifying, present participle and gerund of scientify. Scientiometics, alternative form of scientometrics. Scientize, alternative form of scientize. Scientized, simple past and past participle of scientize. Scientizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scientize. Scientizing, present participle and gerund of scientize. Scientism, the belief that the scientific method and the assumptions and research methods of the physical sciences are applicable to all other disciplines such as the humanities and social sciences, or that those other disciplines are not as valuable. Scientisms, plural of scientism. Scientists, one whose activities make use of the scientific method to answer questions regarding the measurable universe. A scientist may be involved in original research or make use of the results of the research of others. Scientistic, of, pertaining to, advocating or acting in accordance with scientism. Scientistico, synonym of scientistic. Scientistically, in a scientific manner. Scientists, plural of scientists. Scientize, to make scientific. Scientized, simple past and past participle of scientize. Scientizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scientize. Scientizing, present participle and gerund of scientize. Sciento, relating to science. Scientocracies, plural of scientocracy. Scientocracy, an elite community of scientists. Scientocrat, a proponent of scientocracy. Scientocratic, relating to or upholding scientocracy. Scientocrats, plural of scientocrat. Scientalism, pseudoscience. Scientological, pertaining to Scientology. Scientologically, in a scientological manner, in terms of Scientology. Scientologists, a follower of Scientology, whether belonging to the official church of Scientology or being outside in the so-called free zone. Scientologists, plural of Scientologists. Scientology, a belief system with certain religious aspects, developed in 1952, focused on the teachings of L. Ron Hubbard. Scientometric, of or pertaining to scientometrics. Scientometrical, of or pertaining to scientometry. Scientometrically, in terms of scientometrics. Scientometrician, one who studies scientometrics. Scientometricians, plural of scientometrician. Scientometrics, the scientific measurement of the work of scientists, especially by way of analyzing their publications and the citations within them. Scientometrist, a practitioner of scientometry, one who studies the progression and value of science through quantitative measures. Scientometrists, Plural of scientometrists. Scientometry, the study and valuation of science by quantitative means, such as the number of papers published in a field. Scientophile, a person who likes science but isn't necessarily a scientist. Scientophiles, plural of scientophile. The initialism of state compensation insurance fund. Cephate, a Scientologist. Cephate, plural of Cephae. Is it an alternative form of sci-fi? Sapphire, alternative form of sapphire. Sapphires, plural of sapphire. Zephyrs, a surname. Sephracy is plural of ciphers. Plural of sif. Sil, abbreviation of silicate. Silent, obsolete form of silent. Silicis, namely to wit, as follows. Scilla, a plant of the genus Scilla, is squill. Silane, a glucoside extracted from squill scilla as a light porous substance. Silura, a particular steroid glycoside. Siluranen, the cardinalide 5,3s, 8R9s, 10R13, R14, 17R3, 14 dihydroxy, 10, 13, 9-plyl, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17 dodecahydrocyclopenta, phenanthrin, 17 L-pyrin, 2, 1. Delas, plural of Scilla. Scillus MSI, a particular steroid glycoside. Hillis, alternative form of isles of Scilly. Scillaglycoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Scilla-ASA, a particular steroid glycoside. Scillapicrin, an organic compound obtained from Ergenia maritima, used as a diuretic. Sciluroside, a toxic compound derived from the plant Ergenia maritima, sometimes used as a rodenticide. Scilurubicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Silatin, of relating to the ancient city of Cilium. Silatins, plural of silatin. Silatin, a bitter principle extracted from the bulbs of the squill scilla. Solonian, a native or inhabitant of the Isles of Scilly, a Scilly Islander. Solonians, plural of Solonian. Silas, an ancient town in Greece, now an archaeological site. Scilly Cay, an island of Anguilla. Scilly Islander, a person from the Scilly Islands, is Solonian. Scilly Islanders, plural of Scilly Islander. Scilly Islands, alternative form of Isles of Scilly. Scilly Isles, synonym of Isles of Scilly. Zima, obsolete spelling of Sima. Simfa, a surname. Simves, plural of Simca. Scyther, alternative spelling of scimitar. Scythers, plural of cinctor. Scimitar, a sword of Persian origin that features a curved blade. Scimitar babbler, any of various passerine birds of the genus Pomatorinus and the former genus Jabuilea, now included in Napathura, found in tropical Asia. Scimitar babblers, plural of scimitar babbler. Scimitar cat, a saber-toothed cat of the subtribe Homothorini, having distinctive serrated upper canines. Scimitar cats, plural of scimitar cat. Scimitar leg, synonym of saber leg. Scimitar legs, plural of scimitar leg. Scimitar pod and Tatagigas. Scimitar pods, plural of scimitar pod. Scimitar shell, a long, thin-shelled bivalve, Xenatia acinesis. Scimitar shells, plural of scimitar shell. Scimitar syndrome, a rare congenital heart defect characterized by anomalous venous return from the right lung to the systemic venous drainage, rather than directly to the left atrium. Scimitar horned oryx, a critically endangered antelope, Oryx stamma, living in the arid plains and deserts of North Africa. Scimitar horned oryxes, plural of scimitar horned oryx. Scimitar toothed, of various prehistoric mammals having long, slender, curved canines in the upper mouth. Scimitar toothed cat, any of various species of extinct prehistoric cats of the tribe Hemithuriini. Scimitar toothed cats, plural of scimitar toothed cat. Scimitar toothed tiger, synonym of scimitar toothed cat. Scimitar toothed tigers, plural of scimitar toothed tiger. Scimitar winged piha. Liphobus europygialis, a species of cotinga. Scimitarbill, any bird of 3 species of genus Rhinopomestis in the family Phoeniculae, from sub-Saharan Africa. Scimitarbills, plural of scimitarbill. Scimitar, simple past and past participle of scimitar. Scimitaring, present participle and gerund of scimitar. Scimitar-like, resembling or characteristic of a scimitar. Scimitars, plural of scimitar. Scimitar, dated form of scimitar. Scimitars, plural of scimitar. Cincid, any member of the family Cincidae. The skinks. Cincids, plural of cincid. Cincine, any lizard of the subfamily Cincinae. Cincenes, plural of cincine. Cincud, of or relating to the family Cincidae or skinks. Cincoidian. Tvit. Cincoidians, plural of cincoidian. Cinquids, plural of cinquid. Syncomorph, any member of the Syncomorpha. Syncomorphan, any lizard of the infraorder Syncomorpha. Syncomorphans, plural of syncomorphan. Syncomorphs, plural of syncomorph. Synchisaurid, any tetrapod in the family Synchisauridae. Synchisaurids, plural of synchisaurid. Then, alternative form of sin. Cinderin, an actin related to gelsolin. Sedif, a kind of stinging or biting insect, a flea, gnat, sandfly, or the like. Cynos, plural of cinef. Zif, archaic form of skink animal. Zins, plural of sink. Syntocisternography, cisternography performed using a radiopharmaceutical. Scintigram, an image of part of the body, obtained by measuring by means of scintillation or a similar method the radiation emitted by a radioactive tracer. Scintigrams, plural of scintigram. Scintigraph, an image produced by scintigraphy. Scintigraphic, of or pertaining to scintigraphy. Scintigraphical, scintigraphic. Scintigraphically, by means of scintigraphy. Scintigraphies, plural of scintigraphy. Scintigraphs, plural of scintigraph. Scintigraphy, a radiographic technique using radioactive tracers for the diagnosis of injuries to bones. Scintillator, misspelling of scintillator. Scintilla, a small spark or flash. Scintilla, plural of scintilla. Scintillance, a scintillation, a flash or spark of light. Scintillances, plural of scintillance. Scintillant, that scintillates. Scintillantly, in a scintillant manner. Scintillas, plural of scintilla. Scintillate, to give off sparks, to shine as if emanating sparks, to twinkle or glow. Scintillated, simple past and past participle of scintillate. Scintillates, third person singular simple present indicative of scintillate. Scintillating, present participle and gerund of scintillate. Scintillatingly, in a scintillating way. Scintillation, a flash of light, a spark. Scintillation camera, synonym of gamma camera. Scintillation cameras, plural of scintillation camera. Scintillation cocktail, a solution of a beta particle emitter to be analyzed in an organic solvent along with a fluor which emits the scintillation of light, which can then be detected by a liquid scintillation counter. Scintillation cocktails, plural of scintillation cocktail. Scintillation counter, a detector of particles and ionizing radiation which uses a photomultiplier to generate flashes of light. Scintillation counters, plural of scintillation counter. Scintillation vial, the laboratory apparatus in which a sample to be analyzed by scintillation counting is held in a scintillation counter. Scintillation vials, plural of scintillation vial. Scintillations, plural of scintillation. Scintillator, a substance that glows under the action of photons or other high-energy particles. Scintillators, plural of scintillator. Scintillescence, a faint shining or twinkling. Scintillescent, scintillating feebly. Scintillite, a glistening speleothem consisting of quartz crystals. Scintillites, plural of scintillite. Scintillize, to scintillate. Scintillize, simple past and past participle of scintillize. Scintillizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scintillize. Scintillizing, present participle and gerund of scintillize. Scintillometer, a device that measures fluctuations in the Earth's atmosphere. Scintillometers, plural of scintillometer. Scintillometric, relating to scintillometry. Scintillometrically, in terms of or by means of scintillometry. Scintillometry, the use of scintillation to infer properties of a lens or a source. Scintillon, the mechanism for particulate-based bioluminescence. Scintilloscope, a device that illustrates the presence of radiation by showing sparks on a fluorescent screen. Scintilloscopes, plural of scintilloscope. Scintilless, scintillating, sparkling. Scintimammographies, plural of scintimammography. Scintimammography, a form of mammography in which scintillation from an injected radio source shows the presence of cancer cells. Scintiphotography, synonym of scintigraphy. Syntiscan, a syntagram. Syntiscand, simple past and past participle of syntiscan. Syntiscanner, the apparatus used to make a syntiscan. Syntiscanners, plural of syntiscanner. Syntiscanning, present participle and gerund of syntiscan. Syntiscans, plural of syntiscan. Cinto, a surname from Italian. Cintos, plural of cinto. Scio, synonym of Chios. Scio-turpentine, alternative form of Cyprus turpentine. Scio, alternative form of Sia. Sciograph, alternative form of sciograph. Sciographs, simple past and past participle of sciograph. Sciographe, alternative form of sciographic. Sciographe, present participle and gerund of sciograph. Sciadras, plural of sciograph. Sciography, alternative form of sciography. Sciel, a surname. Sciolism, the practice of expressing opinions on something which one knows only superficially or has little real understanding of. Also, shallow or superficial knowledge, countable an instance of this. Sciolisms, plural of sciolism. Sciolist, one who exhibits only superficial knowledge, is self-proclaimed expert with little real understanding. Sciolistic, of or relating to sciolism, or a sciolist, showing only superficial knowledge. Sciolistical, of or pertaining to sciolism, or a sciolist, showing only superficial knowledge. Sciolistically, in a sciolistic or sciolistical manner, in a manner that shows only superficial knowledge. Sciolists, plural of sciolists. Sciolus, knowing superficially or imperfectly. Sciolto, light, free, and easy, without strictness or legato. Scioltos, plural of sciolto. Sciomatis, plural of sciomachy. Sciomachy, alternative form of sciomachy. Sciomancer, one who summons or communicates with spirits of the dead. Necromancer. Sciomancers, plural of sciomancer. Sciomancy, divination using shadows. Sciomantic, of or relating to sciomancy. Sciomizi, any fly of the family. Sciomizi. Sciomizzes, plural of sciomizi. Scion, a descendant, especially a first-generation descendant of a distinguished family. Scionox, a surname from French. Scioness, a female scion, a female descendant or an heiress, especially of a wealthy or important family. Scionesses, plural of scioness. Scions, plural of scion. Sciophile, alternative form of sciophilic. Sciolis, alternative form of sciophilus. Sciophilus, misspelling of sciophilus. Sciophy, any plant that tolerates or thrives in a low light level shade. Sciophytes, plural of sciophytes. Sciate, of or relating to an optical arrangement for forming images in a darkened room. Scioptic ball, a universal joint allowing an optical instrument mounted on a ball to be swiveled to point anywhere in a wide arc. Scioptic balls, plural of synaptic ball. Synapticon, a kind of magic lantern. Synapticons, plural of synapticon. Synaptics, the art or process of exhibiting luminous images, especially those of external objects, in a darkened room by arrangements of lenses or mirrors. Synaptic, alternative form of synaptic. Sciartino, a surname from Italian in turn from Arabic. Sciartinos, plural of Sciartino. Sciasophic, of or relating to Sciasophy. Sciasophies, plural of Sciasophy. Sciasoist, a practitioner of Sciasophy. Sciasoists, plural of Sciasophist. Sciasophy, false or pretended knowledge of science or natural phenomena. Sci, of or relating to the Greek island of Sionautios. Sciota, a village in McDonough County, Illinois. Sciazen, ancestor worship. Sciathuric, Sciathuric. Sciathurico, Sciathuric. Scioto, a 231-mile-long river which flows through Ohio, United States, joining the Ohio River at Portsmouth, O. Scioto County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Portsmouth. Plural of Sayat. Sayat's Cam, an unincorporated community in El Dorado County, California, United States. Saya, obsolete spelling of Sion. Sayans, plural of Sayan. Sido, a male given name from Latin of mostly historical use. Sapiani, a surname from Italian. Sepians, plural of Sapiani. Era, the ship of characters Scott McCall and Kira Yukimura from the television series Teen Wolf. Sire, a surname from Italian. Sire facias, a judicial writ directing the sheriff to make the record known to a specified party and requiring the defendant to show cause why the party bringing the writ should not be able to cite that record in his own interest, or why, in the case of letters patent and grants, the patent or grant should not be annulled and vacated. Sire faces, plural of sire facias. Sires, plural of sire. Today, an East Germanic tribe of Eastern Europe, attested in historical works between the 2nd century BC and 5th century AD. Skirmish, alternative form of skirmish. Skirmish, plural of skirmish. Sirach, alternative form of Sirocco. Sirocco, alternative spelling of Sirocco. Sirocco's, plural of Sirocco. Syrox, plural of Syroc. Serpenals, plural of serpenal. Serpential, the sesquiterpenoid alcohol 2-hydroxymethyl-1,5-diethylspiro-atoxytricyclo 7.2.1.027 dodecac 5-ene 12 2-oxirane 10 11 all present in some Fusarium fungi. Suri, plural of surus. Suroi, containing or resembling surus. Seroma. Eris. Serosities, plural of serosity. Serosity, a morbid induration as of a gland. Eris, proceeding from surus, of the nature of surus. Eris, an indurated organ or part, especially a gland. Suruses, plural of surus. Certa. Any beetle of the family Certidae. Certids. Plural of certi. It has plural of psi. Psi. The ship of characters Scott McCall and Isaac Lahey from the Teen Wolf series. Cicitation. The act of inquiring, inquiry, demand. Cicitations. Plural of cicitation. Size. To cut, to penetrate. Sized. Simple past and past participle of size. Size. Third person singular simple present indicative of size. Sizing. Present participle and gerund of size. Diva. A surname. Dels. Plural of schism. This. To scissor. To cut as if with scissors. Scissors. Archaic form of scissors. Settle. Metal scraps or clippings, especially the remains of fillets from which coin blanks have been cut. Dettles. Plural of sizzle. Sissel. Capable of being cut by a sharp instrument. Settle. Alternative form of sissel. Sissal. Readily cut or split. Sit. The act of division, separation, cutting, cleaving, or severing, cleavage. Scissions. Plural of scission. Scissiparity. Reproduction by fission. Sciscipers. Reproducing by fission. Scissor. Attributive form of scissors. Scissor binoculars. A pair of adjustable stereoscopic binoculars consisting of two periscopes. Scissor bite. A slight overbite. Scissor bites. Plural of scissor bite. Scissor cross. Synonym of countercross. Scissor crosses. Plural of scissor cross. Scissor crossover. Synonym of scissors crossover. Scissor crossovers. Plural of scissor crossover. Scissor door. An automobile door that rotates vertically at a fixed hinge at the front of the door rather than outward as with a conventional door. Scissor doors. Plural of scissor door. Scissor kick. A bicycle kick. Scissor kicks. Plural of scissor kick. Scissor lift. A platform that can be raised using a hydraulic pantograph. Scissor lifts. Plural of scissor lift. Sitter sister. Lesbian. Scissor sisters. Plural of scissor sister. Scissor statement. A polarizing and incendiary topic, opinion, or phrase. Scissor statements. Plural of scissor statement. Scissor tackle. A tackle where one player slides in and wraps their legs either side of an opponent's legs. Scissor tackles. Plural of scissor tackle. Scissor teeth. Plural of scissor tooth. Scissor tooth. The sectorial tooth of a carnivore which cuts against its fellow. Scissor bell. Alternative form of scissorbill. Scissor bells. Plural of scissor bill. Scissor-like. Alternative spelling of scissor-like. Scissor-tailed flycatcher. Synonym of scissor's tail. Tyrannus forficatus. Scissor-tailed flycatchers. Plural of scissor-tailed flycatcher. Scissorable. Able to be cut with scissors. Scissorbill. Synonym of skimmer. Birds of the genus Rhynchops. Scissorbills. Plural of scissorbill. Scissor. Simple past and past participle of scissor. Scissor, one who cuts with scissors. Scissors, plural of scissor. Scissors, plural of scissor. Scissorial, relating to the cutting areas on the mandibles of Scarabeoidea larvae between the dents and molar area. Scissoring, present participle and gerund of scissor. Scissorings, plural of scissoring. Scissor-like, resembling or characteristic of scissors. Scissors, a tool resembling or characteristic of scissors. Scissors, a tool used for cutting thin material, consisting of two crossing blades attached at a pivot point in such a way that the blades slide across each other when the handles are closed. Scissors bite, alternative form of scissor bite. Scissors bites, plural of scissors bite. Scissors crises, plural of scissors crisis. Scissors crisis, an economic crisis caused by price scissors, that is, an unfavorable divergence in the prices paid by a particular group or country for products that it needs as against the prices of the products that it produces. Scissors crossing, synonym of scissors crossover. Scissors crossings, plural of scissors crossing. Scissors crossover, a superimposed pair of railway crossovers resembling the letter X, permitting travel in either direction between a pair of parallel tracks. Scissors crossovers, plural of scissors crossover. Scissors kick, alternative spelling of scissor kick. Scissors kicks, plural of scissors kick. Scissors paper rock, synonym of rock paper scissors game. Scissors paper stone, synonym of rock paper scissors game. Scissors and paste, pieced together from several sources, cut and paste. Scissors lasses, eyeglasses with scissoring stems used for distance vision. Scissors tail, having the outer feathers by far the longest of the others decreasing equally to the median ones. Scissor spell, alternative form of scissorbill in various senses. Scissorspills, plural of scissorspill. Scissors, simple past and past participle of scissors. Scissors, third person singular simple present indicative of scissors. Scissorsing, present participle and gerund of scissors. Scissorsmith, a person who makes scissors. Scissorsmiths, plural of scissorsmith. Scissorstyle, a species of tyrant flycatcher Tyrannus forficatus from the southern United States and Central America with a long forked tail and a red patch on the underwing coverts. Scissorstyles, plural of scissorstyle. Scissortail, a scissor-tailed flycatcher or Texas bird of paradise Tyrannus forficatus. Scissortails, plural of scissortail. Scissorwise, in the manner of scissors with two blades or similar opening in opposite directions. Zissure, a fissure, a cleft. Zissure, a longitudinal opening made by cutting, a cleft, a fissure. Scissurella, any in the family Scissurellidae of gastropods. Scissurellids, plural of Scissurellid. Sciviors, plural of scissure. The sum of all the political, economic, technological, scientific, military, geographical, and psychological knowledge of the masses and of their representatives, usually contrasted with scienda. Sediment, a pleasant dish or delicacy. Sediments, plural of sediment. Sedimentatious, of or relating to the Sediminaceae. Sediminious, of or relating to the sitemini. Thought, obsolete spelling of site. Dithers, a surname. Setterses, plural of sithers. Situate, a town in Plymouth County, Massachusetts, United States. Situated, simple past and past participle of situate. Situates, third person singular simple present indicative of situate. Situating, present participle and gerund of situate. Situation, obsolete form of situation. Situations, plural of situation. Illy, a surname. Telis, plural of seoli. Siurisai, the killing of a squirrel. Siurit, any rodent of the Siuridi, a squirrel broad sense. Siureds, plural of Siurid. Sirin, pertaining to or characteristic of squirrels. Syrians, plural of Siurine. Sirognath, any rodent of the suborder Siurignathi. Sirognathes, relating to Siurognathi. Sirognaths, plural of Sirognath. Sirognathi, the condition of being Sirognathus. Siuroi, any rodent from the family Siuridi. Siuroids, plural of Siuroi. Siuromorph, any rodent of the clade Siuromorpha. Tiuromorphae, of or relating to the Siuromorphs. Diuromorphous, having the form of a squirrel. Siuromorphs, plural of Siuromorph. Siuromorphy, the typical anatomy of a Siuromorph. Sewar, acronym of spinal cord injury without radiographic abnormality. Sewar, plural of Sewara. SCJD, initialism of Sun Certified Java Developer. SCJD, plural of SCJD. SCJP, initialism of Sun Certified Java Programmer. SCJP, plural of SCJP. Scafani, a surname from Italian. Scafanis, plural of Sclafani. Whack, a poor golf shot where the club hits the ground before it hits the ball. To blat, simple past and past participle of sclaf. Splatter, one who splats. Splatters, plural of splaffer. Splaffing, present participle and gerund of sclaf. To black. Plural of sclaf. Splarin, a diterpene present in the foliage of Podocarpus letus sin. Podocarpus hallei. Scleral, the bicyclic diterpenoid alcohol 1R2R4AS8AS13-hydroxy 3-methylbenforenyl 2,5-8,8-tetramethyl 3,4,4,A6,7,8-hexahydro 1-HNAPhthalate 2-all. Scleroli, a sesquiterpene lactone found in Salvia spleria and other plants. Sclerite, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, and zinc. Splate, obsolete form of slate cover with slates. Splated, simple past and past participle of sklate. Splater, a surname from Middle English. Sklaters, plural of sklater. Splates, plural of sklate. Sklating, present participle and gerund of sklate. Splonder, obsolete form of slander. Squander, simple past and past participle of squander. Squandering, present participle and gerund of squander. Squanders, plural of squander. Tpla, archaic form of Slav. Splave, archaic form of Slav. Skleus, plural of sklave. Swavia, a former continent in Earth, a proposed ancient continent that would later merge together with the continents of Valbara and Superia to form the supercontinent Kenorland. It is observable as a former supercraton composed of the cratons of Slave, Wyoming, Darwar, Zimbabwe. Tlave, archaic form of Slavic. Sklavism, archaic form of Slavism. Sklavonian, dated form of Slavonian. Sklavonians, plural of Sklavonian. Sklavonic, dated form of Slavonic. Splavonic, obsolete form of Slavonic. Tklavs, plural of splav. SLC, initialism of small cell lung cancer. SLC, plural of SALC. Sledau, a village and community in North Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SM 9434. Oya, the white of the eye, the tough outer coat of the eye that covers the eyeball except for cornea. Sclerocorneal, alternative form of sclerocorneal. Scleraction, any stony coral of the order Scleractinia. Scleractions, plural of scleraction. Scleractinin, alternative form of scleractinian. Scleractinins, plural of scleractinin. Scleractiniemorph, any coral having the form of a scleractinian. Scleractiniemars, plural of scleractiniemorph. Scleractinian, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of the corals of the order Scleractinia. Scleractinians, plural of scleractinian. Scleractinin, scleractinian. Scleractinins, plural of scleractinid. Scleri, plural of sclea. Sclerigai, severe discipline. Scleral, of or pertaining to the sclea. Scleral buckle, an ophthalmologic procedure to repair a detached retina. Scleral buckles, plural of scleral buckle. Scleralization, an opacity of the cornea that progresses inwards from the periphery of the cornea towards its center. Scleralizations, plural of scleralization. Tapoias, plural of sclea. Scleratize, alternative form of scleratize. Scleratize, simple past and past participle of scleratize. Tagoraxis, a transcription factor associated with tendon tissue. Scleraxonian, any coral of the suborder Scleraxonia. Scleraxonians, plural of scleraxonian. Twir, a skeletal element in sponges. Scleractome, the instrument used in sclerectomy. Scleractomes, plural of scleractome. Sclerectomies, plural of sclerectomy. Sclerectomy, removal of a sclea as a treatment for glaucoma. Scleroderma, a rare medical condition involving progressive thickening and hardening of the skin. Splere, a reduced form of sclerenchymus cell with highly thickened, lignified walls. Sclerae, alternative form of sclerate. Sclerades, plural of sclerae. Sclerades, plural of sclerate. Sclerum. Induration of the cellular tissue. Sclerum neonatorum, a rare severe skin condition characterized by diffuse hardening of the subcutaneous tissue with minimal inflammation. Scleromus, plural of scleroma. Scleromata, plural of scleroma. Sclerenchyma, a mechanical ground tissue impermeable to water which consists of cells having narrow lumen and thick, mineralized walls of lignin, present in stems, vascular bundles of monocots, seed coverings, and vein and tips of leaves. Sclerenchymal, relating to sclerenchyma. Sclerenchymas, plural of sclerenchyma. Sclerenchymata, plural of sclerenchyma. Sclerenchymatic, alternative form of sclerenchymatus. Sclerenchymatus, of, pertaining to, or composed of sclerenchyma. Sclerenchyme, archaic form of sclerenchyma. Ephlerid, plural of sclere. Scleriaces, a morbid induration of the edge of the eyelid. Tpler, sclerotic, Tplerid, alternative form of sclerate. Tplerids, plural of sclerid. Sclerification, a mass of sclerified tissue. Sclerifications, plural of sclerification. Sclerify, that has become sclerotic. Sclerine, synonym of exine. Sclerines, plural of sclerine. Sclerite, a hardened body part, especially in arthropod exoskeletons. Sclerites, plural of sclerite. Scleritic, having or relating to scleritis. Scleritis, inflammation of the sclera of the eye. Sclerotome, the scaly armor of some annelid worms such as macaridians. Sclerotomes, plural of sclerotome. Sclera, sclerus, hard. Sclerotrophic, exhibiting or relating to sclerotrophy. Sclerotrophies, plural of sclerotrophy. Sclerotrophy, any of various atrophic conditions characterized by a hardening of tissue including atrophic fibrosis of the skin, hypoplasia of the nails, and palmoplantar keratoderma. Sclerobase, the calcareous or horn-like coral forming the central stem or axis of most compound alcyonarians. Sclerobases, plural of sclerobase. Sclerobasic, of or relating to sclerobase. Splaubiant, any organism that lives on a hard surface or bores into one. Splaubiants, plural of sclerobiont.